Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer à la Chambre.
It is my duty to lay before the House, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Declarations of ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present a petition from Canadians concerned about the future of our forest industry and the rural communities it supports. Petitioners note that forestry has long been a source of good jobs, but in recent years has faced major challenges, from wildfires and infestations to the ongoing softwood lumber dispute. They highlight that U.S. trade policies continue to threaten Canadian producers, while Canada's failure to act on biomass incentives has left our sector at a competitive disadvantage compared to the United States. Petitioners point out that forest biomass has the potential to provide a sustainable source of energy for Canada's electrical grids while creating good jobs in rural communities. They therefore call on the government to expand federal market programs for Canada wood products and to establish a timely biomass tax credit to support forestry jobs, something that was in the fall economic statement of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise to present to this House a petition by Canadians concerned with what has become of the MAID system in Canada. There is a grave concern that these petitioners express that allowing medical assistance in dying for people who are not already dying devalues their lives. It endorses the notion that life with a disability is optional and by extension dispensable. These are, I think, petitioners very alarmed by the fact that when MAID is offered due to a lack of available service or treatment, it is not actually a real choice. So what these petitioners are seeking, Mr. Speaker, is that we protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by not having MAID available for those who do not have a natural death coming within the next 6 months. And I present this petition for the House for due consideration by members and the Government of Canada.
Thank you. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to present a number of petitions to the House today. The first petition is on a subject very important to my constituents, on the issue of pipelines. Petitioners are no doubt sick of the incessant teasing but failure to deliver from the members opposite. Petitioners say that the government continues to import foreign oil in spite of struggling oil and gas companies here in Canada, and the fact that Canada extracts and refines the most ethically sourced oil in the world, ultimately resulting the importation of foreign oil is worse for the environment and undermines our economy and our strategic interests. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to put in place a plan for an east-west corridor to replace foreign oil so that Canada's source of oil and gas remains Canadian and helps to stimulate our economy, provide for greater economic, environmental protection, and advance our strategic interests. These are pro-pipeliner petitioners, and I'm pleased to table this on their behalf. The next petition highlights a private member's bill that I tabled in the last Parliament. So it is C257, but that number corresponds to the previous Parliament, not this Parliament. This petition is in support of that bill, a bill that would add political belief or activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination within the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that being free from political discrimination is a fundamental right here in Canada, that people do face political discrimination in certain situations. They want to see the House support Bill C-257, the previous 257, which bans discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity. They also want to see Parliament act to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political perspectives. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with the issue of euthanasia, and I've tabled petitions on this topic before, but this is a different petition that highlights, in particular, concerns about Recommendation 21 from the 2023 report by the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, as it was called. Recommendation 21 deals with the issue of so-called advance requests. Petitioners note that persons who have made an advance request might no longer be able to confirm their wishes at the time of their death, especially if those wishes have changed. They express concerns that advance requests rely on written documents describing a person's future suffering and condition. Doctors and families might interpret the request differently from what the patient wanted. Petitioners note concerns that advance requests could lead to coercion or undue pressure for older adults living with disabilities, and highlights ethical concerns about how an old request would be handled, and how it is difficult for a person to predict their experience in a situation that they have not yet experienced or cannot or don't have the context to predict. And petitioners also say that Canada should increase funding for palliative care and hospice care, suicide prevention, that offering euthanasia rather than providing support services devalues those living with chronic conditions. Therefore, petitioners ask the government to not support any legislation related to the expansion of euthanasia, particularly along the lines of Recommendation 21, the inclusion of advance requests. They want to see the House support an increase in government focus on advancing compassionate, life-affirming palliative and hospice care. Mr. Speaker, so that's that petition. Thank you. The next petition that I'm tabling highlights human rights abuses in Eritrea and calls for a stronger response from the government and the House. Petitioners note that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for 30 years with no constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement and association. They highlight that Eritreans flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, political repression, and seek asylum in other parts of the world, but also that the government of Eritrea continues to try to perpetrate human rights abuses against members of people of Eritrean origin living outside of the country, that Eritrean embassies have been sources of foreign interference. They highlight a number of instances of foreign interference that is that is being perpetrated by the government of Eritrea. And finally, in terms of human rights abuses and international peace and security, petitioners want to draw the attention of the House to the Eritrean dictator's alignment with Vladimir Putin and how that creates security challenges for the wider region by facilitating Russian interference in African states. Petitioners want to see the government engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups, take a leadership role among Western allies to challenge the malicious conspiracy between the Eritrean dictator and Vladimir Putin that is contributing to Russian efforts to expand influence in Africa. They want to see investigation of foreign interference of Eritrea in Canada, enforcement of Canada's asylum laws to ensure those with affiliation with the regime are not able to come to Canada, and they also want to see Canada take action to support imprisoned journalists and parliamentarians. I've read the names before, I won't again, but the petitioners do highlight 11 imprisoned Eritrean parliamentarians, as well as Swedish Eritrean journalist Dawit Isaak, who I believe is the longest journalist to be held in prison anywhere in the world. Petitioners also want to see strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. The next petition that I'm tabling.
How many petitions does he have remaining? Because there's a couple of other members who would also like to present petitions. I just
Sure.
need to know the number. So
I do have 4 more. I'm happy to give other members a chance if you'll allow me to stand up again. I know that's not normally the process, but if you'll allow, I'll
no,
happy to.
the member
Okay.
can continue, but maybe fairly rapidly.
Okay. All right. I will save some for later then, Speaker. Much to the disappointment of members, I know. Mr. Speaker, the next petition also deals with the issue of euthanasia. It, in particular, highlights concerns from the disability community about how proposals for the expansion of euthanasia and the existing Track 2 system really undermines the experience of people with disabilities when they access the healthcare system. That offering medical assistance in dying as a solution for disability or chronic illness reduces incentives to improve treatment and care for people with those conditions. Petitioners want to see the House protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medical assistance in dying for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. And I suppose then, Mr. Speaker, the last petitional table is highlighting the severe challenges faced by the Hazara people in Afghanistan. The Hazaras have faced multiple genocides, waves of persecution as a often religious and certainly ethnic minority in Afghanistan. Their condition is very threatened under the Taliban and present, and petitioners do draw the attention of the House to the sacrifice and investment of Canadians in building up Afghanistan and the collaborations that existed during Canada's presence at the time with many people from the Hazara community. Petitioners want to see the Government of Canada recognize past acts of genocide against the Hazara people and to designate September 25th as Hazara Genocide Memorial Day. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for sharing his time. I'm honoured to rise today to present a petition. Many parliamentarians here will know that Coalition for Basic Income Canada is meeting with many of us today. It's my honour to present on behalf of my constituents a petition that points out that a guaranteed livable monthly income, so that no Canadian would fall below the poverty line. The petitioners point out that the current patchwork of federal and provincial income assistance program is transaction heavy. It has a lot of paperwork and bureaucratic costs and could be replaced by a simple, straightforward, guaranteed livable income. The petitioners call for the financial safety net for all Canadians, looking particularly at the threat to our working life posed by artificial intelligence. The undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call on the government to implement guaranteed livable income for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too want to present a petition today highlighting the concerns of the petitioners around euthanasia in Canada. Choosing to end one's life because of lack of available services or treatments is not a real choice, is what the petitioners are pointing out. They also point out that choosing to end one's life for those with disability or chronic illnesses is not, who are not dying devalues their life and tacitly endorse the notion of life with a disability is optional and by extension dispensable. Offering medical assistance in dying as a solution to a disability or chronic illness reduces incentives to improve treatment or care with people living with those conditions, and the petitioners note that Canada does not want to be an ableist society. They also point out that people with disabilities have expressed opposition to allowing MAID for people with disabilities, or Track 2 as it's sometimes known. They also are calling on the government to protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medical assistance in dying to those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition E6579. Now, this petition is in regards to the longest ballot. It is a nonpartisan petition where I strongly feel disrupts the democratic process. It takes and disrupts the election process for some Canadians that seniors and elderly or English-speaking second language confuses the process, and we have to make a streamlined process where all Canadians find the simplest path forward to vote for whoever they want to vote for. What it also does is it weaponizes democracy. So I present this petition to clean that up, because I think people have had enough on both sides of the aisle. Thank you.
We have 30 seconds for the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present a petition to the government with regarding to the medical assistance in dying, also known as MAID, due to the lack of available services or treatments. It is not a real choice. Allowing medical assistance in dying for those with disabilities or chronic illness who are not dying devalues their lives. Therefore, I call upon the government to protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting medical assistance in dying for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months.
Thank you. That ends the time we have for petitions. Questions on the order paper?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills coming. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act.
Ms. Alty, seconded by Ms. Michel, moves that Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'm honored to rise and speak today as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to begin debate on my first bill, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. With the support and guidance of modern treaty and self-governing partners, I'm introducing this important bill because it will lead to a stronger, more prosperous future for modern treaty partners and everyone in Canada. Modern treaty partners across the country have been strong advocates for this legislation. Since I became minister, it has been consistently raised with me as something they want passed quickly. I want to thank and acknowledge these modern treaty and self-governing partners across the country who have guided the development of this bill. Your vision is embedded in its foundation, and by working together, we're making significant strides on our shared path of reconciliation. A representative for the Tsawwassen First Nation said that the Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation will help guarantee that governments are consistently held accountable, not just in words, but in action.
Your vision for a better Canada will enable us to be a better treaty partner. The work accomplished is considerable, and with your support, we are transforming our society for future generations.
To the Land Claims Agreement Coalition co-chairs, the Niska Nation President Eva Clayton, and Nunavut Tungavak Incorporated President Jeremy Tunraluk for their support. We're especially grateful for the guidance you provided while we engaged with the Clecho government, the Slamamol, Whitecap Dakota First Nation, the Manuluth Treaty Council, and the Grand Council of the Crees. I look forward to your continued support as we work to advance this bill through to royal assent. Mr. Speaker, for over 20 years, modern treaty partners have been advocating for an independent oversight mechanism to hold the federal government accountable to its modern treaty commitments.
This bill is about responsibility, respect, trust, and keeping our promises as a government. Today, we have an opportunity to respond to these calls and create a solid foundation for our ongoing joint work to address the challenges facing modern treaty partners across Canada.
Modern treaties have been fundamental to advancing reconciliation and shared economic prosperity with Indigenous peoples for half a century. My perspective as a minister is shaped by my experience coming from the Northwest Territories. I know firsthand that progress is possible when there is real partnership and honest effort. And that depends on a solid foundation of respect and reliability. Earning and holding the confidence of Indigenous peoples takes ongoing work. It's something we must continue to do every day. Over the past few years, we've made significant progress in co-developing tools to improve the implementation of modern treaties in a way that reflects the essence of our partnership. In 2023, we launched Canada's collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy. We co-developed this policy with modern treaty partners to support the full, effective, and timely implementation of all modern treaties in Canada.
And today, we have jointly developed this important bill that is before us. Bill C-10 would create an independent agent of Parliament in charge of overseeing the government's respect for commitments, obligations, and relationships stemming from modern treaties.
We have seen the powerful results modern treaties can deliver. The Niska Nation, BC's first modern treaty partner, holds its own elections in accordance with the nation's own constitution. Their community is seeing booming economic development and just recently is a partner on a major project under consideration of the Building Canada Act.
When effectively implemented, modern treaties drive economic prosperity and can contribute to building Canada strong. They support decision-making and land management and promote closer cooperation between the Crown and Indigenous peoples when carrying out economic development projects.
The Clecho government has invested in an all-season highway that connects remote communities. This infrastructure development is helping community members access health services and education and promotes the growth of local businesses. We see yet another example with the Gwich'in Renewable Resource Board. This board promotes sustainable use of land and resources while preserving traditional practices. It plays a leadership role so that the fish, forests, and wildlife in the Gwich'in area remain healthy and sustainable. Their mandate is to work in the public interest, representing all the parties to their modern treaty. I see hope and promise in this legislation, but I know the road to negotiating a modern treaty is not easy. In fact, in many cases, the process can take decades to complete. In Niska Nation's case, it took more than a century of advocacy and nearly 20 years of formal negotiations with the Crown. This is a significant investment of time and effort that reinforces how important it is to follow through on Canada's modern treaty commitments.
In Canada, modern treaties are constantly evolving alongside laws and policies. It is clear that they have real potential to promote social, cultural, and economic progress for both Indigenous partners and Canadians. Mr. Speaker, as I noted, I have seen that progress is possible when there are true partnerships and honest efforts. I believe this also includes economic development.
We're living in increasingly uncertain times amid economic upheaval and rising global instability. Strong relationships with modern treaty partners are going to be essential to building Canada strong. Modern treaties cover more than 40% of Canada's land mass, including 80% of the north. This means that much of Canada's resource wealth lies on or under lands governed by modern treaty partners.
The only way that we will be able to advance projects and development on these lands is in cooperation with modern treaty partners, in line with our constitutional obligations. Indigenous partners have demonstrated that they are able and willing to lead and work with Canada to drive economic development.
We want to build Canada strong, and that means upholding our commitments and obligations agreed to in modern treaties. We need an economy that includes Indigenous leadership and benefits everyone. Effective modern treaty implementation is a key part of this, and one that the Commissioner will support. Improved implementation of modern treaties will go a long way to ensuring that Indigenous communities can take part in economic growth. It will also help ensure that Indigenous partners in the North are well placed to contribute to Arctic security as we look to bolster our national defense capabilities in today's evolving landscapes. Our government is committed to fulfilling the spirit and intent of modern treaties. This means honoring our commitments and responsibilities and advancing our common objectives. This bill embodies the importance of our unique modern treaty relationships. La nomination.
The appointment of a commissioner responsible for the implementation of modern treaties will ensure that our government and future governments are held accountable for modern treaty implementation. This is in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as the action plan that our government has pledged to implement in partnership with Indigenous peoples.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to share a little bit about what modern treaties are and the work our government is doing to support Indigenous peoples on the path. Beginning in 1975, Canada has signed what are called modern treaties with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis rights holders. These agreements are also often include provinces and territories. They articulate the relationship, objectives, specific obligations, and responsibilities their signatories must achieve and fulfill. They can include rights and benefits relating to ownership of lands, self-government, or employment, to name just a few examples. La période des traités modernes a...
The modern treaty era began with the Calder decision, a Supreme Court of Canada decision that recognized the existence of ancestral title for the first time ever. This historic decision, brought about in large part by the Nisga'a Nation, opened the path to modern treaties recognizing the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples to their land.
Another group was challenging the actions of the Crown. This is where the first modern treaty was negotiated, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, signed in 1975. The James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement marked a turning point in Crown Indigenous relations, laying the groundwork for many modern treaties that followed.
We know that modern treaties can bring a large number of economic benefits to communities and encourage Indigenous people to participate in the Canadian economy. They can also promote autonomy and social, cultural, and political well-being.
Indigenous communities who sign modern treaties see improved socioeconomic outcomes, including increased average annual incomes, reduced income inequality, and higher educational attainment. Today, there are 27 modern treaties in Canada, covering more than 90 communities. As a modern treaty partner, Canada has made progress in upholding its commitments, but we recognize that more work needs to be done. For over 20 years, modern treaty partners have been calling for greater oversight to hold the federal government accountable to our modern treaty obligations. This includes calls to develop a federal implementation policy. One of the main reasons for this policy was to address a general lack of awareness, understanding, and action regarding modern treaty relationships, objectives, and obligations on the part of the federal government. That's why, in February 2023, the Government of Canada took a step forward by launching Canada's Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy.
The policy helps federal departments carry out their modern treaty obligations, promote treaty objectives, and strengthen intergovernmental relationships. It promotes awareness, understanding, and action to transform federal culture and processes.
The Intergovernmental Leaders Forum was established in 2023, creating an opportunity for the Prime Minister, federal ministers, and modern treaty and self-government leadership to come together and collaborate on shared priorities. Shortly after the Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy came into effect, the government and modern treaty partners began taking steps to create the oversight mechanism. We achieved that goal by proposing the creation of the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. Un des principaux résultats.
One of the main successes of this bill is the fact that it was developed alongside Indigenous partners, the very people who will be most impacted by its passage.
Mr. Speaker, now that I've outlined how this bill was co-developed, I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss the broader role the Commissioner will play as an agent of Parliament.
Agents of Parliament are independent of the government. They are directly accountable to the speakers of each of the Houses of Parliament and are fundamental pillars of our democracy. Currently, there is no agent of Parliament promoting and maintaining our relationships with Indigenous peoples, who are at the very foundation of Canada.
The Commissioner will provide us a unique opportunity to establish a new parliamentary institution focused solely on modern treaties. It will help make Canada a better partner by shining a light on areas where we can do more to address persistent structural issues related to modern treaty implementation. As an agent of Parliament, this role would represent a major step forward toward a future where Indigenous partners can trust that Canada will follow through on its modern treaty commitments.
This is especially important when we consider where our treaty partners are located geographically, Canada's goal of building a stronger nation, and the vital importance of strong relationships to our common success. Modern treaty partners are truly partners in confederation.
Some of the Commissioner's key roles and responsibilities would include 1. Providing independent and expert oversight of any activity carried out by the government relating to the implementation of modern treaties. 2. They would seek to ensure the timely and effective implementation of modern treaties. 3. They would report to Parliament to hold the government accountable to its modern treaty obligations. 4. They would be independent, objective, and impartial in the execution of their mandate and have expert knowledge of modern treaties. 5. They would have the authority to require departments to provide the information necessary to carry out their mandates. And finally, they would commit to uphold the spirit and intent of the agreements. En bref.
To sum up, the Commissioner would ensure that the government adheres to its modern treaty commitments, including in the nation-to-nation, Crown Inuit, and government-to-government relationships that these treaties support.
I will close my remarks today with a few final thoughts on what this legislation means for the broader goal of advancing reconciliation. Successive governments have continued to enter into modern treaties with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to guide our relationship, protect and promote their culture, identity, and future prosperity. We are on a shared journey of reconciliation.
We understand that reducing uncertainty and establishing strong partnerships with Indigenous peoples both contribute to building a stronger, fairer, and wealthier Canada. We understand that Canada needs modern treaties in order to develop.
Sometimes we need partners we can rely on. We know we can rely on our modern treaty partners, and we need them to be able to rely on us. Modern treaty partners are already driving innovation, investment, and development on a scale that benefits not just their communities, but all of Canada. They are doing this despite the fact that Canada has not always made it easy for them, that Canada has not always lived up to its promises. If this kind of success can happen despite persistent issues and inefficiency in treaty implementation, I ask my colleagues in the House to imagine what we could accomplish together if we were able to solve these challenges. What could we accomplish together if these treaties were implemented effectively and in full? It's time for us to take action and find out. That means living up to our commitments to respect the inherent rights of Indigenous people. It means living up to our commitments to advance reconciliation, and it means passing the legislation before us today.
Once again, I would like to thank modern treaty partners who stood by their rights and worked tirelessly on the co-development of this legislation.
Embarked on together shows what's possible when trust, credibility, creativity, innovation, and collaboration guide the co-development process. We are listening and working to fulfill all of our modern treaty obligations, in the spirit of reconciliation and a brighter future for us all. Mr. Speaker, let's pass this bill without delay. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech. Masicho.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her speech. We on this side of the House support modern treaties. We support the path to self-government. We support the path to economic reconciliation and wish to work with communities that want to see that happen. And we support those initiatives. However, the fact that the Minister has to table this piece of legislation dealing with a modern treaty shows the failure of this government. In 6 years, Stephen Harper signed 5 self-governing or modern treaties. 5 modern treaties. The government has signed 0 in 10 years. They've signed 2 self-government agreements, but they've signed 0 modern treaties. Not only that, we have numerous Auditor General's reports talking about treaties and the government's relationship to actually implementing those treaties. The Minister said in her own words that Indigenous leaders are calling for more oversight. We support that. And that the government has not been living up to its promises, and this has been decades. So, Minister, through you, why not just hold your departments accountable instead of creating a new bureaucracy?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member opposite's comments. I appreciate that the parties opposite are looking forward to supporting reconciliation and modern treaty partners. The importance of this bill is on implementation. It does take a while to negotiate land claim self-government agreements, modern treaties, but implementation is a day in, day out, forever process. And the importance of this legislation is really about holding this government as well as future governments accountable to living up to those modern treaty obligations. And so this bill is really about increasing transparency to all Canadians. So instead of just a minister responsible, the commissioner is accountable to parliaments, both ours as well as the Senate. So I do think it's a really important opportunity to ensure that we are focused on implementation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for tabling this important bill this morning. I have to trust the Minister when she says that it was co-developed with treaty partners, and we approve of that. We like when ministers talk about togetherness. I think that's something we can support. There's an important aspect for me, and it did come up in the speech. The Minister noted that modern treaties give Indigenous communities certain advantages when it comes to economic development and household salaries. So there's a divide opening up between Indigenous communities governed by a modern treaty and those who aren't. So I wonder what the Minister is doing to sign future modern treaties. Some of them are taking upwards of 20 years to get signed. How come we're not seeing more signatures of modern treaties? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of my colleague.
This legislation for modern treaty partners, but I think it's also important that the focus of our government isn't just on modern treaties. This is one part of our journey of reconciliation. It is also working with all First Nations, Métis, Inuit rights holders across the country to address priorities and concerns. And so in meetings regularly, it's hearing from chiefs on the need for improvements to our additions to reserve process. So working with my colleague at ISK to improve that process. So this bill here is about modern treaties and the implementation. However, we are continuing to work with all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit partners across country to address their priorities and concerns.
Good answer. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Government Deputy House Leader.
Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for her speech and for this really important work. Mr. Speaker, through you, the opposite member just talked about how the Conservatives fully agree, and I think that's a good thing. You know, this is what Canadians want. Canadians elected us to make sure that we can pass legislation such as this in a quick and effective manner so that we can continue to serve Canadians. But I do know that Conservatives have often voted or even delayed bills that pertain to Indigenous communities. Can the minister talk to us about why it's important that this entire House works together to pass this bill in a very quick and effective manner?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much to my colleague for her excellent work. Yes, in joining us in the gallery today are many of the leaders of the Modern Treaty Partners. And so in discussions with them this morning, it was the importance of passing this quickly is then the opportunity to set up the Commissioner's office as soon as we can. So we're really aiming to get this bill through Parliament as quick as possible so that we can stand up the office and continue this work.
Before we continue, just a reminder to members that members in the chamber cannot recognize members in the galleries. Only the Speaker can do so, or presiding officers in the Speaker's chair. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Corking-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her speech. And this is very important legislation, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from members of the Malnouth Nations that have signed a treaty, Mr. Speaker, including Chief Ann Mack from Tokwat, Chief Wilfred Coots from Uchuklasat. Mr. Speaker, they're citing that this is an essential oversight mechanism to help ensure the effective and timely implementation of modern-day treaties in terms of nation-to-nation, government-to-government, Indigenous-to-Crown relations, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is wondering how we can move through with all parties in this House to fast-track this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Minister can identify the conversation she's having with all parties so that we can move forward this legislation immediately. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my apologies for the breach of rules there. We have been having discussions with all parties, as well as our partners have been in discussions with parties, so we are hoping to get unanimous consent to move this forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The member for Sneem-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the Minister for the speech regarding Bill C-10. And treaties have evolved. Foundationally, Aboriginal rights and title is a main part of treaty negotiation, defining it versus extinguishment. Given that the Liberal government is going to appeal the Cowichan court ruling, is there a reason why Aboriginal rights and title is not mentioned in Bill C-10?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. The bill is about addressing the Commissioner for Modern Treaties, and so it's about the responsibilities of holding the government accountable, the oversight. So the focus is on the Commissioner ensuring that there's the transparency, the accountability to the government on modern treaties. The modern treaties themselves would speak to different issues, and the Commissioner would be reporting on those issues, but there's not the need to identify everything in the modern treaties. The Commissioner would be ensuring that it's being implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In a bill such as this to establish a commissioner, of course, we'll have to look at what's happening throughout the federal government's departments. Modern treaties are also about relationships with provinces. If First Nations have the autonomy to develop as they wish on their territory, there will be an impact on provinces. Can the minister assure us that there will be a respect for the role of provinces? And thank you. The Honourable Minister. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. Yes, this is a bill on the obligations of the federal government, so it is about what our role will be here in this House and in the Senate.
The Government Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the minister can perhaps expand on who was involved in the co-development of this and why that was, the people who were involved, why it was important to involve them. Thank you.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, appreciate the question. It was involving all modern treaty partners. The importance is that they have the first-hand experience and so can outline the challenges and the successes that are occurring with relationships between the federal government and modern treaty partners. So it was important to involve modern treaty partners and, of course, in respect of the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous Peoples, ensuring that this was co-created. And so really looking forward, this modern treaty legislation was developed together, and we're continuing to work together on many other policies and legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise today to speak about a matter that goes beyond the very foundation of this country, the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. That relationship is defined not only by our history, but by our honour. It is tested not by words or new offices, but by actions. It is measured not by the number of new bureaucracies we create, but by the commitments we fulfill and the promises that we keep. For decades, governments have spoken about reconciliation, yet reconciliation without accountability remains a broken promise. The Liberal government's proposed Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for the Modern Treaty Implementation, simply provides cover for their decade-long history of broken promises to Indigenous peoples. The new office of the Treaty Commissioner will tell us nothing that the Office of the Auditor General and many other Indigenous leaders have already told us, that this government continues to fail. I want to speak plainly about where we are in implementing modern treaties here in Canada. What progress has been made, where failures persist, and how we can fix the system without creating another costly bureaucracy at a time when taxpayers can ill afford it. Before we discuss implementation, it's important to define what we mean by modern treaties and self-government treaties. A modern treaty is a comprehensive land claims agreement negotiated between a First Nation, Inuit, or Métis group and the Crown, federal and sometimes provincial governments that settles outstanding Aboriginal rights and land claims. The purpose of a modern treaty is to resolve long-standing disputes over land ownership, resource rights, and governance-defined territory. The scope of a modern treaty can include land, resources, financial compensation, and governance rights, and often incorporates self-government provisions. However, not all modern treaties are full self-government agreements. Once implemented, though, modern treaties are enforceable by federal law and generally replace or clarify rights under historic treaties. A self-government treaty is an agreement, often part of a modern treaty, that specifically recognizes and establishes an Indigenous government with authority to make certain laws in areas similar to a provincial or municipal government. Its purpose is to grant Indigenous groups the right to govern themselves, including control over education, healthcare, culture, and local services. The scope focuses on political authority and administrative powers rather than just only land and resources. Legally, self-government provisions are binding and implemented under federal law. They can exist as part of a modern treaty or as a stand-alone self-government agreement. Understanding these distinctions is crucial. Implementation is not about creating new offices or new bureaucracies. It's about ensuring the Crown and its departments respect the legal authority already established in those agreements. I should note that the recent Whitecap Dakota self-government agreement, which passed with Conservative support in 2023, is not a full modern treaty. There are outstanding issues that remain, which I understand the government continues to negotiate on. I wonder, Speaker, exactly how a future Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation would be able to magically motivate this government to get this done. Naming and shaming is one, yes, but the minister can also do that themselves. The ministers of each and every department can hold their departments accountable for the failures rather than creating another new bureaucracy. And we know it can get done, Speaker. In fact, Conservatives under Prime Minister Harper signed 5 modern treaties in the span of 6 years. In over a decade, the Liberals have negotiated none. The 5 modern treaties include the Chilko First Nation Lands Claimed and Self-Government Agreement, and that happened in 2006. The Manuth First Nations Agreement in 2009. Swasin First Nation Final Agreement 2009. Sioux Valley Dakota National Governance Agreement in 2013. And the Delaney Final Self-Government Agreement in 2015. And make no mistake, Speaker, I've said it once, I'll say it again, Conservatives support modern treaties. We support Indigenous communities who want to get off the paternalistic and archaic Indian Act. what we don't support, is the mistaken assumption that spending more taxpayer dollars compensates for the lack of accountability within government bureaucracy. So who has been fired, Speaker? Has anyone been fired for not living up to what the government signed? Anyone? Any department's done some reorganization because of the failures of the government to live up to their treaties? Haven't heard that today in the speech. How has the Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations managed this internally? I know she's new. I get the fact she was just elected a few months ago, but the question still remains. So how is a report from a new commissioner's office going to change things when dozens of Auditor General's reports on the failures of government has resulted in nothing moving forward? The Office of the Auditor General conducts regular audits into treaty negotiations, modern treaties, self-government agreements, implementation, and treaty land entitlements. Just some of the audits, including the 2005 reports into the federal government's meeting treaty land entitlement obligations, the 2006 report into the federal participation in the British Columbia Treaty process, Indian and Northern Affairs, the comprehensive 2013 audit of the implementation of modern treaty obligations, and the 2016 report implementing the Labrador Inuit Land Claims Agreement. And that doesn't even include the 14 Auditor General reports since 2015 produced related to issues facing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Where are those reports? Have the departments, every government department, been addressing those concerns tabled by the Auditor General? This is why Indigenous leaders are calling for this legislation. Yes, they want to see more oversight, absolutely. We think the failure is on the government. We think the government itself, within the bureaucracies, and the ministers themselves have not been pushing their departments hard enough to live up to these modern treaties. And while these governments continue to ignore those reports from the Auditor General, those audits, they continue to ignore treaty partners, still no collaborative modern treaty implementation policy that happened in 2023. So what would you think is a positive step forward, considering this government is currently bogged down with 70 treaty negotiations, yet 2 years later, this government has not implemented anything? And here is another crucial point. Implementation is not about new policies, new offices, or new dollars into bureaucracies. It's a question of whether current officials are doing their jobs, whether existing departments are held accountable, whether existing laws and commitments are enforced. Yet here we are today, talking about a new office, a Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, a multi-million-dollar bureaucracy intended to monitor, oversee, and report on implementation. An office that is not entirely accountable to Parliament. The Commissioner, government and treaty partners will decide when audits will be conducted and how, not Parliament. Reports will be tabled by the Minister a few weeks after they receive them. Parliament will have the power to initiate audits of this government's handling of modern treaty implementation. I mean, it will not have that power. And with respect, Speaker, that's the wrong approach. We do not need more bureaucrats. In fact, the Liberals really ought to learn from their past mistakes. So between 2015 and 2017, several new federal offices and initiatives were created to work on land claim implementation issues. The Modern Treaties Implementation Office, Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, Performance Management Framework, Modern Treaty Management Environment, and Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, as well as the Reconciliation Secretariat. Since the creation of these offices, as I've said before, no modern treaties have been established by this government. There are 6 entities specifically designed to monitor, support, and ensure the implementation of these treaties. And now we're supposed to believe that this is finally the magic bullet that will solve it all. Maybe, again, the answer is to start firing those that aren't doing their jobs, that aren't living up to the commitments that the government signed. that the government is obliged to do. There are reports creating dust on shelves. Why aren't we just doing what those reports have outlined? We need ministers and officials to take responsibility for obligations we already have, whether in modern treaties, self-government provisions, or historic agreements. Since the 1970s, Canada has sought to move beyond the numbered treaties through the negotiation of modern treaties, comprehensive land claim agreements that establish self-government, define rights, and confirm jurisdictional authority. Today, there are over 24 modern treaties in force across Canada, from the Yukon and Nunavut to British Columbia, Quebec, and Labrador, and Newfoundland. These agreements represent some of the most advanced models of Indigenous government anywhere in the world. Yet today, the situation remains uneven. Some treaty nations have made substantial progress in self-government and economic development. Others remain entangled in administrative barriers, forced to negotiate or litigate and litigate again on the very rights they thought they had already secured. And for many Indigenous governments, the experience of treaty implementation has been one of delay and paternalism. Departments interpret treaty commitments inconsistently, and fiscal transfers are too often designed to preserve federal control rather than encourage and enable Indigenous autonomy. This results in what leaders have called the illusion of implementation, the appearance of progress without the substance of change. A treaty signed is celebrated, a treaty implemented, that's where the government drags its feet. Across Canada, Indigenous and treaty partners continue to wait for commitments signed decades ago to be fulfilled. Implementation remains chaotic and delayed. Fiscal transfers are late or incomplete. Departments pass down responsibilities back and forth like a file that nobody wants to own. Now, in 2024, the Auditor General reported again that the federal system remains fragmented, bureaucratic, and unaccountable. One of the greatest challenges is that no single department or body holds full responsibility for ensuring Canada's compliance with its treaty obligations. Responsibilities are fragmented across Indigenous Service Canada, and Crown Indigenous Relations, Justice Canada, the Treasury Board, just to name a few. This bureaucratic mess means that when commitments go unfulfilled, no one is held accountable, not politically, not financially, not morally. Yet instead of holding those responsible accountable, the government proposes millions more on a new office to supervise what should already be happening. Speaker, how many offices do we need to tell this government that they're failing? Adding one commissioner does not change a culture of performance. Only enforcement, accountability, and clear expectations can. A lot of this, as I've mentioned many, many times in my speech, has been outlined in various reports already tabled in this House over decades. Now, the Supreme Court's 2024 ruling in Restoule versus Canada was a stark reminder of what is at stake. For nearly 170 years, the Crown failed to honor the Robinson-Huron treaties, failing to adjust annuities as promises. The court called this a violation of the honor of the Crown, not an oversight, but a breach of trust. And yet, instead of ensuring that departments and ministers simply fulfill their obligations, now we hear talk of creating another bureaucracy to monitor implementation. The honor of the Crown is not measured by bureaucratic reports and new offices, but by on the ground. Homes being built, clean water, Indigenous policing being named an essential service, something that was promised years ago by the former Prime Minister Trudeau, still hasn't happened. Infrastructure is crumbling. Governance and economic opportunity is what Indigenous leaders are calling for. And it's Canada that has failed to live up to those obligations. So we have built a system that celebrates the signing of those treaties, but yet nothing is happening to ensure that those treaties are being upheld, despite the reports, despite the information, despite the studies, despite the conversations that we have on the ground with Indigenous leaders themselves that are calling for this. What will change, Speaker, what should change, is that ministers and departmental officials being held responsible for their legally binding obligations. And it will change when we start firing people that aren't doing their jobs. If a treaty commitment is delayed or ignored, someone must be held accountable. Not an office on Wellington Street, but the department itself, the minister and the leadership that signs those agreements. Safety and basic services remain uneven. As I mentioned before, Indigenous policing, underfunded, housing, substandard, climate-related disasters disproportionately impact Indigenous communities. The Auditor General has talked about all of this. The Auditor General also outlined ways to fix that. So the Commissioner will not build houses. The Commissioner will not hire police officers. A Commissioner will not ensure clean water. What is required is executive responsibility and operational diligence. Departments must prioritize. Budgets must be executed properly, and ministers must ensure that existing laws are followed. That is how results are delivered, not by another layer of bureaucracy. Federal programs designed to support Indigenous communities are often mismanaged. Hundreds of non-Indigenous firms have falsely claimed Indigenous status to win contracts. Oversight came way too late. Don't forget ArriveCan. A Commissioner will not prevent fraud. Proper departmental controls, accountability, and enforcement will. Similarly, free, prior, and informed consent is often ignored in practice. Consultation without power is meaningless. A Commissioner cannot give departments the political will to respect Indigenous sovereignty. Only leadership and accountability can. So, Speaker, the solution is clear. Departments need to do their jobs. They need to do their jobs. The authority, the responsibility, and obligation already exist. We simply need to enforce it. Ministers must be held accountable. If an obligation is unfulfilled, it is not a bureaucratic problem. It is a leadership failure. Parliament must ensure consequences. Indigenous governments must be partners in oversight. They should hold departments accountable directly, but without requiring another costly office. Performance must be measurable. Tracking, reporting, and enforcement can be done with existing systems. I've named already a bunch. If officials are mandated to act rather than report on not acting. Speaker, reconciliation is measured in results. Homes built, clean water delivered, Indigenous policing, economic opportunity, and the integrity of our nation-to-nation agreements. We do not need another Commissioner. We do not need more bureaucracy. We do not need another office to spend millions of taxpayer dollars when we're already running massive deficits. We need ministers, departments, public service officials who simply do what they are legally required to do. If we honor our treaties, if we enforce accountability, if we expect results, then reconciliation is just not possible. It's inevitable. Speaker, let us act here in this House with integrity, with resolve, and with honor. Let us ensure that every promise is kept, not with more bureaucracy, but with a discipline to actually do our jobs. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not necessarily surprised in terms of the approach that the Conservatives have decided to take on this legislation. Somewhat disappointed in the sense that, having an agent of Parliament report to Parliament with a certain level of expertise that is understood clearly by Indigenous communities and Indigenous leaders across this nation who recognize how valuable an individual of this stature could be, I think is unfortunate that the Conservatives don't recognize that. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to, does he believe that the auditor would have the same sort of background knowledge to bring to the table?
The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Well, Speaker, as I pointed out, the Auditor General has done many reports, and I would say the expertise was accepted at the time as an expert dive into the issues Canada is or is not living up to with modern treaty implementation or existing treaties and the lack of the implementation of those treaties. As I mentioned, 2005, 2006, 2013, 2016, plus 14 more that talked about where the government is failing when it pertains to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. There is plenty of information out there. There are plenty of reports. Why hasn't the government acted on the recommendations?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and it was quite substantial. One point was quite interesting because he refers to the 5 modern treaties that his government was able to conclude during the Harper government, while it is one fewer than the number of 6, which is the number of units of housing built by the leader of the opposition. But we've been asking for this commissioner position for modern treaties for years, and the bill was created with consultations with more than 100 groups. So it's been more than 20 years, and it covers the 10 years of the Liberal government when nothing was done, but it also covers the Conservative years. So why is he against a quick implementation of the adoption of this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Burton Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the work with my bloc colleague on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. Look, I understand why Indigenous leaders are calling for this Office of Modern Treaty Commissioner. I understand, because the government has been failing to implement existing treaties for decades. The government fails to implement its word on modern treaties. But again, the Auditor General has already produced a whole slew of reports as to how we can fix these problems. The government just continues to ignore those results and those reports. Like I mentioned in my speech, who has been fired in those departments? Who has been held accountable in those departments to finally see some action? So I don't blame Indigenous leaders who want to see this office created. I don't blame them for their frustrations with the government at all. But I question where the accountability is on that side.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the member for his speech. And I was a negotiator for my small native band as well as a chief councillor, so I understand the frustration of these leaders. But it seems to me that the First Nation leaders are saying the government-to-government relationship is not working because government is not listening and implementing a treaty. So the government's response is, let's create a treaty commissioner. Is there any chance of a commissioner getting treaty implementation done versus a leader going directly to government for the last 10 years at least to try to solve that exact issue?
Honourable Member for Haliburton and Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And my friend from Skeena-Bulkley Valley raises a good point. And that's exactly a fear that I share with that member, is that if this office created and we have another report and another report after that a few years later on where the government is failing on modern treaty implementation, will the government actually pay attention to that? Will the departments actually fix what has been broken? And the problem that I keep raising, and I think my member is getting to as well, my friend, is that it's been outlined in decades, the failures. Will a new office fix this? My fear is it won't.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and my honourable friend from Haliburton Kawartha Lakes. I don't think we've had an across-the-aisle exchange yet. So congratulations on his re-election. I would ask him to please reconsider. There are a lot of reasons that those nations in this country, those Indigenous nations that formed the 26 modern treaties that have been signed and negotiated, have waited too long. This bill was originally Bill C-77. It was introduced almost a year ago. It was allowed to die on the order paper. No point going back over which parties are to blame for that. But now we must come together and get this bill passed. Can he agree?
The Honourable Member.
Well, Speaker, I do support the fact that the government needs to live up with its modern treaty obligations. As I mentioned, the Harper government signed 5 in 6 years. I would also point to the member opposite, and I thank her for her question, that between 2015 and 2017, on top of the Auditor General's reports that I've mentioned a million times, several new federal offices and initiatives were created to work on land claim implementation issues. The Modern Treaty Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, the Performance Management Framework, the Modern Treaty Management Environment, and the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, as well as the Reconciliation Secretariat. How many more do we need before the government actually does their job?
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think recognizing the nation-to-nation relationship between Indigenous people and the Crown is of critical importance. And here we have legislation that's going to ultimately enable an agent of Parliament that would report to Parliament as opposed to just the government or just to the opposition. And the Conservatives are making it very clear today that they oppose that. The question I have for the member, and member opposite, Mr. Speaker, is it the Conservatives Party's position that they will not support this going into committee?
The honourable member.
As I mentioned, Speaker, the new office, as it's written, does report to Parliament. It reports to the Senate and Parliament, but it reports to the government first, and the minister then decides when that report gets to the Speaker, then released to Parliament. Parliament doesn't have the opportunity to dictate where the audits go, what needs to be studied, what needs to be examined. That's the problem we have with it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague once again for his rigorous work and the additional explanation he is providing us in this exchange. But there's a bit of a paradox because the commissioner is Eustace is saying, but then they will support the bill. But in the context that is before us, the Liberal government's legislative agenda is completely empty. We don't know what we will be studying until the end of the week. So why are we not adopting this bill quickly? Why are we trying to save the Liberal government? Let's send this bill to committee and amend it if necessary. But I'd like to hear my colleague on that. Why work so hard to go against it?
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and again, thank you to my bloc colleague for the question. And yes, it will get to committee, and yes, we will study it, and I'm pretty sure there will be amendments proposed, and we will see what gets passed and what does not, and we look forward to that process. But at the same time, we're in this chamber debate, and this bill has been tabled, and this is the first day it's been debated, so we have members that want to speak to it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I especially appreciate the emphasis that he has put on Conservative support for the reconciliation process with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, and also the emphasis that he has put on the expense of creating another costly bureaucracy when families are struggling so hard to make ends meet. The Auditor General's Office is an independent institution that audits federal government operations to ensure accountability, transparency, and the effective use of public funds. This commissioner appears to be the same thing without the concern for the effective use of public funds. Can the honourable member elaborate on the duplication here?
Give a chance to the member of Haliburton and Kawartha Lakes to answer in 20 seconds or less.
Seconds. Okay, thank you to the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith. Yes, that is something I outlined in my speech, how Parliament does not have the oversight it should. We'll look at that in committee and hopefully get some amendments.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, le député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the government is taking, in my opinion, an important step towards reconciliation with First Nations. I would also like to pay posthumous tribute to Jim Aldridge, an eminent jurist and tireless defender of modern treaty rights. He also was a friend of the Bloc Québécois. Throughout his career, Mr. Aldridge helped shape the legal and political understanding of modern treaties, notably through his work with the Land Claims Agreements Coalition. His commitment to building a fair and respectful framework for treaty signatories continues to inspire this debate and informs the very meaning of the bill we are discussing today. His approach was based on a simple but profound idea. A treaty is not a memory of the past. It is a living promise that commits us to the future. Jim Aldrich firmly believed that treaty implementation should be guided by transparency, accountability, and institutional cooperation, the same principles that underpin Bill C-10 that is before us today. His intellectual and legal work helped pave the way for what we are discussing here, an independent commissioner able to follow through on Canada's commitments and accountable to Parliament and Indigenous peoples alike. This debate, Mr. Speaker, bears the imprint of his legacy. The concept of modern treaties is a path to the future and one that we stand to gain enormously from embarking upon. Indeed, this type of agreement has enabled many Indigenous communities to develop and arrive with a new way of looking at relations between First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and governments. I'd like to talk a little bit about the first modern treaty, the one that paved the way for Quebec, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement signed in 1975. This followed the 1973 Supreme Court decision in the Calder case, which recognized for the first time that the concept of Indigenous title to land existed in Canadian law. The Indigenous rights of First Nations and Inuit and Métis were thus recognized for the first time. The James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement was, for many, the first modern treaty to be signed. The road to this treaty was not an easy one, but it helped advance the cause of First Nations and Inuit in Quebec. This modern treaty has been improved many times over the years by various agreements and other legislation. The last major improvement was the Pays de Brave, signed in 2002 by the late Bernard Landry and his opposite at the time, Grand Chief Ted Moses of the Grand Council of the Crees. The James Bay Agreement provided a framework for land management between the Quebec, Cree, and Inuit governments, enabling the territory's Indigenous communities to participate in the development of their territory while protecting important traditional cultural activities such as hunting, gathering, fishing, and trapping. The agreement also provides a framework for education. The James Bay Native Development Corporation was also created in partnership with Quebec to encourage economic development, but also to give them a voice in the future development of the region while keeping in mind the environment. It also gave First Nations and Inuit a voice in the management of justice and social services. In short, the breadth of this agreement has provided a voice that has inspired other treaties across Canada. Once again, Quebec was at the forefront. We were the first to embark on this path. At the Bloc Québécois, this perspective of reconciliation has always been at the heart of our commitment to Indigenous peoples. For us, it is essential that there be greater equity between us. Modern treaties like the James Bay Agreement are an incredible example of what we can achieve when we take the time to talk and reach out. By moving away from a nation-to-nation or government-to-government posture and opting instead for the sustainable partnership to co-construct together in an open, free, and informed dialogue by understanding each other, by doing things together. This is also why the creation of the Modern Treaty Commission is a policy that moves us forward. It is an example of co-creation and co-construction. It is the result of exchanges with over 130 groups, including Indigenous partners involved in modern treaties, Indigenous groups currently negotiating treaties, signatories to sectoral agreements, national Indigenous organizations, and provincial and territorial governments. Since Quebec embarked on this path, Canada has followed. Today, 26 modern treaties have been signed, 18 of which contain provisions for self-government agreements. The agreements touch on many issues of vital importance to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Firstly, they strengthen Indigenous governance by recognizing it and working in partnership in various sectors. This recognizes the skills and wishes of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Secondly, they help to improve land and resource management, firstly by recognizing their rights, but also by enabling them to put in place policies to better manage wildlife and resources with full respect for the environment, their culture, and their ancestral traditions.
They also support Indigenous culture, language, and heritage. As a Quebecer, this point is dear to my heart because protecting our language and culture is important to me. It is just as important for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. It is important to revitalize Indigenous languages, help Indigenous people preserve their traditional knowledge, and help them promote their identity and history. These cultural exchanges are at the heart of our society. There is something special about going to a hockey game in Rouyn-Noranda and seeing that it starts with the beating of a drum. This is something that touches our hearts and creates a sort of magic. Modern treaties also allow us to increase economic development opportunities for Indigenous peoples, giving them the tools they need to support their businesses and contribute to the Quebecois, Canadian, and international economy. They also allow for improvements in social development, including in the fields of health and education. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people are increasingly able to ensure that everyone in their community can receive the care they need. Lastly, they allow communities to have their say in environmental protection. This willingness to take care of the earth and to protect it is at the heart of their culture. This idea of thinking of future generations makes all the difference, ensuring that society leaves something tangible to those who come after. These treaties touch on a number of different points, redefining our relationships. As the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, I am well aware of the impacts of the James Bay Agreement and the Paix des Braves. The development of Cree communities in Nord du Québec is important to me. These communities were able to ensure their economic development and meet the needs of their communities in everything from education to sports. This partnership between Quebec, the Cree, the Inuit, and the Naskapi brought these communities forward, and that is why I nurtured the dream of a modern treaty with Anishinaabe communities in my region. It would ensure lasting development for all the communities in my region, giving them the necessary tools to develop their territory in partnership with everyone else in my riding. I hope that my message will be heard and understood. I believe that this is what it will take to achieve reconciliation. Let us now circle back to Bill C-10, which was tabled by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. In general, this bill would create the position of the Commissioner for Modern Treaties, who would be in charge of ensuring the implementation of modern treaties and serving as a watchdog for First Nations. This is a commendable step forward for a number of Indigenous peoples. That said, Ottawa must not use this bill to shirk its own responsibilities to First Nations not covered by modern treaties or numbered treaties. The Commissioner would be in charge of ensuring that the government honors its obligations and its commitments, including those linked to nation-to-nation and government-to-government relationships that will stem from treaties. Basically, the Commissioner would represent the government's willingness to change its culture of governance. For all too long, treaty implementation has suffered from a lack of follow-up, interdepartmental consistency, and mechanisms to track progress. The upshot of all of this is that even decades after certain modern treaties were signed, Indigenous partners are still having to fight to get what they were promised. C-10 aims at breaking this cycle. It would implement a framework in which promises made become promises kept, where accountability is a requirement, not a favor. The goal is to make implementation predictable, measurable, and public so that people, governments, and signatories can all track progress. The position will therefore allow for more transparency and accountability. That said, this proves that the government does not advance reconciliation unless it is being watched. We saw this with Bill C-5, where First Nations were only consulted in the most cursory way and where free, prior, and informed consent was not obtained. Failures like C-5 show that despite the pretty words of the government, they are still failing to provide quality services to the Indigenous communities they are responsible for. Even today, in 2025, a number of communities still live under boil water advisories when they have access to water at all. There are also housing shortages affecting a number of communities, and that is if their land claims are even recognized in the first place. These situations may seem outlandish, but they affect Indigenous communities in my riding. That said, the creation of the arrival of the Commissioner for Modern Treaties will change nothing for Anishinaabe communities in Abitibi-Témiscamingue because they're not governed by modern treaties. This is why I will repeat again that things need to change. A central point of this bill is that the Commissioner will be independent. I would like to commend this important principle. The person appointed would be in power for a period of 7 years, which could be renewed one time. Thus, in theory, they should be able to act without fear of repercussions. This principle is in place for other independent roles, like the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Privacy Commissioner, and so on and so forth. That said, I believe that the Commissioner should be appointed only after consultation with the leaders of the various parties in the House. The government's heart is in the right place, but I would encourage it to look at how Quebec appoints independent commissioners. In the Quebec National Assembly, the commissioner for the French language can only be appointed following a 2/3 majority vote. The same is true for the Auditor General of Quebec. In my view, this ensures that people appointed have the absolute confidence of the House. At the very least, the government should seek the approval of one party in the House before appointing the commissioner. This would prove that the commissioner's position is truly an independent one. Another point I would like us to reflect on is access to information. In my view, it is crucial that the commissioner get access to all the information they need to carry out their mandate. This is something that I will be focusing on when studying the bill in committee to ensure that, at the very least, the bill is worded in such a way that the commissioner can subpoena documents. It would not be a good idea to allow departments to shirk their responsibilities by citing an out-of-court settlement or some secret document. The bill should not be worded in a way that would prevent the commissioner from carrying out their role. Another point I would like us to reflect on is the impact of the bill on provincial jurisdiction. As I noted, the James Bay Agreement was signed between the government of Quebec, First Nations, and Inuit. If the commissioner is doing their job right, they will be focusing on federal responsibilities and federal responsibilities only. They would not be intervening in provincial areas of provincial jurisdiction. On that point, I look forward to hearing from different witnesses to assure myself that everyone's responsibilities will be respected. As you will have gathered from my remarks, the Bloc Québécois is in agreement about the principle of this bill. We are simply noting a few elements that we hope to look at in collaboration with other parties so that the bill could be improved further. I do have some concerns about the role the government wants to play. The last budget, which is getting older and older every day, set aside $10.6 million over 4 years for the creation of this commissioner's office and functions. But in the current concept of budget cuts, we should be asking questions about how much money the commissioner will actually receive. They will need money to do their work. The November 4th, 2025 budget must allocate funding to them. Luckily, when you do the math, you can see that the government already saved the first $2.65 million in the 2024-2025 budget. I hope that money will continue to flow to the commissioner's office to ensure that they can continue to do their work. I would now like to touch on the most important part of this bill, how the Office of the Commissioner for Modern Treaties will function. Basically, this office would be based on the functioning of the Environment Commissioner and the Auditor General. The office would be in charge of filing reports. The requirements governing this office resemble those that govern the Auditor General. This is great news because it will keep the spotlight on the government. I would like the government to keep up the principle of having the Commissioner testify before committee. Parliamentary committees will have an important role to play. That said, I should note that the Commissioner will have no coercive power. That said, they will be able to point out areas where the federal government is not respecting modern treaties, but they will not be able to compel any action. Action must therefore come from the various departments governing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. That said, the reports filed with the government will let us track the status of treaties, compliance with treaties, and the extent to which Canada is truly committed to Indigenous peoples. It will provide First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people with a tool they can use to see action done. Indigenous partners, including the LCAC, Inuit Tapiri Kanatami, and the Assembly of First Nations, are asking for certain modifications, including the presence of a permanent Indigenous Advisory Committee. They also want reports to be translated into Indigenous languages so that communities can follow results. Basically, these organizations are asking for a tool of shared transparency rather than a unidirectional relationship between the government and Parliament. I would encourage the government to implement these recommendations. I would like to note and commend the fact that this bill was co-developed with Indigenous peoples. That is a step in the right direction, and it is an important gesture which I think will create a climate of trust between the government and Indigenous peoples. Again, I would like to pay tribute to Jim Aldridge. He devoted his life to the awareness that treaty implementation is at the cornerstone of any relationship between peoples. He encouraged us to go further so that his words can become real actions. That is what we must be thinking of when we debate C-10. This bill is not about creating a government position. It is about restoring trust. Trust between the Crown and treaty signatories. Trust between institutions and the people. Trust that promises made will lead to promises kept. At the end of the day, treaty signatories are not asking for symbols. They are asking for real change, tools they can use to ensure that modern treaties, which are at the foundation of our federation, can finally become living, visible, respected realities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miigwech. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I think in terms of the legislation, I believe that it's ultimately a reality today because of the advocacy of Indigenous leaders. This isn't something in which just any political party has been advocating for, but it is something that has been long overdue. Ultimately, I believe Indigenous community leaders, and if you respect the issue of nation-to-nation relations, that this is the type of legislation that will make a positive difference. And I'm wondering if my friend can continue to add to his comments when he makes reference to Indigenous partnership, even in the development of the legislation that we have today.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his remarks. I think I did note this in my speech, but unfortunately consultation is all too fragile. We saw this with Bill C-5. The government just sent a letter to Indigenous nations and gave them 5 days to respond to it. That's nowhere near enough for consultations. That's always a risk when the government is carrying out its work, which is why we need a commissioner. The government should also be open to signing more modern treaties for nations not currently governed by them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my Bloc colleague for his speech. The member mentioned about the independence of this commissioner, should it be created, and I wish to point him to Section 28.2, which examines how the commissioner, should it be formed, reports, and his or her report would go to Parliament, or sorry, the minister first, then to the Speaker of both chambers, the Senate and the House. So I do question that chain of events. Also, does the member, given that we've already had a whole slew of Auditor General reports, and this new commissioner can compel documents and look into reports, but they can't force the government to do anything, just like the Auditor General, and we have tons of reports that don't get implemented. What faith does this member have that this new agency, this new commissioner, will actually have a different effect.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to my honourable colleague. I know that he cares deeply about Indigenous issues as well as public accounts. I sense a certain willingness to amend the bill. It's always good to have a watchdog in any democracy. That's essential. In fact, that's something that all parliamentarians should be doing, especially, and I believe this bill will help First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people keep an eye on the government. I think it is a tool that will be useful for them and for us in our daily work. Currently, we just don't have the ability to comb through absolutely everything the government does, so I am supportive of the bill. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for his interesting and relevant speech. If the past is a predictor of the future, well, I would note that the government has at various times blatantly criticized the parliamentary budget officer, whose job is to keep the government accountable. My concern is that we will see the same thing with the Commissioner for First Nations. I'd like my colleague to talk a little bit about what his thoughts are on the matter. What will be the impact on of the Commissioner on this House's work? The Honourable Member. Well, personally, I strongly believe in having independent agents of Parliament, people who will be able to oversee the work of the House, who are outside of the sort of partisan dynamic, who is able to ensure greater accountability. All of this is crucial, in my view. The Commissioner's reports will give us a better sense of what is going on in the ground, including in our own ridings, because all too often it's frustrating. Sometimes the government's intentions are good. But the reality on the ground is very different. The government has only built 2 houses for a community in the middle of a housing crisis. The government needs to commit much more deeply if they are going to properly serve the public.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that as we go through the debate on this legislation, and I'll make reference to a specific example momentarily when I stand up to speak to the legislation, but I can tell you that as a government, it is not only the documents that we sign off on, but the reality of how it is that we're supporting Indigenous communities. And if you take a look in terms of the last number of years, you'll see that the financial support has been there. And I will, as I say, cite a couple of examples shortly, but I'm wondering if the member would not recognize that we have provided financial resources and moving forward on the whole idea of reconciliation, in particular the 94 calls for action.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I would like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North. I would now like to circle back to my earlier answer. The issue is not that the government is not announcing funding. The problem is implementation. Things are not going well in First Nations communities. They are being subjected to realities that don't exist anywhere else. And at the end of the day, governments announce billions of dollars, and that looks great for the Liberals. It looks like their heart is in the right place, but the money doesn't get spent. It gets returned to the Treasury Board, and while the reality on the ground does not change. That's what we have observed, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I do agree with what the member just said. It's about implementation. And his colleague from Jonquière brought up the exact same point I was trying to make. The Auditor General has a whole library of reports on where the government is failing on a whole range, whether it's weather-related, clean water, you name it. It's already there. The government, and this goes back decades, I get this, 150 years plus. The government is not living up to its treaty obligations, either modern or otherwise. So why, if the Auditor General, and independent from Parliament, tables this report, why all of a sudden does he have confidence that this new commissioner will actually be able to force the government to do something that it hasn't done for 150 plus years?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you to my colleague. Well, times change. I do tend to believe that this bill should be passed quickly because there's a consensus about it. First Nations have called for it. It was co-developed with Indigenous peoples. The Commissioner is independent. They will be an important tool in Parliament's toolbox. But I also recognize what my colleague just raised in his question. I think this bill ought to be studied more deeply in committee. We ought to hear from stakeholders, and I would certainly be very curious to hear what amendments he would recommend if he's so intent on improving the bill. My colleague showed significant rigor. I hope we can carry this out in committee.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do share also a statement that my friend just mentioned, right? We're still not to the point where we're absolutely certain this will actually change anything. So we're going to create a bureaucracy starting about $2 million and change every single year for the next 5 years. And when you compare it to other offices like that, you're in the tens of millions. So I don't accept that the cost is going to stay the same. But again, it's about results. It's about results. I think what we can do here is support that modern treaties need to be implemented once signed. Forget the photo op. I know all politicians like to do that. Do the photo op, but ensure that it's implemented. We have the Auditor General's reports. We have all these departments that are looking after it. Has anyone been fired because of that? The answer is probably no. Maybe we should start there first.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes. I mean, I'll learn his writing name, I'm sure, and I'm glad we can work together like this to really insist on what needs to be done and really try to move things forward. But on the principle, I'm very much in agreement with him. Of course, these are things that are very important to our democracy, and I know that the Commissioner may not be able to do things that the Minister has done in the past, but we need to look at what needs to be the priority, and it's new territories that are modern is what is important to move things forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to yet another very important piece of legislation that the government has presented to members of the House. And as previous legislation, I would suggest and encourage members to get on board and recognize where the legislation is coming from. And see the benefits of having legislation of this nature become law. There's a number of things that I would like to be able to express, Mr. Speaker. Dealing with the legislation itself, I think it's important for us to realize how the legislation in essence came into being. It is something that did not see bureaucracy sit around a table and ultimately dictate something out of the federal government. In fact, there has been extensive work done to ensure that it comes from the leadership within the Indigenous community. And I believe that if you go through the legislation, it will reflect issues that ultimately have been raised by Indigenous leaders. And we have the legislation before us today because in good part of that commitment to improve that nation-to-nation relationship that we often talk about. It is a significant step towards, I would suggest to you, reconciliation. Even though it's not a part of the calls for action with Murray Sinclair, I believe that if you captured the principles and the essence of the calls for action, that this could have very easily been the 95th call for action, because it is a very powerful statement that will become reality if, in fact, we can get it passed through the House of Commons. In listening to the comments thus far, I am very much encouraged by the comments from the bloc. I do have some reservations with regards to the Conservatives, and I'd like to be able to address that head on, Mr. Speaker. Because I do believe in the questions and answers that were posed that maybe there is some flexibility and some room to see potential changes to the legislation that would satisfy, at least in part, the Conservatives. And I think that we need to, at the very least, explore that possibility. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the ways in which we can explore that possibility, or best explore that possibility, is after hearing a number of hours of debate on the legislation. For some, we'd like to see a smaller number of hours of debate and allow it to go to the committee where we can hear firsthand from Indigenous leaders, other stakeholders, and hear what it is that the Conservatives say could actually improve the legislation. So let me start off by addressing the primary concern that it seems that the Conservatives are concerned about. 2 points come to my mind. One is cost, and the other is the Federal Auditor General. In dealing with the issue of cost, I could probably spend a little while talking about the cost of not taking actions such as this to all of us, Mr. Speaker. All one needs to do is to take a look at the last federal election. The issue that came up at the door, every other door, Mr. Speaker, and if I was to raise it, I would suggest to you that 95% of the doors that I knocked on, concern in regards to the whole trade, Trump, and tariffs, if I can put it in the form of 3 T's, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that it meant a great deal, no matter what background the person might have been of, Mr. Speaker, whether it was First Nation or anyone else, was the issue of the impact that it's going to have on us economically and socially. And that's why I think the positioning of the Prime Minister was the right position for the time. And that was to recognize that if we are going to grow collectively together into the future, we needed to have one Canadian economy. Mr. Speaker, that is not possible without Indigenous leaders at the table. So when we talk about nation-to-nation relationships, having that direct input and indirect input, both I would suggest to you, is of critical importance. And we see that in a very tangible way going after the election, Mr. Speaker, where you had ministers and others dealing with the many different stakeholders, whether they're provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and others, seeing what we can do to build upon a one Canadian economy. I don't think it's a coincidence if you take a look at the first modern treaty, and it's already been cited, at least on, I think, once or twice now, Mr. Speaker, the James Bay Project in northern Quebec. That modern treaty enabled, I would suggest to you, for Indigenous community members and people living in Quebec to benefit immensely because of that agreement. It enabled the parties at the table to actually develop an economic opportunity that would never be where it is today if it was not for having a modern treaty, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I say that we have a lot to benefit by recognizing the true value of modern agreements and these treaties, and just how critically important they are. They are, in fact, a part of our Constitution. There is a constitutional mandate for all of us, for everyone that lives in Canada, that we have to respect and, in fact, act upon. And the modern treaty is like a living document where it does need modifications, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it would be wonderful if all First Nations was incorporated into a modern-day treaty, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that we continue to work in that direction. But as the minister in her introduction made comments, that these are not documents that take place overnight. We need to recognize that it takes time to make these modern treaties a part of reality. If you take a look at the preamble going into the legislation, and often I don't necessarily refer directly to the legislation, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's worthy of noting what it actually states in the preamble, because it's so relevant to what it is that I think that we should be talking about today. It says the Government of Canada is committed to achieving reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, Métis through renewed nation-to-nation, Inuit, Crown, and government-to-government relationships based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Mr. Speaker, and it states, modern treaties are a part of the constitutional framework, something that I've already made reference to, and represent a distinct expression of that reconciliation. Whereas modern treaties are intended to establish mutually agreed upon and enduring framework for reconciliation and ongoing relationships between the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples. Now, it goes on, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to read all of it, but I do have a couple more points I want to emphasize that members should refer to. Modern treaties are intended to strengthen the health, dignity, well-being, and resilience of Indigenous peoples to create enduring relationships between modern treaty partners and to advance national, social, economic objectives that benefit all Canadians. I wanted to emphasize that one, Mr. Speaker, because when you have the Prime Minister who has been pushing building the one Canadian economy, earlier in September, we had an indication of 5 major projects. You're talking about $60 billion. That's with a B, Mr. Speaker. $60 billion worth of economic opportunities. And I would suggest to you, if you factor in the indirect contributions, that it's a whole lot more. Well, I can tell you that if it was not for Indigenous leadership, a number of those projects would not be possible, Mr. Speaker. Indigenous leaders, businesses, entrepreneurs are at the table, along with others, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we build a stronger, healthier economy and social fabric in our nation. It might have been encouraged through some of the actions of President Trump, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, these are real projects. Take a look, for example, at LNG in British Columbia. and who the investors, who the proponents are for that particular project. When you talk about reconciliation, it's a lot more than just saying sorry. It is dealing with opportunities, remembering the past, going forward, building a stronger, healthier economy for all people in Canada, Mr. Speaker. You can talk about the copper mines that we're expanding through the 5 mega projects, Mr. Speaker. You know, there are projects in particular in Western Canada where I focus that are so critically important to all of us. Continuing on in terms of the preamble of the legislation, one last area that I'd like to quote from, where it states, whereas the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples states that Indigenous peoples have the right to recognition, observance, and the enforcement of treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements concluded with states or their successors, and to have states honor and respect such treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight those aspects because I genuinely believe that having an agent, and that's what this is all about. When you think of Bill C-10, it's all about the creation of an agent of Parliament that's there to recognize the obligations of Parliament. So the two primary concerns, it seems to me, that the Conservatives have with respect to this bill is the cost factor. The critics said, well, dealing with costs, we're talking about several millions of dollars. I make reference to that building of an economy and how through reconciliation and having agreements that we're able to achieve economic success that we might not be able to have if we didn't have that sort of a relationship, Mr. Speaker. And when you think of that agent of Parliament, well, let me suggest to you that that agent is well worth the few millions of dollars that it would cost to put it into place, Mr. Speaker. The other argument that was being used was the issue of expertise, or as the critic for the Conservative Party made reference to, well, we could have the Auditor General, or we have the Auditor General, and the Auditor General should suffice. Again, I would ultimately argue that that is not the case. That having an agent that is being proposed of Parliament under Bill C-10, I believe is very different than having the Auditor General deal with the situation. And let me give you an example on that, Mr. Speaker. I am a very big fan of Murray Sinclair. My home province is Manitoba. That is the birthplace of Murray Sinclair. And over the years, I've been a MLA and now as a member of Parliament in politics since 1988. And I've gotten to know the late Murray Sinclair, and I saw firsthand the impact that that individual had on our nation in whatever role he played. I especially got to know him a little bit better when he was appointed as a senator. And let me suggest to you why it is I raise Murray Sinclair. It's because it's fairly widely accepted across Canada, from coast to coast to coast, that Murray Sinclair's report on the state of Indigenous people in Canada and the relationship between the different levels of government, I think, has been widely accepted and supported. In fact, when Murray Sinclair made the report back in 2015 in the 94 calls for action, I was sitting in third-party status back in 2014, going into 2015, Mr. Speaker.
We've all been there.
A few years ago. And at the time, Murray Sinclair made it very clear that these 94 calls for action were of the utmost importance in terms of dealing with reconciliation. Now, I see you've only given me a couple minutes already, Mr. Speaker. There's 94 calls for action. Even though C10 technically is not one of those calls for action, I believe that if Murray Sinclair could have a 95, this would likely be it, Mr. Speaker, because it is about accountability and transparency. And if it was not for Murray Sinclair and his life experiences and the knowledge that he brought to the table, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I would suggest to my Conservatives opposite, take a look in terms of how and the type of individual that is going to be filling this particular position. By having a commissioner, an agent, an independent agent of Parliament here that's appointed for 7 years with an incredible background cannot be replaced by the Auditor General of Canada. Murray Sinclair demonstrated that very clearly. So the purpose of me standing, Mr. Speaker, today was to show to the Conservative Party that the merits of this legislation, at the very least, deserve being brought to the committee stage, where the Conservatives then can deal in more detail with what their concerns are, Mr. Speaker. But let's recognize that this legislation is good, it's solid, and it should pass the...
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kiwetinoong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with respect to the member opposite, I think that this legislation is very much more typical Liberal legislation. Mr. Speaker, I've had the honour of serving on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee for many years now, and we have seen over and over this government make a lot of big promises and then take very little action. The member spoke about the 94 calls to action, but only 14, maybe 15, Mr. Speaker, have actually been completed by this government. They made the same thing, big promises on drinking water, didn't follow through. Mr. Speaker, they said in fall of 2022 that legislation was around the corner to make First Nation policing services essential, and we are still waiting for that legislation. And the same can be said for modern treaties. This government has achieved zero, Mr. Speaker. So why are they looking to create more bureaucracy and more spending instead of just moving forward with modern treaties in the manner that they already have the power to do so?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I'm always cognizant of is at times there are political entities in the chamber that will provide misinformation. So, for example, we're close to 20 of the recommendations actually being completed. Not all the 94 recommendations are federal responsibilities. For example, the Pope actually gave the apology. The federal government might have tried to influence the Pope, but it was the Catholic Church that ultimately had to deal with that particular recommendation. The ones in which Ottawa is responsible, or the federal government is responsible for, at least 80% of them are under process. And you can't just, click your feet and wave a magic wand and have them complete. Many of them take years in order to complete.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Conservatives support modern treaties. There are concerns that with this bill, the establishment of an independent commissioner in office will lead to more government bureaucracy. My Conservative colleague from Haliburton, Karatha Lakes, mentioned in his speech alternatives to prevent this. How is the member opposite certain that this establishment of the commissioner position, that no government bureaucracy will take place? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I spent a great deal of my time in regards to how it is from an economic, social point of view that it's in our best interest collectively as parliamentarians representing all of Canada to ensure that we make progress or continue to make progress on Indigenous relationship between nation to nation. And this legislation, I believe, further advances that by ensuring that we have an official agent of Parliament that will be there to assist in taking or pushing the government to take the actions that are necessary, Mr. Speaker. And I did want to talk about the Shoal Lake 40 nations, but I hope to get another opportunity to do so.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Talked about making progress on these issues. I would point out that under Conservative government, we signed 6 modern treaties, and under 10 years of Liberal government, there has been no modern treaties signed. Does the member think that that's progress? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
As the minister who introduced the legislation explained, that it takes years to be able to get a modernization project. I suspect many of those modernization treaties that were signed by Stephen Harper might have actually begun under Paul Martin. And all one needs to do is to take a look at Paul Martin's impact on the Kelowna Accord, something in which Stephen Harper opposed. And had Stephen Harper supported that, we would have seen a lot more support on the issues of housing, on education, on health, which really, lots. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars back in 2005. So at the end of the day, I don't have a problem comparing records, Mr. Speaker. All one needs to do is say, look at the calls for action. Look at our record.
Questions, comments. Question and commentary.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The colleague from Winnipeg North was saying that reconciliation doesn't happen by excuses only. So can he explain to us in concrete terms today why the government doesn't withdraw the discriminatory Indian law, colonial law that was imposed on First Nations, that is paternalistic, so that is against real reconciliation? Why does this government not take action in the last few years and withdraw the Indian Act?
Government House Leader.
That's a really good question, Mr. Speaker. I've often thought that myself, and when I've talked to Indigenous leaders and non-Indigenous people that are trying to move that file forward, it is often raised. And I believe it's a fairly complicated issue, one in which I'm not prepared to answer at this time. I don't have that level of expertise, but I respect that is something in which I, too, from what I hear, would like to see disposed of. And I wish it was that simple. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
General Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is from Winnipeg, which has a sizable Indigenous population. Honourable Member has been very engaged with the members of his own community in consultation. So my question to the member is, what is he hearing from the members in his constituency, and how would we expect that to apply across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, one of the most prominent individuals that I've had the pleasure of representing, I believe she's actually moved out of Winnipeg North, is in fact the current Grand Chief, Cindy Woodhouse, someone that I classify as a personal family friend, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, she is a very powerful, strong voice for Indigenous community members throughout the country, and I've learned a great deal from her, and it's one of the reasons why I am an advocate in terms of ensuring that we continue to push the envelope on things dealing with reconciliation and actually getting the job done on certain projects. Shoal Lake 40 First Nations with the Freedom Road, you know how long they waited for that to happen? Or the water treatment plant over at Shoal Lake, getting rid of the boil water advisories. I think we want to continue to advocate for good, healthy policy and budgetary measures.
Questions and comments? Question and commentary. Resuming. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I just want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today on this important matter, and I'm wondering if he can highlight why it is so important that this legislation comes forward now and that we pass this through the House as expeditiously as possible.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I said at the onset of my comments, that this legislation is before us today because of an immense amount of work that has been done over the years dealing with the issue of identifying how it is that we can further advance Indigenous reconciliation, and having an agent of Parliament is something in which Indigenous community leaders and others like myself believe will have a very profound positive impact. It's a 7-year appointment with an individual that has incredible experience, and through that experience and knowledge, like someone like Murray Sinclair, I think it can make.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to hear the member talking about economic issues tied in with social issues, because that's what First Nations have been talking about for the last 20 years, at least. So it's nice to see the Liberals kind of waking up. But we're talking about basically the economy of Canada as well. The member mentioned that. And their treaty partner, Niska, has had a treaty for 20 years. And they opposed Bill C-48, the tanker ban. But the Liberal government ignored them. Is this ignoring of treaty bans, especially in the west coast of British Columbia, going to continue?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 51 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would refer the member for his first comments to the Paul Martin Kelowna Accord, where there was solid commitments that dealt with education, employment, and living conditions. And there was a lot of consultations that were done there. And in regards to the other part of the question that the member had, I would return the question by saying, is it unanimous consent from Indigenous community leaders in BC that ban was not the appropriate thing to do?
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're here talking about the creation of a Treaty Implementation Commissioner. Some background. I was the Chief Counsel of Haudenosaunee Nation Council for 6 years. Prior to that, I was a council for 8 years. That 8-year period, I was actually treaty chairman under the BC treaty process. So I was negotiating the treaty. So I read all the announcements over the last 20 years. I went to all the meetings. I read all the reports. And I read all the different positions being created to address very simple issues. And for those who don't understand treaty and how it's evolved, basically a treaty is a formal agreement signed between BC, Canada, and First Nations, and has evolved to basically formalize Aboriginal rights and title. And underneath that, case law that was established in the courts of BC and Canada, reconciliation. Now, that term is used loosely all over Canada, especially by politicians, for everything under the sun. But when you look at case law, reconciliation has a meaning. It's how to marry Aboriginal rights and title interests with Crown interests, meaning legislation regulations. Now, under undefined rights and title, which is what we're finding in cases like Cowichan, for example, it's complicated. I'll give you that. But a treaty defines those rights and title in a very prescriptive manner, including implementation. There are implementation provisions in the treaty of modern-day treaties. So why are we creating another position, another level of bureaucracy when it's already spelled out in the modern-day treaties? I've heard the awakening speeches from the Liberal government talking about social issues tied with economic development issues, which is great. I'm glad they've finally woken up to that reality, especially in First Nations regions, because we've been talking about that for the better part of 20 years. And before the 2004 court case came along, First Nations really did not have a seat at the table. It was the Haida Court case of 2004 that defined the role of the Crown in dealing meaningfully with Aboriginal rights and title interests, even if it hadn't been proven. By the way, the Haida First Nation where I come from, we intervened in that court case. That Haida Court case turned things around for my band. We went from one of the poorest First Nation communities in BC to one of the most wealthiest and one of the most successful. And more importantly, we resolved poverty. We resolved unemployment. And all those social issues, the violence of poverty, that started to go away. I am incredibly proud of that. In fact, I would love to see some type of report done on that. We're not talking about those social issues that many other First Nations are talking about anymore. Just because we engaged in the economic fabric of Canada and BC. But it's the politics that have held us back. The legislation created in places like this and in Victoria that many people don't understand and don't follow, and I don't blame them, especially today. They're out there trying to make life more affordable. They're trying to find a job, especially our young people who are reaching higher levels of unemployment. They've got their own issues. So part of my job, I believe, is to describe what is happening here in terms of legislation and describe how it affects the individual, which is extremely hard. Now, a lot of people will think, implementation of treaty, oh, that's such a great thing. They're going to create a commissioner. Well, the commissioner's got no authority. Basically, what the commissioner is going to do is take those decades of complaints of First Nations, formulate it into a report, and give it to government. And if government is going to be repeating their past behavior, they're going to ignore it. Or they're going to come up with some type of word salad speech just for the perception that they're actually doing something. When really these First Nation leaders are coming to the table in good faith, to not only to resolve their issues, but to sign a treaty. They're moving from a place of undefined Aboriginal rights and title that requires consultation, and they think they're moving into an arena where they're going to be treated as an equal partner to Canada and BC. Niska Nation, in my region, has had a treaty for over 20 years. They were the first to complain of the tanker ban that restricted their economic future. A treaty partner of Canada, but Canada did it anyway. Now, Niska, to be clear, they weren't supporting the transport of oil. They weren't doing that. They just thought that the treaty outlined specific roles and responsibilities between their nation, their treaty nation, and the government of Canada. That's all they wanted. They expected more because the provisions of the treaty said so. And treaty bans, unless you're gifted with location as an asset, is really tough to implement alone on it by itself without an economic base. Now, for some treaty bans that are close to urban centers, an economic base isn't that much of a problem, especially if land values are high, like in Vancouver. But for remote bans that sign onto a treaty, there's provisions in the treaty where at some point you're going to have to get off government funding. So the whole point of signing onto a treaty is to formalize an agreement between Canada and BC, but also to get away from the Indian Act. To get away from Indian Act funding. Everybody talks about dependence. Well, for the most part, the Indian Act is irrelevant. Nobody's going to enforce those archaic provisions. But the funding agreements still hold First Nations dependent on government funding. Treaty bans get government funding as well, but there are provisions where they have to develop their own source revenue. That is hard to do. that is really hard to do. You think about a typical band, maybe 800 on reserve, 800 off reserve. Their funding agreement probably amounts to $7 million a year, $8 million a year. I've been away from council for quite a while, so I'm not quite sure myself. But the provisions of the treaty expect you to replace that funding and be independent of government funding. Now, there are extra costs to that because Indian Act funding is formulated in a way where you don't really get the entire cost covered by Indian Act funding. If you need $100, the Indian Act will provide you 70, and you got to figure out the rest. That goes for water, sewer, administration, health. So First Nations are always continuously trying to make up the difference. And by the way, under the Indian Act, if you produce a deficit, you will get punished. There'll be clawbacks, or there'll be a cessation of programs, right? But here's the thing. In certain funding agreements under the Indian Act, if you produce a surplus, and it's not entirely under the criteria of what government expects, you get punished. You can't win or lose with Indian Act agreements, so it's no wonder First Nations are trying to find a way out. Whether it's leveraging their Aboriginal rights and title to be engaged in the economy to create their own social revenue, or they sign a treaty. In either way, these First Nation leaders are still trying to resolve one central thing. How do we resolve poverty? And all the violence of poverty that accompanies that. This is not new. I became treaty chairman in 2003. I used to go to the summit meetings in Vancouver, in Musqueam. They were talking about this back then. Not only in terms of implementing treaty, in a signed treaty, but actually in the provisions that we're negotiating at the time. I don't see how a commissioner is going to change this when it's just another office to pass a message on to government that, hey, government, you're not doing your job. That's what it boils down to. I mean, I've heard Liberal members getting up and talking about this new era of partnership in building the economy to combat Trump's tariffs. Then why have you opposed economic development for the last 10 years? Why did you create Bill C-69? Why did you create Bill C-48? We've already heard energy experts saying that you can't be an energy superpower without oil and gas. That our dependence as a country on the United States, taking our oil and gas at a discount, is going to limit our ability not only to diversify our economy, but also to limit us in becoming an energy superpower. First Nations are already there. We've been there for the last 20 years. If you look at the Haida court case of 2004, there's a specific clause that says there's an economic component of rights and title that must be respected. That's in relation to the land. Now, First Nations get it. They've got to make a trade-off, and they've been willing to make that trade-off. They've got a specific parcel of land, and in their past practices might have been subject to ceremonial purposes, or food gathering, or hunting, or fishing. They get it. But they're also looking at the ravages of poverty, especially on reserve, and even for that matter, off reserve. So First Nations have been pushing for economic development in all sectors as much as they could. Who stops them? The Liberal government with their legislation. I already outlined the Niska Treaty, your partner, who has a higher level than just consultation of Aboriginal rights and title because they have defined rights and title. They signed a constitutionally protected document with Canada and BC that said Niska is a partner of Canada and BC. They didn't do it just for the glory of signing a treaty. They thought they could build a better future for their people. That's why they did it. And they're doing a great job. At the same time, every modern-day treaty agrees to abide by the laws of BC and Canada. It's called the paramountcy of laws. They're agreeing to that. Meaning, if you go onto treaty territory in a modern-day treaty, you're not going to come into a brand new country with their own set of laws regarding speeding or crimes. You're not going to get that. They trade their undefined rights and title for that because they want to be a partner. Most First Nation leaders see that the issues we're facing as Aboriginals are the same issues Canadians are facing right now. We're in this together. And as, like a judge said, let's face it, none of us are going anywhere. First Nations want better medical services just like everybody else. They want better highways, better schools. They want that. Treaty bands are subject to taxation. They don't want higher taxes. And if they do submit taxes, they want to see those taxes being used responsibly. Just like non-Aboriginals in Canada. So somehow, this newfound idea of partnership with First Nations and economic development for Canada, coming from the Liberals, sounds disingenuous, given the past 10 years. But it is more important than ever. More important. Because as we go in to a limited economy, stifled by legislation and regulations, combined with unmanageable deficits, with no plan to pay off the debt, Canada's going down a dangerous road. I can tell you, as an Aboriginal coming off reserve, I can't believe that there's more people not talking about this. Other countries have proven what happens when you base your decisions entirely on politics. You think the cost of living is bad now? Go to a place like Venezuela where they base their entire system on politics. And now they're selling their resources for a penny a dollar. And you got to take a wheelbarrow of cash just to go buy a loaf of bread. Governance is serious stuff, and I do get the politics. I understand it. But if you keep making political decisions and not thinking about the future of our country, present day and future, Canadians will pay for that for decades, for generations. You're talking about treaty implementation. When I was a treaty negotiator and while I was a chief counsel, it was made clear to me, you make decisions based on 7 generations in the future. And we didn't have the luxury of spinning the truth. Or at least I didn't. Maybe I did have the opportunity, but I didn't go down the road. And yes, a lot of my policy decisions were not liked, but I was doing it for a reason. There was issues I wanted to resolve. But I also wanted to leave a better place for my descendants. It turns out that LNG Canada was a good decision, even though politicians rejected it for decades. The BC NDP in BC made outrageous claims of why LNG was bad. If you approve LNG, Victoria is going to be underwater. That's what they said. The Liberals said there's no business case for LNG. They told that to Germany. Meanwhile, we're trying to wave over here going, hey, wait a minute. We got LNG in Canada in our territory. We got Chevron, who was chased out. That was a $30 billion project. They were chased out. 18 projects in BC. All but 3 left BC. Now the Liberal government is talking the reverse side of it now. We need an economy. We need LNG. Maybe we'll become an energy superpower, but we're not going to talk about how. We're going to build oil pipelines, but we're not going to build oil pipelines. All this mixed messaging, all this wordsmithing, all this truth spinning, it's going to hurt Canadians. And this existential crisis that Trump has created is not an opportunity for more politicking. It's a time to think about us as a country. Where did we come from? It's a pretty messy picture when you talk about where we came from, when you're talking about Aboriginal interests. But if you're anything like me, I do acknowledge the past. I do understand the wrongdoings. But I learned a long time ago it's better to build a future. It's easy to tear down. The Liberals have already torn down our economy by saying no oil tankers on the west coast of BC, even though there's tankers on a daily basis coming down the west coast of British Columbia, from Alaska to Washington State. No mention of that. And by the way, Washington State, along with some of the oil that they get from Alberta, they'll refine that into gas, diesel, jet fuel, and sell it back to Canada for incredible profits. The United States has become an energy superpower for exporting oil and gas for domestic purposes and export. Where do they get a large part of their supply? Canada, at a discount. Treaty First Nations are there. They've been begging for the government to stop ignoring them. All we're saying to the government, do your job. Don't create another level of bureaucracy for a message to come from the commissioner to the government to say, do your job. First Nations want to build Canada just like everybody else. Come on, Canada, just do your job.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his intervention today. Bill C-10 is part of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act action plan. And that specifically, as he would know, most certainly, is to protect the rights of Indigenous peoples to their culture, identity, language, employment, health, education, and natural resources. Notwithstanding the fact that in 2021, every single Conservative member voted against the adoption of UNDRIP, could the member opposite please tell us how important it is to apply the principles of UNDRIP when working with Indigenous peoples?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
The principles are important, but not to the point of where you ignore the Haida Court case of 2004. Not to the point where you ignore Treaty First Nations. I mean, you're using UNDRIP as a cover to say Bill C-48 is basically needed. It's not needed, especially when First Nations are trying to resolve poverty. I'd put it back to the members on UNDRIP. How has your UNDRIP legislation resolved poverty?
Good question. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his great speech on this. I know that he represents a large rural riding in northern British Columbia, kind of just 2 over from northern Alberta, and I appreciate his comments immensely. He talked about the treaty relationships that we have around the world and getting out from underneath the Indian Act. I know that many people have been, that's a mantra that I think all parties across the House talk about, is getting folks out from underneath the Indian Act. I was wondering if you'd just explain a little bit more what that looked like for his particular community.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, resource development like forestry, mining, LNG actually brought in a lot of revenues, employment, and training. And I mentioned already that the Indian Act to me became irrelevant, archaic, except for the funding agreement. But for me, what we did was we segregated Indian Act programs and funding into Indian Act bureaucracy for my departments, my band council. But we created a new structure to deal with government and economic development and politics. And that's what really turned it around for us in what was a short time frame. Within 10 years, we basically no longer need Indian Act funding. And the issues, the social issues, they started to decrease on their own with no intervention from our bank council or government for that matter.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for a speech that was less about Bill C-10 and more about the importance of oil resource extraction in his province. It's certainly an issue that seems important to my colleague, but Bill C-10 is what we are supposed to be talking about. The government doesn't necessarily have a great record in terms of respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples. We saw this with Bill C-5 back in the spring. It was denounced by all sorts of Indigenous groups, but the government still forced it through. I would like to hear my colleague's opinion on whether the government respects Indigenous rights. I would tend to say that they don't. And if the Conservatives take power, will they respect Indigenous rights more?
Yeah, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to my member for that question. It's a great question, actually. In fact, it was the Liberal speeches that actually guided me towards economic development issues like forestry, mining, oil, gas. But yes, I agree with my colleague there on saying for the last 10 years, I haven't seen the respect from this Liberal government to First Nations members regarding their rights. And by the way, I'm talking about the rights as defined by the Higher Court case of 2004. And as Conservatives, I can tell you that we fully respect and will honor that court case of 2004. It actually has all the answers as opposed to what's being proposed by Bill C-10.
Questions and comments? The member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is frustrating to hear my honourable colleague, who is also from British Columbia, repeating some of the selective amnesia of his fellow members on the other side of the aisle around just how much development has happened in our province over recent years. Despite the member's assertions otherwise, at least 4 major energy projects, Mr. Speaker, including 2 major pipelines, a major natural LNG facility that I know the member knows well, and the Site C Dam have all been constructed in BC with a value that the Vancouver Board of Trade estimates at around $80 billion for British Columbia's economy. But notwithstanding that, the issue that I question the member on is whether or not he will accept the view of coastal First Nations in our province, who have said very clearly, just in the last week, that they do not support an as yet completely unspecified project from Alberta being built to the BC coast. The member is clear and correct in his assertion of First Nations right and title. He is deeply experienced on this file. Will he respect the rights and title of coastal First Nations in BC?
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
That is basically what the Higher Court case of 2004 clearly defines. But let me make it clear. It's the community that owns rights and title. It's not a collective of First Nations. It's not even their leadership, unless the community itself decides who their leadership is. And by the way, the Liberals talking about respecting Aboriginal rights and title interests. Why did you approve Bill C-48 when you knew full well that Niska Treaty Nation, what we're talking about here, treaty implementation, opposed it? You didn't say anything about that in your press releases, and you still haven't addressed it.
I just remind members to address their comments and questions through the chair. Question, member for Kenora Kiwatanong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the comments from my colleague here today, sharing his experience both as an elected member of this place, of the provincial legislature, and of course in his nation as well. He brings a wealth of experience and knowledge. I wonder if he has more commentary on the pattern of this Liberal government making big promises and bringing in very little follow-through afterwards. They're looking once again to create more bureaucracy and throw more money at an issue that they very well have the power to address right now, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if my colleague has any other thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, the member, for the question. It's a good question as well. And like I said in my speech, the provisions of the treaty already define what the government is supposed to do, not only in terms of the federal government, but provincial government, and the First Nations as well. What their roles and responsibilities now. Now, this has always been a one-way street, though. First Nations have always gone to the governments and said, can we implement the treaty as outlined in the treaty? Can we do that? And it's always been ignored. So my point in appointing a treaty commissioner is this another level of bureaucracy that the government intends to ignore?
Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Rimouski Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague seems to have experience with this file, but there's something clear to me. There's a contradiction between the Conservatives' intentions today and what we saw back in June. In June, the government tabled Bill C-5, the Major Projects Bill. It was supported by the Conservatives. And they didn't just support it, they allowed time allocation for it. 4 days into a new government, the Conservative Party supporting time allocation. That's a rare thing. Here's the thing about C5, though. It was roundly criticized by Indigenous communities because there was barely any consultations. They got some letter and 5 days to respond to it. So if my colleague truly wants to advance reconciliation, how come his party supported a bill which saw no consultation of First Nations?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the member for the question. Basically, yes, we did support it, but we did want to put protections in, which we debated, and we got in. And by the way, I don't blame the First Nations for their mistrust of this, because in one day the government said First Nations don't have a veto. And I suspect they got that out of the case law, specifically out of court case of 2004. But then the very next day, when they got political pushback, they said they would not do anything without First Nation consent. And then added they would not do anything without national consensus. But in both cases, they didn't define it. But I think we all agree, we all have to build up the economy, we have to get away from the tariffs, and we have to actually rebuild our economy for the sake of Canadians.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Yellowhead. Kwe, Udlukut, Tansi, hello, and bonjour. I'd like to begin by honoring the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation on whose traditional, unceded, and unsurrendered territory Canada's Parliament is established. I'm honored to rise and speak today in support of Bill C-10, which would establish a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. The bill has strong support from modern treaty partners, and its introduction is an important step forward on the path of reconciliation. At its core, it's an opportunity to turn shared priorities into shared progress. To better understand this opportunity, I'll speak on how we got to where we are today. That means looking back at the history that shaped our present reality, the history of treaties in Canada. I will also discuss what a modern treaty is and why we have faced calls to improve the implementation, accountability, and oversight of modern treaties for more than 20 years. Treaties have long been the foundation of the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. For example, in the 18th century, the peace and friendship treaties were intended to reestablish peace and trade after conflicts. Meanwhile, the treaties signed after 1763 over First Nation territories opened much of Canada to non-Indigenous settlement in return for recognition of specific rights, annuities, and goods, among other benefits. The treaties from this period and into the 1920s are referred to as historic treaties. And I'd like to take a moment and just say that last Wednesday was Treaty Day for all of Mi'kma'ki, and in Nova Scotia, we had a flag raising at the Lieutenant Governor's house that was very well attended, and I actually saw the document that is now 300 years old framed in that house, and it was a really, truly special moment. But Mr. Speaker, as members know, during the historic treaty period, Canada adopted colonial, paternalistic policies that inflicted harm on Indigenous peoples. These are painful truths that we now acknowledge as part of our ongoing journey of reconciliation. Decades later, Canada entered a new era in treaty making, the modern treaty era. While modern treaties are distinct from historic treaties, they remain a foundational part of the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. I'm now going to explain some of this history. The modern treaty era began in 1973 with the Supreme Court decision Calder et al. Versus the Attorney General of British Columbia. This case centered around the Nisga'a Tribal Council in British Columbia, who sought recognition of their title to lands they had historically inhabited. Until 1951, the Indian Act made it illegal for Indigenous communities to use banned funds to support any litigation or claim, making it difficult to pursue their title to the land. Nisga'a Chief Frank Calder brought the case to the courts. First, their case was rejected by the Supreme Court of British Columbia, and then the Court of Appeal of British Columbia. The Nisga'a Tribal Council escalated the case to the Supreme Court of Canada, where in trial they lost the case by one vote based on a technicality in the judicial process. Although Nisga'a did not reach the outcome they sought, the decision led to the Government of Canada's first land claims policy that concerned the settlement of land claims by groups seeking title rights to land. This new policy would be important when Canada entered into the first modern treaty with the James Bay Cree Nation. Around the same time as Nisga'a and the Calder case, Quebec Hydro sought to develop land claimed by the James Bay Cree Nation without consulting the Indigenous peoples inhabiting the land. In response, the First Nation partnered with the Indians of Quebec Association to negotiate with the province of Quebec, though without success. Later, with the help of the Northern Quebec Inuit Association, the case was escalated to the Superior Court of Quebec. Eventually, the James Bay Cree Nation and Inuit of Northern Quebec signed a modern treaty with the Government of Canada and the province of Quebec. The implementation of that treaty began 50 years ago on November 11, 1975. The treaty permitted Quebec Hydro's development of the land, and the Cree and Inuit inhabiting the territory were offered acknowledgement of their rights to the land. This first modern treaty was a landmark for Indigenous peoples across Canada, setting a new precedent in treaty making. In 1982, there was another landmark that proclaimed and affirmed the rights of Indigenous peoples in Canada, the Constitution Act 1982. Notably, it was forward-looking, acknowledging that additional rights and freedoms could be defined by Indigenous peoples in the future through land claims settlement. Despite this progress, tensions and disagreements persisted. To find solutions, the Royal Commission of Aboriginal Peoples was established to find ways to rebuild the relationship. The Royal Commission spent 5 years studying the relationship between the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples. They found that the federal government lacked policy oversight and needed better guidance on land claims other than through the courts. The Commission proposed that an implementation office be established to oversee the government's treaty, claims, self-government accords, and other obligations. At the heart of these recommendations was the need for foundations for a new relationship. This included calls for improved review and oversight of modern treaties. Since then, the Government of Canada has faced many calls to improve modern treaty implementation. For instance, in 2003, an Auditor General report outlined the findings of an audit that studied the department's management and accountability on its transfer of responsibility to Yukon, as well as land claim agreements. The report found that there was a lack of performance reporting measures and ineffective implementation. 4 years later, in 2007, the Auditor General published a report on the Inuvialuit Final Agreement. The report noted the absence of a formal structure to oversee implementation, lack of a strategic approach to implement its modern treaty obligations, and lack of monitoring on how Canada fulfills these obligations. Also, it noted there was inconsistency in the vision between the Government of Canada and claimants regarding their respective roles and responsibilities. Most striking was the recommendation from the Standing Senate Committee on Indigenous Peoples that the Government of Canada immediately begin to establish, in collaboration with modern treaty partners, an independent commissioner for modern treaty implementation. A similar call was included in the calls for justice detailed in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. It calls on the Government of Canada to immediately implement and comply with the calls from international and human rights bodies to establish treaty monitoring bodies, such as the one we're discussing here today. To summarize, since the beginning of the modern treaty era in Canada, the federal government has been called upon to improve accountability and oversight. Today, we have the opportunity to make history by responding to those calls, by fully committing to honoring the relationships and fully meeting the obligations enshrined in modern treaties. Modern treaty partners strongly advocated for the introduction of this bill, and modern treaty partner leadership named establishing the Commissioner as a top priority during the Land Claims Agreement Coalition Conference held in February of this year. It's important to remember that modern treaties are about moving the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples forward. Mr. Speaker, the social, cultural, and economic growth driven by modern treaties creates opportunities for Indigenous partners and all people in Canada. It is also central to the One Canadian Economy Act, which integrates Indigenous leadership into national infrastructure and climate planning. Mr. Speaker, I ask the members of this House to vote yes on this legislation. I ask them to vote yes to responding to 20 years of calls for greater accountability and transparency in modern treaty implementation, to vote yes to living up to the promises enshrined in modern treaties, in our laws, and in our Constitution. I ask them to vote yes to a stronger and more resilient Canadian economy underpinned by thriving Indigenous communities and meaningful Crown Indigenous collaboration. I ask them to vote yes to Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, Marcy, thank you, and merci.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for sharing her comments, and I congratulate her on her election to this place, Mr. Speaker. I just want to highlight, for me, what's striking with this bill is that it really, Mr. Speaker, is not necessary. The government has the power right now to bring forward and deal with modern treaties. The past Conservative government got 6 modern treaties signed, Mr. Speaker. So after 10 years of this tired Liberal government, I'm wondering if the member can share with what exactly has prevented them from doing this work to this point, Mr. Speaker, because the power is in their hands.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I would say that the need for this, Commissioner, is really coming from the relationship that we have now and that we're continuing to grow with our Indigenous partners across this country. This was a bill that was in the last government and up for debate and didn't get passed, and we have been asked specifically to consider passing it without amendment because it is a top priority, and part of a healthy relationship is listening to the people in that relationship, and this is something that is very much wanted, and it holds the government to account, and it's a very big, has a very big role in transparency. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. Le député de
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Rimouski-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, thank you. My colleague talked about responsibility. That's very important. Could she tell me where the responsibility is in this bill? There is no power to implement anything for the commissioner, simply to review. It'll be able to, he or she will be able to look at what's happening, but not be able to do anything. All we're doing is giving them a whistle. So what about accountability and responsibility? Where is that?
Member for Halifax.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I think that it's pretty clear in some of the details in the bill kit that this isn't teeth like a court, right? This is more really holding the government to account, being transparent, and making sure that we're doing what we've committed to do in this relationship and to progress truth and reconciliation in this country. So it's not intended to have those teeth, but it's intended to be a really positive step forward in guiding us on this journey that we're all taking together. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's advocacy. She's a very powerful speaker, I must say, Mr. Speaker, in taking, I believe, a responsible position with respect to C-10. Let's be very clear, there is an opposing view on this point. The Conservatives tend to believe that the Auditor General of Canada suffice. We don't need to have this legislation. And the question I have for my colleague is that having an independent agent dealing with the whole issue of reconciliation and these reports, and these treaties, the modern treaties, having the background experiences is something in which would be of great value to Parliament by establishing the Commissioner, and that all of Canada would benefit by having an advocate that has a special focus on this issue. Would she not agree?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you very much for the question. I 100% agree that we do need this independent commissioner and that this commissioner is chosen in collaboration with our Indigenous partners that we've been working on this with for so long. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The
honourable member for Rimouski-Lamatypitzia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the colleague to explain the gap between words and actions. We're talking about reconciliation and so on, but this same government tabled Bill C-5 without even consulting with Indigenous peoples and nations. How can we explain that this government, which completely ignored them, now tell us that they really want reconciliation?
Very brief response.
Thank you. I would just say that we have been consulting Indigenous communities across this country for Bill C-5. We've been in these conversations for months now, and I actually disagree with that statement. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Let's please do that. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to speak in strong opposition to Bill C-10, the so-called Modern Treaty Implementation Act. Let me begin by stating what should be obvious, but which often gets lost in the noise of this Liberal government's grandstanding. Conservatives support treaty rights. We support the process of reconciliation with Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, not just in word, but in meaningful action. And we have the record to back it up. Under Prime Minister Harper, 5 modern treaties were successfully negotiated in just 6 years. These weren't symbolic gestures. They were real agreements that advanced Indigenous self-government and secured land and government rights that had been long delayed. Now contrast that with the current Liberal government, 0 modern treaties negotiated in over a decade in office. That's not progress, that's paralysis. And that Liberal record is shameful. And now, after years of doing nothing, the Liberals are suddenly telling Canadians that the answer to their own failure in bureaucracy is another office, more Ottawa insiders, and a new commissioner that, let's be honest, duplicates work already being done by the Office of the Auditor General. Now, Mr. Speaker, my riding of Yellowhead is home to 7 Indigenous communities and is located on Treaty 6, 7, and 8 lands. These are proud nations with deep roots, strong traditions, and growing aspirations. I've had the opportunity to meet with leaders and members of the communities since my election this spring. And let me tell you, what they need is not another report from another commissioner. What they need is for government to do its job. Can you imagine what an estimated $2.6 million on annual budget for this office could accomplish in Indigenous communities in my riding, in Indigenous communities across the country? Throughout the country, Indigenous communities need housing. They need better infrastructure. They need clean water, something the government has promised and has repeatedly failed to deliver. They need the federal government to live up to existing treaty commitments, not to kick the can down the road while claiming moral high ground from behind a new desk in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-10 is not about reconciliation, it's about political theater. Let's take a closer look at what this bill actually does. It creates a new agent of Parliament. The so-called Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation. This commissioner will write reports, table findings, and issue recommendations. But as we've already heard today, they won't have any authority to enforce anything. And the kicker, their reports go first to the minister, the same minister who is failing to implement the treaties in the first place. So before these reports are even tabled in the House. That doesn't sound very transparent to me. Now, proponents of the bill, including many Indigenous stakeholders, have expressed support, saying they will improve accountability. And I respect their voices and their opinions on this legislation. I also respect their frustration. After a decade of promises that were broken from this Liberal government, I understand the desire to take any measure that might force Ottawa to pay attention. But we need to be honest about what this bill is. This is not real accountability. This is bureaucratic theater, and it comes with a price tag. We're told the new office will cost $10.6 billion over the 4 years, or million, sorry, $10.6 million over next 4 years, employing about 15 full-time bureaucrats. Now, that may not sound like much to the big spenders on the other side of the house, but let me remind them that Canadians are hurting right now. Inflation is out of control. Families across Canada are struggling to heat their homes, fill their gas tanks, and put food on the table. These struggles are not exclusive to Indigenous communities, nor are they exclusive to communities just in my riding. Every member of this House sees the impacts of the Liberal spending in their ridings and hears about the needs of their constituents on a daily basis. As a CPA, I've seen firsthand the effects of increased Liberal taxes on my community. Small businesses are drowning in red tape, and this government solution is to spend millions more creating yet another office in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, this is not common sense. This is Liberal nonsense. Let me remind the House that we already have a respected, independent institution that audits federal Indigenous programs and treaty obligations, the Office of the Auditor General. Since 2005, that office has issued over 20 reports on everything from treaty land entitlements to self-government agreements to implementation of modern treaties. As a new member of the Public Accounts Committee, I am dismayed to learn how so many of these reports and these recommendations have gone unimplemented. Although I have only been assigned to this committee for a short time, I've seen time and again the work is being done. The Auditor General and her office are spending time and money to dig into these issues and to table these reports in Parliament. Yet again and again, they are ignored. Tangible recommendations that the government cannot bother to follow through on. In fact, Mr. Speaker, some of the most damning evidence of this government's failure has come from the Auditor General's reports. But what has the Liberals' response been? Not action, not implementation, but more delay, more excuses, and now more bureaucracy. Creating a new commissioner doesn't hold the government to account. It just adds a middleman. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is not more paper, it's more performance. We need ministers and departments to do the job they're paid to do. No more shifting blame, no more hiding behind reports, just do your job. Now, I want to speak directly to, for a moment to the Indigenous leaders and communities in Yellowhead and across the country. I hear you. I see your frustration. I know you're tired of waiting. I know you've heard a lot about promises from the government on every strike and too few results. We do not need more layers of government to make good on your obligations. They just need to take leadership, we need accountability, and we need action. Conservatives are committed to advancing reconciliation through real results, through negotiated agreements, through infrastructure development, and through ensuring that Indigenous communities have the tools they need to succeed on their own terms. Reconciliation is not served by bloating the bureaucracy in Ottawa. It is served by empowering Indigenous communities at home. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal approach to reconciliation has become performative and bureaucratic. Canadians are seeing through it. Bill C-10 is not a solution. It's a diversion. It's a smokescreen for a government that has failed to act. It is a press release disguised as policy. It is ultimately a waste of time, energy, and taxpayer money that would be better spent actually implementing the treaties we already have. On June 11, 2008, Prime Minister Stephen Harper said the following during the government's apology to former students of Indian residential schools. It, being the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, will be a positive step in forging new relationships between Aboriginal peoples and other Canadians. a relationship based on knowledge of our shared history, a respect for each other, and a desire to move forward together with a renewed understanding that strong families, strong communities, and vibrant cultures and traditions will contribute to a stronger Canada for all of us. What this bill proposes will not improve the lives of communities it seeks to help. It will only create another hurdle, another level of bureaucracy, and another barrier for Indigenous communities who simply need the government to do their jobs, to honor existing treaties, and to follow through on their promises. Let me close by returning to my riding of Yellowhead, a region rich in history and tradition, a home to proud Indigenous peoples who want the same that every Canadian, the opportunity to build a better life, to raise healthy families, and to move forward with dignity and respect. They don't need another commissioner. They don't need another report. They need government that will stop talking and start doing. That's what Conservatives will fight for, and that's what I will fight for. I urge all members to vote against Bill C-10. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his what I take as genuine comments to this House. But I also want to take this opportunity to point out that members opposite and members in the opposition actively deny some of the horrors of residential schools and subsequent intergenerational trauma. So will the member take this opportunity to state on the public record that he acknowledges the horrors of residential schools, acknowledge the deaths of Indigenous children at residential schools, and acknowledge the need for genuine truth and reconciliation? Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
I thank the member for his question. As I even stated in my speech earlier, that the Conservatives have a long history of stating that they do recognize that there was the problems in the past, and that we have addressed it. Starting back with Mr. Harper, we had several times where we had actual action that was done, and not just words, but things that were actually produced and going forward. So, and I myself too do recognize that there was these problems, and we as the Conservative side want actions and not just more words. Thanks.
Question and commentaire. L'honourable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Lamattapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and I'm going to give him some time so that he can put his earpiece in so that he can understand one of the two official languages of this House. So my question is, we know that the Conservative Party is the champion of responsibility and accountability. With this bill, the new commissioner will have an observation power only. They will not have any other authority, so they can observe a situation, but their hands are tied. So can my honourable colleague, can the honourable members tell us if they are for the commissioner having real powers so that they can really change things when the government will go against their commitments?
I thank my honourable member for his question, and I agree that this commission would have absolutely no teeth. So it begs the question: do they really have any ability to do anything that is not already in existence? It's very similar to the Auditor General, where she has all kinds of recommendations and nothing would be accomplished. They can choose to ignore things. So I do see this as a waste of money when we already have the ability with the Auditor General to do the reports that this commissioner would now have the ability to do. It's just a repeat of the same abilities we already have. So it is very much a waste of time. But I'm not sure that I would actually want to give the commissioner any more power unless you want to extend it to making the Auditor General have the power to make those implementations too. So they would be on the same level as far as I see. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague is new in this place, but I'm not. I've been here for 10 years now, and I have seen repeatedly how this government ignores reports from officers of Parliament. They ignore reports from the Auditor General. The Auditor General will come in and audit a department. They will find shortcomings. They table a report. The government says they accept the findings, and then they do nothing. They've done this with every officer of Parliament. They ignore the Information Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, So what would adding another officer of Parliament do other than give them another person whose reports the government can ignore?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you to the honourable member for his insight into the past 10 years. And from my reading and learning over the last several months, I see absolutely no benefit to creating more reports. We need to actually have action, and to just have another place for creating another bookshelf to store another report to collect dust is not going to be productive and doesn't get to the root of any of the problems. We need to actually implement what we have and listen to the reports that we had. Like I said earlier in my speech, we've had over 20 reports from the Auditor General, and very few of those have actually been implemented. So there's no point in creating more reports to be ignored. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Please to débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to address the House this afternoon to join the debate on Bill C-10. I want to thank the member from Abbotsford South Langley, who is covering for me at committee at the moment. Thank you for assisting me so that I could be here and address the House on this important legislation. I also want to acknowledge today as a somber anniversary, October 7th, the somber anniversary of the worst instance of anti-Semitic violence since the Holocaust. My grandmother was a Holocaust survivor, Mr. Speaker, and I can't imagine what her response would have been, was she still alive, to those horrific images from that terrorist attack. But the violence of the continuing to hold hostages continues as well, Mr. Speaker, continuing from that day, and I add my voice to that of many calling for the release of those hostages, Mr. Speaker, and for Hamas to lay down its arms. I wanted to, I know that's not the topic of this bill, but I did want to mention that given the day that it is. Mr. Speaker, today we're debating, as I said, Bill C-210, a bill that is a government bill purportedly dealing with issues of justice and reconciliation. The bill does not do that at all, and on that basis we'll be opposing. And I'll be explaining both our opposition to the bill and why I think we should take a different approach. Before I do that, the clock seems to be off. I am not splitting my time, so just so that's clear. Thank you, Speaker. This bill would add an additional bureaucratic system around adherence to modern treaties. This bill would propose to create an additional Commissioner of Parliament that would assess and look at the government's response to modern treaties. And I suppose the logic of the government here is the only thing holding them back from fulfilling their promises is if there was just one more commissioner telling them to do the right thing. There is, as my colleagues have pointed out, there is always a multiplicity of reports from independent officers and commissioners of Parliament and from civil society highlighting the shortcomings of this government. And what the government could do is to act on the many recommendations that they have received for concretely improving the lives of Indigenous peoples. But instead of actually taking the kind of concrete action that we and many others have proposed, the approach of the government is to say, well, just maybe if we add one more commissioner, that will make all the difference. I did want to comment as well, just in response. I believe it was the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, who's a new member, who was making some outrageous claims about the Conservative Party's approach to what happened in residential schools. And In fairness, the member is a new member, but he could still read the history of this place, of what occurred here, what was said here prior to the time when he was elected. He maybe doesn't know, but could know that it was Stephen Harper, previous Conservative Prime Minister, who apologized officially on behalf of the Government of Canada for what happened in residential schools. And it is the Liberal Party that continues to acknowledge, honor, and celebrate Liberal prime ministers in their recent history who were involved in the opening of residential schools. So some of the efforts of that member to try to make this partisan in terms of the issue of truth and reconciliation. If he wants to talk about partisan differences when it comes to actions and steps here, I'm happy to educate him about partisan differences, because it was a Conservative government that had the courage and the vision and the honor to make that apology when previous Liberal governments were unwilling to. We also set up the truth and reconciliation process. Many different individuals, of course, were involved, but it was a process that began and that took place under a Conservative government. So I think that's a history that, again, that member, if he's unaware of it, I'm happy to helpfully add to his knowledge of this country's history by emphasizing the work that was done by Prime Minister Stephen Harper in that regard. And Conservatives believe deeply in the importance of truth and reconciliation, and we are proud to recognize the role that Prime Minister Harper played in that. Okay, back to this legislation. I hope the member will want to come back during questions and comments to follow up on this point. This bill proposes to create another bureaucratic position, another officer position in Parliament that would add to an existing group of oversight bodies that can look at the government's performance on these files. And in our judgment, that is adding additional bureaucracy when what the government needs to do is actually take the concrete steps that will improve the lives of Indigenous peoples. And I wanted to drill into some of the actions that the government could consider, that would actually be more concrete and meaningful. Now, before speaking in the House, Mr. Speaker, I came from the Human Resources Committee, where we are studying the critical issue of unemployment in this country. Youth unemployment is at 14.5%. Unemployment overall continues to climb. It's at 7.1%. We're going to see new jobs numbers out this Friday. We continue to see serious problems, worsening problems in terms of unemployment, the continuation of a multi-year trend. And we know that unemployment challenges are particularly acute among Indigenous Canadians. The Statistics Canada reports on unemployment actually don't even include Indigenous people living on reserve. But we know through various metrics that there are persistent challenges with Indigenous unemployment in this country. And it's worth noting, as we think about that challenge, that Indigenous people are more likely to live in rural and remote areas proximate to the natural resource sector. So while our employment in the economy overall is substantially impacted by what kinds of policies exist towards the natural resource sectors, employment for Indigenous peoples is disproportionately impacted by policies that relate to natural resource development. And this is actually precisely the testimony we heard this morning, that Indigenous people are represented in employment numbers in natural resource development in much higher numbers than they're represented in employment in other sectors. And as Conservatives, we have championed, as part of a larger reconciliation agenda, the importance of economic reconciliation. That is, policies that provide Indigenous peoples with access to employment opportunities. And if you want to have policies that provide access to employment opportunities for Indigenous peoples, that has to include those sectors in which Indigenous people are more likely to be employed, which is substantially natural resource development. Policies from this government that have blocked at every turn the natural resource sector make it more difficult for Indigenous peoples to find employment. Policies from this government that block natural resource development disproportionately affect Indigenous people seeking employment. That is a reality. Now, some in the government, for ideological reasons, might say, well, it's worth it. That's a price they're willing to pay. But I think they should acknowledge the disproportionate negative impact of their anti-energy policies on Indigenous peoples. Also, what we heard just a few minutes ago at the Human Resources Committee on the issue of resource development was an acknowledgement from experts that the tone, the aesthetic from the Prime Minister's office may have changed around discussion of resources, but the substance has not changed. That although you hear words and sounds that are supposed to give the impression of more interest in resource development, the reality is the policies have not changed. And energy companies looking to create jobs and opportunity here in Canada are asking for the necessary policy and regulatory changes that would unleash economic development and allow for the creation of additional economic opportunities for Indigenous peoples. But the government has not only refused to make those changes, has outright opposed those changes. One obvious concrete example is there are incredible economic opportunities that would be associated with the development of pipeline infrastructure connecting Alberta with export opportunities in northern BC. And we've seen instances of Indigenous nations not only supporting but coming forward as proponents of these kinds of projects, seeing the opportunities that would emerge from these kinds of developments. And yet, the Liberals have persisted in their support for anti-energy bill C-48, which prohibits exports of energy resources from BC's North Coast. Now, let's acknowledge like an obvious reality that that some people would like to pretend isn't there, but clearly is there. There are ships off BC's North Coast that are carrying energy products. They're just not Canadian ships, right? There is an abundance of traffic in that region that is carrying products that could be exported from Canada. There is no legal way of keeping trade in energy from being in that part of the ocean. It's just a question of whether Canada will benefit economically from the export of our resources, and whether we will allow Indigenous peoples that want to be part of those projects to benefit, or whether the government will continue to keep their head in the sand and ignore these economic realities. Some of us are hearing from time to time about ostriches. There are certainly people in this House who have their head in the sand, and they're the ones across the aisle when it comes to these realities of energy development. The other thing that I want to underline when it comes to measures that would actually improve the quality of life for Indigenous peoples, the government really needs to clean up the mess that they have created in the Indigenous procurement program. We have seen, and in the last Parliament, very directly prosecuted this issue of the Liberal Indigenous procurement scandal. Now, the way this scandal has worked is the government put in place a target for Indigenous procurement. They said, we want to have government procurement, 5% of that be coming from Indigenous businesses. Now, there are existing organizations supporting and recognizing Indigenous businesses. There are a number of lists and entities outside of government that are connected with Indigenous entities that are working on maintaining lists of Indigenous businesses and providing supports to them. The government chose that instead of effectively engaging with external organizations on Indigenous business identification, that they would create their own list of Indigenous businesses, and it turned out that there were some businesses that were listed as Indigenous businesses by the Liberal government that were not on the Indigenous business lists of any external organization. So, if the Liberals say that a particular business is an Indigenous business, and no Indigenous entity outside of government says that that's an Indigenous business, I would suggest there might be some red flags there. And hypothetically, if one of those businesses was owned by a minister of the Crown who wasn't Indigenous, that would also be a red flag, Mr. Speaker. Members are asking that I name the individual involved. Well, there were at least two individuals involved. Both of them were named Randy, I think is fair to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but the tragic and disgraceful case of the former Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre is notable, but it is also not the only case. We had the AFN tell the Government Operations Committee that in their view, a majority of companies that were benefiting from this set-aside were actually shell companies. A majority. So we had on the one hand, I think this explains well the kind of virtue signaling over substance that we see from this government when it comes to these issues. On the one hand, they want to trumpet the fact that they're putting forward a target for Indigenous procurement. On the other hand, they allowed well-connected Liberal friends who were not Indigenous to pretend to be Indigenous in order to access these contracts that were supposed to be set aside for Indigenous peoples. So what an utterly disgraceful mockery they have made of I think, the good intentions of Canadians who ask their government to try to undertake concrete policies that are going to create jobs and opportunity for Indigenous peoples moving forward with economic reconciliation. But on the other hand, they allow non-Indigenous pretenders and shysters to benefit from contract set-asides that were supposed to be for Indigenous peoples. In the Government Operations Committee, we had a whistleblower come and testify before committee about a situation in which a clearly non-Indigenous company, basically they had one Indigenous employee, and they created this structure of a joint venture between this one individual and this larger company to try to make it look like this was an Indigenous joint venture. This Indigenous person was clearly taken advantage of in this arrangement, but it allowed the non-Indigenous company to access a significant number of government contracts under the guise of being part of an Indigenous joint venture. And we had the whistleblower, a former auditor, come before the Government Operations Committee who testified about what happened in this case, and further who testified that the government wasn't interested in hearing his feedback. And in fact, he was gradually pushed out from being able to provide this feedback. So because of that, we were able to pass a motion at the Government Operations Committee to probe further this particular case that this former auditor, whistleblower, was bringing to the attention of the committee. And we had lined up to hear from a number of witnesses, including the company that was part of this joint venture, as well as giving an opportunity to this Indigenous individual who was, I think, taken advantage of in this arrangement. We had a plan to have this study, and of course, the rest is history. The government prorogued Parliament. Then we went straight into an election, and so they have tried to bury this issue of the Liberal Indigenous procurement scandal in the ensuing months. But this is very important, and it's something that we need to talk about. And my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that we will be hearing from the Procurement Ombudsman as well as from the Auditor General at some points in the next year about this Indigenous procurement, Liberal Indigenous procurement scandal. And I certainly look forward to those reports. Unfortunately, what I suspect, like many of these reports that have been done in the past, that we'll see the government ignore the results of these reports. And it will be up to Canadians to look at the work done by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman and to respond to the fact that these Liberals, while sometimes talking a good game on reconciliation, have actually blocked economic development for Indigenous peoples and allowed a situation in which non-Indigenous fraudsters take advantage of these set-asides by taking contracts that were supposed to be set aside for Indigenous peoples. The Liberals have allowed this to happen. They've, at best, looked the other way in order to make it look like their Indigenous procurement numbers were better than they actually are. And Canadians will see these reports and will be able to respond to this. But meanwhile, the persistence of these scandals underlines just how ridiculous the government's approach is today. Because we've seen these scandals, they've been investigated, there have been auditors who they've maligned and ignored, whistleblowers needing to come to committee to talk about abuses of the Liberal Indigenous procurement program, and now they're bringing a bill saying, well, we're going to create one more commissioner, right? Like, how about they listen to the auditors who have already brought forward problems? How about they prepare to meditate deeply on what will no doubt be a damning report from the Procurement Ombudsman and from the Auditor General? How about they engage in a more substantive and serious way with the work of existing officers of Parliament who are calling them out for corruption and abusive process? And how about, instead of focusing on trying to look good on these issues, the government take seriously the need for substantive policy change to catalyze economic development for Indigenous peoples and for all Canadians? How about they focus on the results instead of on trying to continually send signals? And that's all that C10 is, creating an additional officer, an additional Commissioner of Parliament, who they will no doubt ignore, instead of focusing on the real issues and the real solutions that this country and Indigenous peoples need.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's somewhat disappointing in terms of the positioning of the Conservative Party on this legislation. As the day proceeds, it's becoming more and more evident that they will not support Bill C-10. Modern treaties have provided and afforded social and economic development. It has really had a very positive outcome on the whole issue of reconciliation. This legislation is being led by Indigenous community leaders that see the benefit of having a commissioner, an agent of Parliament, who has the experience and the abilities to reflect the many desires that are there within the Indigenous community. And my question to the member opposite is, will he not agree, at the very least, to recognize there would be some value in allowing this bill to go to committee at some point in time?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the member for, perhaps unintentionally, but recognizing the good work done by the previous government of Prime Minister Stephen Harper. He said that he believes that modern treaties are important and provide value. He will then appreciate the fact that 5 modern treaties were negotiated under Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And I wonder if members can help me. How many modern treaties were negotiated under Justin Trudeau? Zero. Zero. Okay, wow. Zero. Wow. Okay. Well, I do want to recognize that the member was willing in his comments to highlight the importance of modern treaties, even though recognizing their importance probably isn't in his partisan interest. And we have 5 negotiated by the Conservatives, 0 negotiated by the Liberal governments. So the point is, we didn't need a commissioner to get it done. We didn't need an extra layer of bureaucracy to get it done. We just got it done.
Questions, comments, question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-La Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my colleague's speech, he mentioned that his party were great defenders of reconciliation because Stephen Harper's party was the first to offer official apologies for the residential schools. But look at the actions of his party a few months ago when C-5 was tabled. That bill never went through consultation with Indigenous communities. It was soundly criticized by First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities, and at no point in this process did the Conservatives raise any concerns. I would counsel them to not to champion their defense of reconciliation. In fact, could he explain why his party supported a time allocation motion that would gag the House only 4 weeks into a new government? Could my colleague give an explanation for this? Because I doubt he'll be able to find something reasonable to say.
Catch one. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that there are problems with Bill C-5. We are a responsible opposition party. We did our best to improve that bill. But the fundamental issue is that we need to improve the project assessment process. The Liberals created significant difficulties that stand in the way of getting projects done. Then they said, okay, we'll table a bill that will create exceptions for certain important projects. We hope that we could go a little bit farther than that. But at the end of the day, the system, well, C-5 is not a solution to the system. What we need is a new system, one that will reduce obstacles, allow projects to be built in a clear, simple, and fair environment.
Comments, young member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member, it was good that he was able to remind members of the House of some historical facts that some members who had engaged in debate who were on some pretty weak ground, I think, in taking such a condescending tone toward Conservatives. And the member reminded this House of the scandal 1 year ago. It seems like a long time ago, but it was really this time last year that if I remember correctly, that the scandal of Indigenous procurement came to light involving a then Minister of the Crown. And I thank him for reminding Canadians of that. And perhaps this government ought to maybe be a little bit less haughty on their defense of this bill and on Indigenous policy altogether.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, great points from my colleague. Here's what happened with the former member for Edmonton Centre, the Liberal minister who pretended to be Indigenous and wasn't. And this is part of a pattern. You have people in positions of privilege, elite people, who on the one hand say that they're trying to help those who are disadvantaged, and then they seek to fraudulently appropriate for themselves benefits that were supposed to be set aside for those disadvantaged communities. It's really disgraceful, but it is what has happened under this Liberal Indigenous procurement program. On the one hand, the government's saying they're setting aside benefits for Indigenous peoples, and on the other hand, non-Indigenous people connected to the government appropriating for themselves from taxpayers those benefits. That is what happened with that is what happened in that high-profile case, but that is not the only case. The Liberal Indigenous procurement scandal is much larger than just that instance. We've had multiple instances coming forward of specific cases, and we know the numbers overall, in fact, that we are hearing from Indigenous leadership that a majority of contracts under this program, a majority have gone to shell companies.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kenora Kiiwaatanong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the colleagues and the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan today. And I want to pick up on that last topic, because the member and I had an opportunity to do some traveling together. We met with some First Nations, in particular Lac de Mille Lac outside Thunder Bay. Had a great discussion there about the procurement process, and we heard firsthand how they did not feel involved. They did not feel that they had opportunity to be involved in that process. And then, of course, we saw that contracts were awarded to many non-Indigenous organizations. So I wonder if the member has any more comments on situations like that, things that he has heard across Canada about how those opportunities have not been there for First Nations and for Indigenous communities across the country.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. I guess it was about a year ago now that I was on a road trip across the country, mainly focused on meeting with people in different places on this Indigenous procurement issue. I had a chance to meet with the folks he mentioned in his riding, as well as to meet with the Winnipeg's Indigenous Chamber of Commerce and visit a number of educational institutions in Western Canada as well. Mr. Speaker, this was a great opportunity to talk to people outside of the national capital about what the real impacts are of various government policies in this regard. And I can tell you that the economic reconciliation agenda is so important to Indigenous peoples across this country. They want to see government policies that are supportive of economic development, of prosperity, of opportunity. And part of that issue is addressing the underlying economic challenges facing this country as a whole. If we are able to address those problems, we will all be better off, but also clearing up some of the abuses and the problems in these programs that are supposed to benefit Indigenous people and are not.
Questions and comments. A brief question, the member for Winnipeg North, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to why it is that Stephen Harper, for example, refused to support the Kelowna Accord, which provided many of the things in which the member just finished talking about. He's not talking about Bill C-10, so maybe he could provide a specific answer. Why does the Conservative Party continue to put up roadblocks in terms of development and support for health, education, and other activities within Indigenous communities by working with Indigenous community leaders?
Member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, a brief response.
Mr. Speaker, as we've seen for the last 10 years, the approach of these Liberals is not addressing the issues. Conservatives have a plan, have a vision that supports strong Indigenous nations that are developing economically, that control their own resources, that control their own futures. And that is why our party is proud to have growing presence and representation from Indigenous leaders who are excited about our agenda.
Resuming debate. Please to debate. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Pickering, Brooklyn. To my honourable colleagues in the House today, Kwekwe, Udlukut, Tanchi, hello and bonjour. Let me start by acknowledging that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. I am pleased to speak today about the proposed Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act and highlight some of the key points contained in this legislation, as well as the roles and responsibilities of the newly proposed Agent of Parliament. For 50 years, modern treaties have been fundamental to our work to advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. They promote strong and sustainable Indigenous communities and help make sure that Indigenous peoples can decide what is best for their future. The Government of Canada is continuing to work on fulfilling its obligations under modern treaties and building and maintaining true nation-to-nation, government-to-government, and Inuit Crown relationships with modern treaty partners. Though we have made important progress, like developing Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy, there is still much more to do. For more than 20 years, modern treaty partners have been calling for more oversight to address persistent modern treaty implementation issues and to hold the federal government accountable to Parliament for its modern treaty responsibilities. That is exactly why, in May of 2024, at the Intergovernmental Leaders Forum, the government announced its intention to create a new Agent of Parliament, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. After this long overdue announcement was made, many Indigenous partners and groups voiced their support. Ava Clayton, president of the Nisga'a Lissom's government and one of the co-chairs of the Land Claims Agreement Coalition, stated on CTV News that, quote, "The Commissioner will give a focus on areas that the Canadian government needs to address in order to ensure that the spirit and intent of each of our agreements are fulfilled. Because we know that once our agreements are fully implemented, it will make life better for our people, our community members, which in turn will have a positive impact on all Canadians." Mr. Speaker, there are many benefits to having a commissioner fulfilling this role. Most importantly, the Commissioner would shine a light on areas where the Government of Canada is not successfully addressing ongoing, structural, modern treaty implementation issues. The Commissioner's role was co-developed with modern treaty partners to make sure there will be independent, credible, effective, and sustainable oversight of modern treaty implementation. It was specifically designed to hold the federal government accountable to Parliament for implementing its modern treaty obligations, and to make sure the federal government acts in ways that strengthen its relationships with its modern treaty partners. By providing independent oversight, the Commissioner would help improve the implementation of modern treaties at the federal level and improve awareness, understanding, and action across the federal public service. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that the Commissioner would support Canada in being a better modern treaty partner. As my colleagues have mentioned on the floor of this House, the Commissioner would be a new agent of Parliament, similar to the Auditor General and the Privacy Commissioner. This means they would have a direct reporting relationship to Parliament. The scope of the Commissioner covers all federal activities related to implementing modern treaties. This includes the implementation of modern treaties themselves, as well as any associated self-government agreement or other arrangement related to modern treaties. It is important to note that the Commissioner's mandate is only focused on federal activities related to the implementation of these modern treaties. It does not include activities of provincial, territorial, or Indigenous governments. The Commissioner's main job is to look at what government departments are doing to carry out modern treaties, and to give advice on whether their actions follow three key principles. First, strengthening the relationships between the Government of Canada and modern treaty partners. Second, fulfilling the Government of Canada's obligations under and achieving the objectives of modern treaties. And third, upholding the honour of the Crown through the timely and effective implementation of modern treaties. The core functions of the Commissioner would be to perform reviews and performance audits. Reviews are a fit-for-purpose tool meant to provide the Commissioner with the means to identify ongoing, systemic issues affecting modern treaty implementation. They would allow the Commissioner to look deeper into these issues, identify their underlying causes, and thoroughly examine how federal decisions are made and implemented. A review could focus on a specific program or activity within a single organization, or it could be more expansive and capture a systemic, cross-cutting issue across multiple federal government departments. For each review, the Commissioner would work closely with modern treaty partners to determine the terms and the procedures and methodology to be followed. The Commissioner would also be empowered to conduct performance audits. These performance audits would be conducted based on national, widely accepted auditing standards that are the same as those followed by the Auditor General. When a review or performance audit is completed, the final report would be submitted to the Speakers of the Senate and the House of Commons for tabling. This is the most direct and effective way of holding the government accountable for its actions. At the end of each year, the Commissioner would send a report to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. This report would include what the Office of the Commissioner did throughout the year, as well as the findings and recommendations outlined in any reports published in that year. This would also be tabled in Parliament. In addition to reviews and audits, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner would also be authorized to provide briefings on their work to any minister or modern treaty partners as they consider appropriate, or with any committee designated or established by Parliament at the committee's request. When it comes to the appointment process for this Commissioner, they must hold the confidence of both modern treaty partners and of Parliament. The Commissioner would be appointed through a Governor-in-Council appointment process. This means a Cabinet order. Before that order is given, however, there are a few steps that must be taken. First, modern treaty partners would be consulted. This would be an integral part of the appointment process. Then, consultations would take place with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons. Like the Auditor General, the appointment requires a resolution from the Senate and House of Commons. Only after that can the Commissioner be appointed. The Commissioner would be appointed for a term not exceeding 7 years, with possibility of reappointment for one additional term. They could only be removed by the Governor in Council on address of the House and Senate. This is critical to protecting the Commissioners' independence and maintaining their ability to complete their mandate. I would like to emphasize that this entire appointment process, along with this entire initiative, was co-developed with modern treaty partners. Based on feedback from co-development sessions in the development of the oversight body proposal, we learned that partners wanted to make sure that the Commissioner would have the necessary knowledge of modern treaties to fulfill their mandate. What we've accomplished with modern treaty partners, Mr. Speaker, in the past proves that so much is possible when we work together. We know that the Government of Canada values its modern treaty relationships and is committed to fully and effectively implementing these agreements. As we learn from our past mistakes, we are listening and growing. Together, we are addressing challenges faced by modern treaty partners across Canada. The Commissioner's oversight would support modern treaty implementation and in turn support self-determination, decision-making, and economic growth for Indigenous communities. Above all, the Commissioner would help build trust, transparency, and accountability as we work toward building a better democracy in this country. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, merci, merci, thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kenora-Watanong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll allow me, I have to begin with a correction. Earlier today in debate, I mentioned that Conservatives got 6 modern treaties signed in 6 years, but it should have been 5, Mr. Speaker, so I apologize for that. I will note that 5 modern treaties in 6 years is still 5 more than the Liberals have achieved in 10 years, and we have seen time and time again, Mr. Speaker, that this government has ignored reports of the Auditor General that have been brought forward. So why are we to believe this government that just because they create a new bureaucracy and a new officer to tell them the same things that they're not getting the work done, that they're actually going to do the work? Mr. Speaker, why don't they just do the work that they've been tasked to do?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I find myself confused by the Conservatives' position on this matter, Mr. Speaker. They say very vocally that they support the implementation of modern treaties. They say they support the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights in this country, and yet they are vociferously objecting to the establishment of an agent of Parliament who would be mandated to track the government's progress towards implementing those very modern treaties. It's a confusing position, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage the Conservatives to go back to the drawing board and try again.
Question et commentaire. L'honourable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily want to defend my Conservative colleague, but if the past is anything to go by, we have seen Liberals often describing reports of the parliamentary budget officer as unfair. I wonder then if they will do the same thing with this proposed commissioner who will be in charge of talking about unfortunate situations lived by Indigenous peoples. So I wonder if my colleague could speak a little bit more directly about what the government will do if they get a report that criticizes them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, et merci à mon collègue.
And thank you to my colleague for his question.
One question, and an important one, that speaks to the vital role that independent agents of Parliament play within our political system. They are not answerable to any government, Mr. Speaker. They are answerable to this body, to the Parliament of Canada. That is the source of their authority, and that's precisely why their role is so important, because it means that very often they will tell governments things that they don't want to hear. Certainly our Conservative colleagues will remember that from the decade when Mr. Harper was in power. Many, many reports of the agents of Parliament criticizing that government, and rightly so, because that is their function. So the Modern Treaty Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, is a role that the government will heed, and indeed, I expect that role will have criticism of government, because that is the function we expect in the exercise of their duties.
Excellent. Questions and comments, honourable member for Hamilton West and Casper Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member of Victoria for his speech. Of course, another Conservative member from Vancouver Island recently made a statement that Indigenous bands asked for residential schools. And supporters of the Conservative Party routinely engage in residential school denialism, and they're supported by the Leader of the Opposition. So how would the member from Victoria respond to those kind of comments, and how are they received in his community?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Indeed, just in this last week, Mr. Speaker, I and many other British Columbians have been embarrassed at the travesty, the shambolic conduct of Conservatives in our province of British Columbia with respect to the question of reconciliation and Indigenous rights and title. We have seen overt and unabashed residential school denialism. We have seen a flagrant attempt to whitewash history. We have seen patent disrespect heaped upon First Nations in British Columbia and elsewhere across the country by all kinds of individuals closely aligned with the BC Conservative Party and the Conservative Party of Canada. This is a debate that is being had precisely in one party in this House. There is no debate on this side of the aisle. We understand the legacies of residential schools. We heed the calls of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and we are determined, Mr. Speaker, to do better in the future and to move forward in a good way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn. I'll just remind her she'll have about 4.5 minutes before we have to stop to go to statements by members. The honourable member.
Kwekwe, Ani and Tanishni, hello, bonjour. Before we proceed, let us take a moment to recognize the gratitude that we are gathered here on the traditional, unceded, and unsurrounded lands of Algonquin Anishinaabe people, whose connection to this land continues to this day. Thank you for the time to speak today on the proposed legislation to establish a commissioner for modern treaty implementations. I will focus on the partnership approach that was used to co-develop this initiative with modern treaty partners. The Government of Canada acknowledges the painful legacy of colonialism in the country and understands the need to change the path going forward. One way of doing so is through modern treaties, which have been an essential part of advancing reconciliation and building nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown, and government-to-government relationships that are based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Modern treaties are part of the constitutional framework of Canada and represent a distinct expression of reconciliation. They are created through negotiations with Indigenous groups to reflect their specific needs, priorities, and circumstances, political, economic, legal, historical, cultural, and social. In February 2023, the Government of Canada and modern treaty partners jointly announced Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy. The policy acknowledges that Canada can and must do better with respect to modern treaty implementation. This policy was an important step forward, creating greater oversight to make sure the federal government keeps its modern treaty promises and is held accountable to Parliament for its commitment. In March of 2023, the Government of Canada and modern treaty partners began an intensive co-development process. This was facilitated mainly through the Modern Treaty Implementation Policy Working Group. This group consisted of representatives from the most of 27 modern treaties and federal officials from Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. The groups that did not participate through this forum were engaged through their preferred methods. Through this co-development period between March and September of 2023, departmental officials also held over 90 engagements across the federal system with other government departments and agencies. The proposal was under federal consideration under May of 2024. At the second annual Intergovernmental Leaders Forum, the Government of Canada and modern treaty partners and self-governing Indigenous governments came together to announce the intention to create an independent oversight body headed by a new Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation as an agent of Parliament. This new role would be a long overdue transformative shift in the modern treaty relationships that symbolizes a collaborative approach to governance and accountability. The Commissioner would work to hold the federal government accountable to its modern treaty obligations and objectives as well as the relationships they embody. Following the announcement, the Government of Canada began an extensive period of consultation and engagement on a draft legislative proposal to create the Commissioner.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt the member, but we're up against 2 o'clock, and so the member will have close to 6 minutes left after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de députés. L'honorable député des Pays.
The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Mr. Speaker, on September 12th, a major fire destroyed the elementary school at Val-des-Monts in Prévost. It was a terrible shock for the children, their families, and the community. Despite the quick response of the fire services, the school is a total loss. But, Mr. Speaker, Prévost is a very tight community and took action quickly. The children were relocalized in 4 local schools and were back to school on September 18th. So they only lost about 3 days of school. This is the result of a remarkable mobilization. I'd like to thank the teachers, the principals of the Val-des-Monts School, and the mayor, Paul Germain, who organized a campaign that raised $140,000 for the students. Also thanks to Sonia Bélanger, Minister of Housing and Minister for the Laurentians. Mr. Speaker, when everyone works together for the good of children, anything is possible.
Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the mayor of Grand Forks announced that the Interfor mill is closing indefinitely because of unjustified U.S. tariffs. To the people of Grand Forks and Boundary, this is devastating. The mill is an important employer. 150 jobs are lost in one small town. To the families affected by the mill, I will continue to call on this Liberal government to get a softwood lumber deal, one that is fair to our workers and our communities like Grand Forks. Current programs and 10 years of Liberal pledges are not putting roof over families' head, putting food on tables, creating jobs like those that have been available at the Interfor mill for generations. Grand Forks and its residents deserve more. Grand Forks families want their jobs back. To the families of Grand Forks, my office is available to support you in any way I can.
There. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday marks the World Mental Health Day. Mental health is health. 1 in 5 Canadians experience mental health each year in their daily lives. From youth to seniors, mental health impacts every generation. In Brampton South, community organizations like the South Asian Canadian Health and Social Services, Root Community Services, CMHA, Peel Dufferin, KMH, and many others are providing vital care and support. Mr. Speaker, our government has partnered with these organizations to strengthen support for mental health and substance use. Canadians can get access to the care they need in our Youth Mental Health Fund and expanded Wellness Together Canada portal. I want to thank all the dedicated mental health workers across Canada for their compassion and commitment to helping others. Mr. Speaker, to anyone struggling, I would say you are not alone. Please reach out and seek the support.
The honourable member for Edmonton South East.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to recognize an organization that has greatly benefited the Millwoods community in my riding of Edmonton Southeast. The Millwoods Cultural and Recreational Facility Association has raised money for and operates community leagues, Millwoods Golf Course, Jackie Park, Sensory Playground for Autistic Children, and much more. Over the past 50 years of operation, This organization has contributed over $10 million to the community. The work done by the staff, board, and volunteers of this organization greatly benefit the city of Edmonton by bringing people together and providing them with fun, recreational activities. To the board and all members of Millwoods Culture and Recreational Facility Association, thank you for all your hard work.
The honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I've come from a meeting with Children's Healthcare Canada and the Pediatric Chairs of Canada, whose members have flown to Ottawa from across the country to meet with parliamentarians. They are focused on ensuring Canada's children have access to care that is timely, equitable, and designed with the unique needs of young people in mind. We know that Canada's pediatric health system is facing mounting pressures as our population grows and children's needs become more complex. Strategic investment and collaboration will be crucial to make certain every child receives the care they deserve. Mr. Speaker, children's health care is an investment in our future. As a parent of young children myself, I know that healthier kids are happier kids, and healthier kids make happier and healthier parents too. I invite all members to join me in supporting the vision of a Canada where every child, no matter where they live, can grow up healthy, supported, and able to reach their full potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals have unleashed a crime wave in Niagara like we've never seen before. It's gotten so bad that the Niagara Regional Police is reminding people to do a nighttime routine. They call it the 9 p.m. routine. Allow me to read their post. It's 9 p.m. Niagara. Have you completed your hashtag 9 p.m. routine? Ensure that all your valuables are secure, cars, doors, and windows are locked, and alarms are activated if you have them. This follows on the heels of Toronto and York Police telling you to leave your keys by the front door and lock yourself in the closet while criminals steal from your home. The only thing they didn't say is leave a full tank of gas and cookies at the door. This is happening as the Liberals keep telling Canadians, you've never had it so good. Let's remind folks of the Liberal record. Liberal Bill C-5 eliminated mandatory minimum sentences for serious, violent crimes. Bill C-75 requires judges to release accused offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Canadians live in fear as criminals roam the streets, knowing that they can do whatever they want to whomever they want and still be out on bail before the ink on their paperwork is even dry.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, Mahatma Gandhi once said a nation's greatness is measured by how it treats its weakest members. As parliamentarians, we have an opportunity and an obligation to take bold action to address income inequality in Canada. Day after day, we squabble in this place over who's at fault for the state of healthcare, food insecurity, criminality, and low productivity. But at the root of all these challenges is one common denominator: poverty. In Prince Edward Island, the legislature unanimously passed a resolution calling for a province-wide basic income guarantee demonstration project. Coalition Canada convened a working group to design a feasible and progressive program and published a comprehensive report on how it could work. Today, advocates for this proposal are here in Ottawa. I want to thank them for their tireless dedication to ending poverty. I also thank the members from all parties who have met with them to learn more about this initiative, one that has the potential to become a true nation-building project for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York Centre.
We will remember the babies sliced, the women raped, and the fathers beheaded. 2 years since October 7th. We kept saying never again, but it happened again. I don't want the Liberals doing the Jewish community any favors. They rewarded the worst possible act of terror with a terrorist state for votes. They're morally bankrupt. But it gets worse. Today at the University of Toronto, there's a celebration called Honoring Our Martyrs. Thugs hiding their faces in keffiyehs, glorifying murder. They're inciting violence, but nothing's going to happen. A Jewish school in my riding has been shot at 3 times. Great job, Liberals. Save your tweets. Start taking action against extremism brewing in Canada. That's right. You've been warned. May those who are still in the tunnels come back. And may the memory of those whose lives were lost be a blessing.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, on October 7th, Hamas attacked and killed 1,200 people with unheard of violence. They took 250 people hostage, 48 are still missing, and we don't know what happened to many of them. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to honor the member of the victims of October 7th, and I would like to stand in solidarity with all the Jewish community in Quebec. We condemn Hamas. It must be excluded from Gaza and Palestine. We hope that current negotiations will lead to lasting peace, which includes the freeing of all hostages and a two-state solution, in addition to humanitarian aid to Gaza. But most of all, I call on all Quebecers of all confessions, of all origin, to have more empathy and respect to one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This October, as we mark Women's History Month, I rise to celebrate an extraordinary leader from Cape Sable Island, Gail Atkinson. For more than 2 decades, Gail worked alongside her father, purchasing her own lobster license and vessel, the Nellie Rowe. She went on to become one of the very few women here in Canada to captain a lobster boat. In a field that has long been male-dominated, Gail chartered her own course, demonstrating that determination, skill, and leadership know no gender. Today, she employs an almost all-female crew and remains deeply engaged in her industry, opening doors for women who aspire to have careers in our maritime trades. Gail's story is not only one of personal success, but of possibility for the young women and girls in our coastal communities who see their own future reflected in the water. Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, I'm proud to honor Gail Atkinson for breaking barriers, inspiring others, and strengthening.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Instead of a midlife crisis, we now have a crisis of the young. That is what researchers across Canada are saying about the happiness of Canadians. After 10 years of this Liberal government, Canada has fallen to its lowest point in global happiness rankings, and no one feels that more than young Canadians. Once full of optimism and opportunity, our country has dropped to 58th in the world for life satisfaction amongst people under 30. That's what happens after years of Liberal mismanagement and prime ministers that chase photo ops and celebrity moments instead of solid policy at home. A housing crisis, record food prices, and taxes that punish hard work. Conservatives will turn this around. We will build homes, not bureaucracy. We will lower costs, put violent criminals behind bars, not out on bail, and reward hard work so young Canadians can once again believe their dreams are possible. Conservatives here are here for the young people in this country, this generation and the next, to restore hope for a bright future in Canada, the true north, strong and free.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my diverse riding of Willowdale, I'd like to extend my warmest greetings to all those celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival, referred to by many as the Moon Festival, in Korea as Chuseok, in Japan as Tsukimi, and in Vietnam as Tret Tan To. It is considered one of the most cherished festivals by Asians around the world. It's a time for families and friends to gather and celebrate a good harvest while also enjoying delicious cuisine and one another's company under a full moon. To the many celebrating in Canada, may the glow of the full moon illuminate your path and bring you peace and prosperity throughout the year ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
While they claim to be fighting a trade war, the policies of the Liberal government are directly helping the Americans. Due to their job-killing policies like the West Coast tanker ban and the oil and gas cap and others, the Liberals have caused many Canadian companies to invest billions of dollars in the United States rather than here at home. Because, as the CEO of Enbridge said, no company would build a pipeline to nowhere. The Prime Minister told Canadians that he would unleash national projects and bring new revenue into Canada to help ease the pain of Canadians, but he has done the exact opposite. Like his predecessor, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister makes grand statements but takes no action. And action speaks much louder than words.
Until he gets out of the way and removes his job-killing regulations, Canada will continue to fall further and further behind. So how can this Prime Minister say that he is fighting for Canadians when he's funding the U.S. President's war on Canadian workers?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Alex Luke was a force of nature. He embodied love, generosity, and courage. He was Raquel and Alain's son and Kayla's brother. He had friends and family who loved him. He grew up in Montreal, but was also a man of the world who spoke 7 languages and ran an international business. He was the life of any room. Alex was also a proud Jew. On October 7, 2023, he was vacationing in Israel, attending a music festival, when dozens of armed Hamas terrorists attacked. He calmed people down and stood at the door of a shelter blocking the terrorists. He died a hero, saving the lives of others. He was one of 8 Canadians and 1,200 people murdered that day. 251 people were taken hostages, some of whom are still in tunnels under Gaza. On this anniversary, let's remember that this war was started by Hamas terrorists who have brought nothing but misery to Israelis and Palestinians. Let's pray for those murdered and their families, for the immediate release of the hostages, and for a future where Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
The prism, it refracts the light. 2 years ago, the world turned on itself. An epidemic of anti-Semitism against the Jews and their state. The greatest test of our generation, our way of life. A fight for civilization over our medieval rivals. Across millennia, Jews have faced down Haman and Antiochus. In the last century, Hitler and Hamas. And all through this, Canadian Jews taking their mezuzahs off the doors out of fear. Students hiding. Mobs gathered outside classroom doors, as everything we know, everything we are, is tortuously inverted. Where were you? Ben, Vivian, Judy, Adi, Alexandra, Netta, Shir, Tiferet. May their memories be a blessing. May we remember the source of both pain and joy is love. In this broken prism, I thank God for the Jewish world that is the light.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, as President of the Canadian section of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Francophonie, I had the privilege of awarding the Order of the Pléiade to 5 extraordinary Canadians during the ceremony held on September 23rd. These leaders in the French-speaking world were awarded for their dedication and commitment to the promotion of the French language in the areas of arts, entrepreneurship, community, and politics. Ms. Edith Butler was promoted to Commander of the Order of the Pléiade, and Mr. René Arsenault, Carl Blackburn, André Gagnon, and Ms. Agnès Mbome received the Medal of the grade of Chevalier. I would like to thank all my parliamentary colleagues who joined me at this ceremony. To the recipients, congratulations, and thank you for everything you have done, and please continue supporting the French language in Canada. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister promised that he was going to negotiate a victory with the United States before July 21st, 2025. And still, no deal, no victory, and the U.S. tariffs have doubled. Today, the Prime Minister made his biggest concession by promising to export another $1 billion to the United States. That means lower salaries, fewer jobs for Canadian workers. So why, when the Prime Minister has lunch at the White House, why is it always the Canadian workers who suffer? The Honourable Leader of the Government. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and many of his colleagues are obviously at the White House today in order to further the interests of Canadians. And I know that the entire country is hoping that our Prime Minister will continue to move this forward, to continue to build Canada, create jobs, and I hope that the Leader of the Opposition supports him on this. The Prime Minister promised victory, but there is no victory. He promised a deal, there is no deal, and now he's promising $1 billion of Canadian investments in the United States with nothing in exchange. Now, what that means is mines that are closing in Quebec that are going to open in Pennsylvania. It means mills that are going to close in BC and open up in the state of Washington. It means plants in Ontario that are going to shut down and then open in Michigan. So why did the Prime Minister sell off Canadian workers during his visit to Washington, the Honourable Leader of the government? Mr. Speaker, that is completely absurd. The Prime Minister obviously is there to promote Canadian interests, and those include our trade interests, obviously, and secondly, Canadians are proud that big investors in the United States have brought profits back to Canada, to our workers, to people who collect pensions in Canada. So I'm not sure what the opposition leader is referring to, but it seems that he doesn't want the Prime Minister to chalk up a victory today, and that's regrettable.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians to, and I quote, negotiate a victory. He promised have a deal by July 21st, 2025. Still no deal, still no victory. And American tariffs have actually doubled. But today, the Prime Minister made his biggest concession of all. He promised to push $1 trillion of investment out of Canada into the United States of America, which will drive down Canadian wages and Canadian jobs. Why is it when the Prime Minister goes for lunch at the White House, it's Canadian workers on the menu?
That's right. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his colleagues are at the White House today, advancing Canada's interests, advancing Canada's trade interests, advancing our interests in foreign policy generally. And I know that the hopes of all Canadians accompany our Prime Minister to those meetings where he will very, very clearly defend the rights of Canadian workers and of the Canadian economy. I sure hope the Leader of the Opposition is among those Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister casually said, and I quote, $500 billion in the last 5 years alone of Canadian investment has left to the U.S. And he said probably $1 trillion in the next 5 years if we get the agreement that we expect to get. In other words, he made a massive $1 trillion concession before the deal was even signed and without getting anything in return. $1 trillion of exited investment means closing mines and factories in Canada and opening them in the U.S. Why did the Prime Minister sell out our workers on his visit to Washington?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, we do not need Donald Trump's permission to open mines and roads and infrastructure in Canada. That's exactly what we're going to be doing, is building Canada with Canadian labor, Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, and Canadian lumber. If he's referring to the Maple 8, the pension funds that Canadians are so proud of and invest in, who invest all over the world and take their profits back to Canada to pay Canadian pensions, well, I say bring that on too, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This government has already admitted that we have a problem with Canadian pension money leaving Canada to create jobs in other countries. They even created a Brookfield-run program to bring it back. But today, the Prime Minister promised the President that Canadian government policies would drive $1 trillion out of our economy into the American economy over the next 5 years. That is twice as bad as has happened in the last half-decade. This means lost jobs and lower wages for Canadians who already can't pay their bills. Again, why did the Prime Minister sell out Canadian workers in his visit to Washington?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know what Canadians feel when they see the Prime Minister and ministers in the Oval Office defending Canada? Mr. Speaker, they feel pride. They feel are quite frankly a little embarrassing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, all the hyperventilating in the world will not change the fact that the Prime Minister casually said in the Oval Office today, he bragged that $500 billion Canadian investment dollars have left for the States in the last 5 years, and then promised that $1 trillion more will leave in the next 5 years. Wow. That'll mean mines closing in Quebec and opening in Pennsylvania. It'll mean mills closing in BC and opening in Washington State, factories closing in Ontario and going to Michigan. Why is it that the Prime Minister sells out Canadian workers, Canadian jobs, and Canadian investments in the White House?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have said all along that Canada will look after its own people with our own projects, our own labor, our own material. We'll be opening mines, we'll be opening ports, we'll be opening railways, we'll be opening our Arctic. We are going to continue to build this country and get a fair, good trade deal for Canada, and it'll be thanks to this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's meeting with Donald Trump was supposed to be about tariffs, and it was supposed to be about getting rid of tariffs, not adding more. Currently, the Prime Minister hasn't gotten anything in Washington. Well, he's actually suffered 2 failures over the last week. New softwood lumber tariffs and tariffs on trucking, which are hurting Paccard in Sainte-Thérèse. No wins and 2 more failures for the Quebec economy. The Prime Minister claimed to be an amazing negotiator. Where are those skills today? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are seeing today is a Prime Minister who is standing up for our industries, like our softwood lumber, steel, aluminum, and manufacturing industries, including heavy trucking. Our Prime Minister is working with very complex trade agreements. We already have the best trade system with the U.S. in the world. The Prime Minister is trying to further improve things, and I hope that this member and all of this Parliament are wishing him all success. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's not clear that anything has been gained when it comes to tariffs. On the contrary. In fact, the press conferences with the Prime Minister and Donald Trump discussed obsessions of Donald Trump's, like his National Guard deployments in Chicago, much more than the economy. Meanwhile, tariffs are going up and going down. And industries like forestry and truck manufacturing are worried about the future. Does this Prime Minister really think that he's getting a passing grade? The Honourable Government House Leader. We understand, Mr. Speaker, that workers are concerned. That is why we have announced significant measures to support our workers in key sectors, the ones my colleague mentioned. But the Bloc Québécois actually seems happy about this unfortunate situation, whereas we are facing the trade problems that are being inflicted by the U.S. on the entire world. We already have the best possible trade system or trade setup, and we will continue to improve it to support our sectors and workers. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, all parties voted to protect supply management and trade agreements, but the Liberals seemed to be ready to go back on their word. The medias have revealed that the Liberals are talking to the U.S. about new concessions in American milk import quotas. And what makes that even worse is that Donald Trump has just said that a trade agreement with Canada would include dairy. We need to protect the entirety of the supply management system, not just keeping it nominally in place while continuing to weaken it. So will the government keep its word and refuse to make any concessions? The Honourable Government House Leader. As we've said before, Mr. Speaker, we voted in favor of legislation that prevents the government from negotiating supply management. Supply management is not on the table. And trying to scare people will not change that, Mr. Speaker. Supply management is not on the table.
Member for Thornhill.
This is the news coming out of the White House today for many Canadians. Canadians put their faith in the Prime Minister because they believed that he'd fight for them, for their jobs, for their paychecks, and for their families. But they were false promises, because months after he promised a deal, we still have no deal. Instead, we have the fastest shrinking G7 economy. We have 86,000 more people out of work, and now $1 trillion flowing out of Canada with tariffs that are higher, not lower. So does the Prime Minister realize that his broken promises have real consequences for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly why we're working to protect jobs, to create jobs, and to keep and attract the best talent here in Canada. And we've got a number of responses. We've got the Strategic Response Fund that is working across sectors. We're building major projects with Canadian steel, Canadian lumber. Our Build Canada Homes project, which is bringing tens of thousands of homes across Canada using Canadian products, Canadian workers, Canadian union labor. We'll always be there for our workers and our businesses. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
None of that is working because there's 86,000 Canadians out of a job today, and they must know that this isn't about politics. It's about people. People who believed that this Prime Minister said he would stand up for them. He danced around with his elbows in the sky. He promised every Canadian that he would fight. This is about workers who have seen their shifts cut, their costs rise, and their hope fade, all because there's $1 trillion going southbound instead of being invested here in Canada. All they wanted for him was to keep his word. Why won't he?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Monsieur le Président, je vous rappelle.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, this trade war was started by the U.S. They are the ones who started it. And how are we reacting? We are reacting by helping our businesses. 2 weeks ago, I had announced 500 jobs in Varennes. Then I announced 300 jobs in Sorel.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Today's the big thing. The Prime Minister's in Washington begging with his elbows down, chasing $1 trillion of Canadian investment jobs to the U.S. He promised to sign a deal by July 21st. It's October. Instead, he caved to the President's demands on counter tariffs and digital service taxes. Now, Canadian workers, businesses, manufacturers, and farmers all got hit with double U.S. tariffs. And the Prime Minister probably got stuck with the lunch bill, too. Will he stop begging and negotiate an actual win for Canada against U.S. tariffs?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were under no illusion that this was going to be easy, but they chose a Prime Minister. Who.
I couldn't hear. Sorry, colleagues. Sorry. My apologies. I couldn't hear. The Honourable Minister of Jobs. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were under no illusion that this would be easy. But what they wanted was a leader that would be truthful with them, that would stand up for them, that would make sure that that the government that they selected would have their backs in difficult times. And that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, whether it's investing in our steel industry, whether it's supporting skilled trades, whether it's building major projects. This government has the back of Canadian workers, something I don't think that they can say about the opposite party.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Yeah, Canadians were promised one thing, but the bait and switch left them with a leader that's elbows and knees down now. And the Liberals can't get their story straight on the economy. First, they blamed Trump's tariffs on having the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. Now they claim they got the best deal on tariffs with the U.S. It doesn't add up. And since the Prime Minister took office, he's doubled the deficit, chased $52 billion of investment into the U.S., and now another $1 trillion, and 86,000 Canadians have lost their jobs. Why? Is it because the Prime Minister's failed trade diplomacy, his failed economic policy, or both?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians compared leaders, they had a choice between a world-class leader, world-class economic and business experience, versus a leader with none. On November 4th, we're going to table a discipline budget that is going to create jobs. You want to talk about job creation, Mr. Speaker? The only job the leader opposite has ever created was the one he left open for the member for Carleton in the last election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tiendinaga.
This Prime Minister is a man of sharp contrasts. He vowed to deliver the strongest G7 economy. We have the weakest. He promised thousands of new jobs. 86,000 Canadians have lost theirs. He said he would negotiate a win with the United States. Instead, weak negotiations dressed up as a victory. Mr. Speaker, they talk a big game about having the best deal. It's quite the contrary. Is this failure the result of economic mismanagement, his diplomatic incompetence, or both?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, about incompetence for a member opposite to not understand why CUSMA gives us the best deal in the world is sheer incompetence in Canadian politics. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that this government is solely focused on the success of Canadians, whether it's investing in the kinds of projects that will create great jobs, making sure people have the skills to be able to take those jobs, and supporting Canadians in good times and in bad. Canadians know that this Liberal government has their back, and they're really not very sure about those guys.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's the moment of truth for the Prime Minister. He's at the White House to try to fulfill his key promise in the election campaign, getting a great agreement for Canada. Let's recall, he promised the end of tariffs on the auto sector, softwood lumber, energy, aluminum, steel. It was all supposed to be over by July 21st, but that didn't work. And since then, we've seen concession after concession after concession. Canadians deserve better. Can the government explain to us why the Prime Minister has never delivered the goods? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are facing an extremely complex situation. And the best thing to do is not to rush into a bad deal. We will not rush into a terrible deal with the unpredictable president. But currently, we already have an excellent trade agreement with the U.S. 85% of our exports enter the U.S. without tariffs, without taxes, and we are going to negotiate the best deal in the interest of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, when my colleague was at the provincial level, he balanced the budget. I respected that. But since he's been here with this Prime Minister, the debt has doubled. That's the result of this administration. Yes, we want a good deal. But 6 months ago, when he was elected, the Prime Minister was saying there would be a great deal by July 21st. But 6 months later, there's nothing, only concession after concession. What can Canadians expect from a government that only knows how to make concessions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians can expect is a government that will negotiate the best possible deal for all Canadians from all parts of the country and all sectors. Currently, 85% of our exports reach the U.S. without being tariffed. We are not going to rush into a bad deal. We're going to get the best deal at the right time. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawa-Chikamash-Nitassinan. Mr. Speaker, postal workers are saying the following. The federal government's repeated interventions into our negotiations have completely ruined them. Each time the government interfered, it only made it harder to negotiate a new collective agreement. Each time the government has taken action, it's actually made the parties further apart. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa caused this conflict. Ottawa is responsible for the lack of postal services. Does the minister understand the harm that he has caused by dismantling this public service? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. I can't believe what I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker. We are not dismantling a public service. We are saving it. There has been a deficit in this service, and currently Canada Post is losing $10 million a day. This labor conflict has been going on for 20 months. The responsible thing to do is to transform Canada Post and be able to bring back this vital service and make it viable once again. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the Minister loves telling us that the strike at Canada Post goes back to last year, or that there was a strike last year as well, and he keeps telling us that the government is losing $10 million a day. But what he's forgetting is that during last year's strike, small businesses criticized the government sharply, reminding it that the strike was causing losses of $100 million a day. Does the Minister understand that by paralyzing our postal services, he is harming our small businesses, our regions, and the most vulnerable Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that all parties involved care deeply about the financial viability of Canada Post. The Bloc Québécois doesn't seem to care about that at all. On the contrary, they seem to think that it's okay if Canada Post loses $10 million a day. We don't think that's all right. What we're asking the union and what we're asking management is to come to an agreement to ensure that an institution which is so important for the country finally finds a way to be financially sustainable. It's not acceptable for it to lose so much money, taxpayers' money.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister promised a good deal for Canadians by July, but we've seen 86,000 Canadian workers lose their jobs. That includes 100 families in Maitland as Invista sent their jobs down to the U.S. It includes 35 families in Brockville as steel tariffs they crush the operations at Douglas Barwick with more jobs on the line. Canadians can't feed their families on the empty promises that they're hearing across the way today or hear from the Prime Minister. So when will he deliver that good deal for Canadians that he promised by July?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Finally, it's slightly ironic that the Conservatives are lecturing us about protecting jobs. While the opposition leader fought all summer to protect his jobs, we were standing up to protect Canadian jobs. We've offered workforce reskilling for 50,000 workers. A strategic response fund of $5 billion will provide flexible financing to help firms adapt to tariffs. We've launched and moved forward on a Buy Canadian policy, liquidity relief, regional tariff response initiative, and a remissions framework. All of these things demonstrate to Canadians, and they will know, and they know who is going to stand up for their jobs.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, on behalf of the 86,000 Canadians who lost their jobs, how's that going for you? Because I want to know, as Canada has the fastest shrinking economy in the G7, with $52 billion of net investment fleeing Canada, we want to know, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, what is their plan? Canadians can't feed their families with these empty promises. This Prime Minister promised that deal. Instead, he's down in Washington gushing over Donald Trump as investment flees our country at a record pace. What are they doing for Canadians who are out of work?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
The famous words of Helen Keller, pathetic is the man who has sight but no vision. I would suggest to Canadians that the Conservative Party has no vision for the future of Canada's economy. This party got elected on a mandate to build Canada strong, to protect Canadian jobs. That's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised he would negotiate a grand security and economic deal with the Americans, and then has gone on to make concession after concession with little to show for it. He cancelled the DST, he cancelled reciprocal tariffs, he withdrew complaints on softwood lumber. Now he's gushing over the President of the U.S., calling him a transformative leader once again, and what does Canada have to show for it? When will this Prime Minister keep his promise to Canadians and deliver a deal to secure a deal with the Americans?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader was busy this summer trying to get back the only job he ever had, we crisscrossed the country listening to Canadians. We got feedback from Canadians. On November 4th, Mr. Speaker, we are going to table a disciplined budget that is going to spend less, invest more, create thousands and thousands of good-paying jobs. This is what a government looks like that's going to build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, a disciplined budget. The deficit has doubled. Almost 100,000 Canadians are now out of work. They still don't have a deal with the American auto plants are mothballed. Manufacturing is slowing. $54 billion of investments have left this country. Tariffs are higher today than when this Prime Minister took office. So when will he actually deliver on his promise to secure a deal with the Americans?
Absolutely. The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial
Mr. Speaker, as we go door to door on this side, what we're hearing back from Canadians is crystal clear. Canadians chose, they compared between a leader with world-class experience versus a leader that's never had a job outside the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we stand with our Prime Minister. Canadians stand with our Prime Minister. We are going to build the strongest, most resilient economy in the G7, an economy that Canadians can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to resolve the U.S. tariffs before July 21st. Today, not only has he failed to deliver, but the situation is getting worse. On October 14th, Canadian lumber will be hit with another tariff increase, this time to 45%. Mr. Speaker, in Beauce and across the country, our market is suffocating. Our businesses are suffering while this government stands idly by. Mr. Speaker, even the Prime Minister said we'd have a big win. But can he finally keep his promise with respect to all of the U.S. tariffs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind everyone in this House that 85% of Canadian exports to the U.S. do not have any tariffs in the U.S. or taxes. For the other products that are affected by specific tariffs, we are working hard and we are providing them support in this transition. We are always here to support companies, particularly in the regions, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, residents in my riding of Oakville West want to see projects in this country built faster. The Prime Minister has made it clear we have to build homes, build energy infrastructure, build up defense capacity, and build Canada's economy so that it's strongest in the G7. And we are doing it fast. Starting on November 4th, the Government of Canada will present its budget in the fall instead of in spring. Can the Secretary of State for the CRA and the financial institutions please inform the House about what that means for construction season and building things in Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you for the question. The party opposite and their leader might have actually missed it because they were busy trying to get him re-elected. But our global economy has fundamentally changed. Canada needs to respond. That's why we're moving with a disciplined budget this fall to give provinces, municipalities, cities, businesses time for nation-building projects so they can get ready for construction in the spring. Even the Parliamentary Budget Office agrees with this move. It's time for the leadership, the Conservative leader, to get on board, stop the rhetoric, help build Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister bragged that he could handle President Trump. He promised to negotiate a win. He said he would have a deal done by July 21st. Well, it's October, and not only is there no win, but the Prime Minister keeps losing. Despite giving concession after concession to the Americans, softwood lumber tariffs have doubled since he took office. His failure to do what he said he would do has already cost hundreds of forestry jobs and put thousands more at risk in BC alone. Why has the Prime Minister abandoned our softwood lumber workers and broken his promise to get a deal done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we will always stand with communities and workers in softwood lumber industry and across the forestry sector more broadly. We've made significant investments, including $700 million in loan supports, $500 million to diversify the sector to ensure there's jobs not just today, but in the future, and we are entirely seized with this issue, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised a deal with the Americans by July 21st. Still no deal. In fact, softwood tariffs have doubled. A decade of Liberal failure has lost thousands of lumber jobs. Yesterday, the Mayor of Grand Forks announced an indefinite closure of the Interfor Mill because of these tariffs. 150 jobs lost in a small town. On behalf of these workers, why have these jobs been denied by the Prime Minister? Why has he failed to get a deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with the workers in rural communities. Forestry is the heartbeat of Canadian rural life. It provides the roads, it provides the jobs, it provides the community spirit, and we are there with investments to protect workers who have lost their jobs, as well as investments going forward. The government is also looking to use more Canadian lumber in more Canadian products, which is part of our Build Canada strategy, and you can expect to hear more about that in the coming weeks, months, and years.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
The Prime Minister promised to, quote, negotiate a win for Canadians with President Trump. He promised a deal by July 21st, but still no deal. Now tariffs on lumber are set to increase from 35 to a whopping 45%. On Vancouver Island, we have several mills that have curtailed operations to year-end. They face closing entirely if we don't see change. That's thousands of lost forestry sector jobs. When will the Prime Minister finally realize mills will close, thousands of jobs on Vancouver Island will be lost without an end to U.S. tariffs on lumber?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with the workers that are affected by these tariffs, which is why we are providing the supports that we're providing. We are working at every level to resolve this dispute with our American friends, and we are also making investments to support those communities as well as diversify markets going forward.
The Honourable Member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
The Prime Minister promised a deal with President Trump by July 21st, and yet still no deal. Lots of concessions on Canada's part, but still no deal. And what about lumber? Mills back home in places like Florenceville and Plastrock are contending with the challenges these tariffs bring. When the Prime Minister Harper faced this issue, he got it resolved in 80 days. After 10 years without a deal, does this Prime Minister realize that the longer he fails to get a deal on lumber, thousands of jobs back home in New Brunswick are at risk?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't feel very resolved. This is a long-standing challenge, but it's one this government is going to be working to resolve by making significant investments in the future of the forestry sector, as well as supporting the workers right now while we work towards a deal. Buying Canada and Canadian procurement is a significant part of this component, which is why it's so important that we support projects like Build Canada Homes. I hope the members opposite will do just that and get on board.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to break their promises. The Prime Minister claimed he would make Canada an energy superpower, but refuses to put even one pipeline on his project list. He also told us he'd create jobs, but Canada has lost 86,000 jobs since he took over. That includes 1,000 people let go in the oil sector in Calgary this last week. So does the Prime Minister realize that his broken promises have real consequences for Canadian workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we should look at the comments from the Premier of Alberta. We should look at the comments from the Premier of Ontario. What we're seeing is a number of premiers, conservative premiers, very excited about our goals to make Canada an energy superpower, both conventional and renewable. In terms of the workers in Imperial, my heart goes out to them. The reality of the situation is it is always a bad idea to bet against Canadian workers and Canadian workforce, and we're going to be there for them to help them.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
This member should be ashamed for all the constituents who have lost jobs in his riding. The Liberals are building bureaucracies, not pipelines. United States. Enbridge is building two pipelines there. Their CEO blames Canada's keep it in the ground policies. Well, he's right. Our deficit is doubled. We have the fastest shrinking G7 economy. $52 billion of investment has fled Canada. 86,000 people have lost their jobs. So does the Prime Minister realize that his keep it in the ground policies are keeping Canadians out of work?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, globally in the last 10 years, oil and gas production's increased 6%. In Canada, it's increased 34%. At the same time, we reduced our emissions by 15%. The policies that the member opposite references have allowed our product to be competitive on the global market and open up new markets. And this is how we make ourselves an energy superpower in the both conventional and renewable sense.
For Ponoka Didsbury.
The Prime Minister is breaking his promises to Canadians. He claimed that Canada would become an energy superpower, but refuses to put a pipeline on his list of nation-building projects. He promised the fastest-growing economy in the G7, yet he's delivered the fastest shrinking. He promised to create jobs, yet he's lost 86,000 jobs since becoming the Prime Minister. And to make matters worse, TC Energy is investing over $8 billion in an energy infrastructure project, not in Canada, but in the United States. President Trump has made it clear he wants to take jobs and investment away from Canada. So why is this Prime Minister so hell-bent on helping him?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You would think this parade of members of Parliament from Alberta would know the basic facts. We've increased petroleum production over 30% while getting our emissions down, Mr. Speaker. We built a pipeline to the West Coast, increasing our oil exports, something he and Stephen Harper could never do. We are getting Canada's GDP up. We are creating opportunities in Canada's resource sector. MPs from Alberta should know the difference, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Nothing could be further from the truth. The Liberals can't get their story straight on the economy. On one hand, they say that tariffs are hurting us. On the other hand, they claim that we have the best possible tariffs of anyone in the world. Both of these statements can be true, but that never stops a Liberal from saying them. Here are the facts since this Prime Minister took office. The deficit has doubled. Canada has the fastest shrinking G7 economy with the second highest unemployment. $54 billion of net investment has fled the country. And 86,000 people have lost their jobs. Energy workers can't afford to wait for empty promises to materialize. If the Prime Minister can't get the job done, why won't he get out of the way so Conservatives can get back to work and build this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in this crisis that we're in, it is so important to work hard to protect jobs, to create jobs, and to bring the talent that we need to this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can take it from the top.
We were elected, Mr. Speaker, to protect jobs, to create jobs, and to foster the best job-creating situation in the G7, and that's exactly what we're doing.
That's right.
And we have to defend ourselves in the United States, but meanwhile, we're working hard with Build Canada Homes using Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, with the most aggressive Buy Canadian procurement policy that this country's ever seen, with new protections for workers, with a strategic response fund. Mr. Speaker, we'll always be there for workers and businesses.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, another Alberta MP here watching $1 trillion going out of the country. The Prime Minister keeps breaking his promises. He said Canada would be an energy superpower, yet will not greenlight a single pipeline. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but now he got the fastest shrinking. He said he would create jobs, but 86,000 are gone. Enbridge is calling out the Liberal anti-energy policy and is building 2 new pipelines in the United States. Does the Prime Minister understand that his war on Canadian energy is sending good-paying jobs to the U.S.?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, once again, it falls on the lowly old MP for Gatineau, Quebec, to point out some Alberta truths to the Alberta members over there. We built a pipeline to Tidewater. We're increasing Canada's GDP. We're getting the world price to benefit the workers in the resource industry in Alberta. And if he doesn't believe it, you know what? I'll get him Danielle Smith's phone number and he can ask her.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, our two official languages are part of our Canadian identity. Can the minister tell us what measures our government is putting in place to support and strengthen French language education in minority communities? And so what is our government doing to support and improve French language education in minority settings? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his commitment to our official languages. Our government has already announced more than $732 million to support French language education across the country, from preschool to post-secondary education. This represents an investment of $43 million in Saskatchewan, $523 million in Ontario, and $133 million in New Brunswick. And another announcements are upcoming. Bilingualism is at the heart of our Canadian identity and a source of great pride for all of us. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. Mr. Speaker, people in the aluminum sector in Saguenay are expecting results because everyone knows that the Prime Minister said that he would be the man to negotiate with the Americans. But since he's been elected, tariffs have doubled. Despite concession after concession, companies are still facing uncertainty and we're more vulnerable than ever. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and end all the tariffs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we have been to Saguenay. We have spoken with the entrepreneurs there. The aluminum situation is concerning. We do have measures and programs for companies. In the meantime, I'd like to remind this House that 85% of Canadian exports do not have tariffs. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that the deficit has doubled. $54 billion in investment has fled our country. Thousands of workers have lost their jobs, and we're far from the G7 country with the best company. On the contrary, with this government, we're not competitive. The Prime Minister promised he would remove all tariffs on everything. Why has he not kept his promises? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, people say it takes two to tango, and to take tariffs, we also have to be able to negotiate with our counterparts. And to date, this hasn't been necessarily possible. So we don't want to rush and just take anything. We want to obtain the best possible deal in the circumstances. Thank you.
Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to, quote, negotiate a win with President Trump and get a deal by July 21. 3 months later, there is still no deal. He promised elbows up, and then he caved on counter tariffs and more, getting nothing in return but higher U.S. tariffs. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, and he delivered the fastest shrinking G7 economy with the second highest unemployment. For the 86,000 workers who have lost their jobs since he took office, time is up. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise and negotiate an end to all U.S. tariffs today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after this entire question period, Canadians can be forgiven for thinking that it takes these Conservatives a little long to get out of their seat when it comes to defending this country.
That's right.
It looks a little too sneakily much like these Conservatives are happy to see a tough negotiation in the White House. Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not accept anything but standing foursquare behind our Prime Minister, this government, as we take Canada's hopes, Canada's dreams to Washington and get the best deal possible. That's what we'll be doing, and the Conservatives should not look like they're celebrating.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, many years of underinvestment in affordable housing for both Indigenous people and Northerners has resulted in a serious gap in affordable housing for both of these groups. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs tell this House how our new government is working with Indigenous leadership to close the infrastructure gap and how Build Canada Homes is turning that partnership into new homes for both Northerners and Indigenous people?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, through Build Canada Homes, our new government is working with Nunavut Housing Corporation to deliver hundreds of new homes, including factory-built units to build more faster. Wow. We're working with Indigenous partners so homes are safe, culturally appropriate, and not overcrowded. And we're supporting Nunavut's goal of 3,000 homes by 2030. Wow. We're also applying this Indigenous-led Northern-ready approach across the North, delivering homes and strengthening communities, because reconciliation means delivering results together.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister keeps breaking promises to Canadians. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but delivered the fastest shrinking economy. He promised to create jobs, but Canada has lost 86,000 jobs. These failures have real consequences. Ontario has lost 38,000 manufacturing jobs because of the U.S. tariffs. In the London region, June's job losses pushed unemployment to 7.2%, second highest non-pandemic rates since 2016. Does the Prime Minister realize his broken promises are having dire effects on Canadians?
Well done. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll always be there to support the workers of London and the businesses of London across southwestern Ontario to protect jobs, to create jobs, and to keep and attract the best talent in the world. And maybe I'll just share some facts for the House in terms of the investment that is coming into Canada. Second largest FDI stock to GDP ratio among G20 countries in 2024, Mr. Speaker. Second highest out of 25 countries in the current FDI Confidence Index, Mr. Speaker. That's investment that's coming into the country, and with our ministers and our trade diversification strategy, we expect more jobs, more businesses, more FDI to Canada.
Very good.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, on BC coast alone, there are 900 vessels, 90 of them over 500 tons at the end of their life, posing an imminent threat to our environment if they aren't recycled. Towing even one large BC ferry from Vancouver Island to Halifax to be recycled could cost millions. In Port Alberni, we're ready to build a ship repair and recycling centre of excellence in partnership with First Nations. Will the Minister commit to European Union-style regulations to protect workers, safeguard the environment, and secure this nation-building infrastructure?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with my honourable colleague on this issue. We've had many interesting conversations, and we'll have, I'm sure, many more. We're protecting the environment, of course, Mr. Speaker. We're removing wrecked and abandoned vessels. For issues like shipbreaking, for example, we work closely with our provincial counterparts. We're going to be taking action to protect our waters and our coasts, Mr. Speaker. And again, I look forward to working with my honourable friend on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has been telling Canadians this government will spend less and invest more, while abandoning the Liberals' promise to make mental health a full and equal part of Canada's universal public health care system. It's estimated every dollar invested in mental health generates $2 of long-term savings, while untreated mental health issues cost our economy more than $50 billion every year. On Mental Illness Awareness Week, will this government acknowledge it's time to invest in the mental health of Canadians as a nation-building project?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mental health is at the heart of this new government's concerns, and we'll do everything we can to support the mental health of Canadians. In fact, we do have a program for mental health in youth, and it gives a lot of support to young Canadians. Thank you.
I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Todd Gowdy, Speaker of the Legislative Assembly for the Province of Saskatchewan. We'll give members some time to be where they need to be, and then we will continue with the day's business.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Just another reminder, members, to leave quickly and quietly. We'll be moving on to...
Le reset n'a pas été lu.
Il a été fait? Je l'ai lu, oui. Okay. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate at second reading of the Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act.
Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn, has 6 minutes remaining in debate. But maybe the Honourable Member could give us 15 seconds or so to achieve even greater quiet. The Honourable Member has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will continue from where I left off. The draft legislation proposal for the Commissioner was shared with over 130 modern treaty partners for their awareness, review, and feedback. The partners consulted included groups negotiating a modern treaty, self-governing indigenous governments, sectorial agreement holders, national indigenous organizations, and key partners, as well as provincial and territorial governments. The reason for this approach was to ensure all partners with interest in the Commissioner's work would be consulted and engaged. The government engaged with partners through bilateral and multilateral meetings, and using existing working groups, negotiation tables, and implementation committees were possible. Consultations were originally scheduled to conclude on June 28, 2024, but based on feedback from partners, the consultation period was extended until July the 19th of 2024. This was to ensure all partners who may have had an interest in the Commissioner's work were consulted and engaged. In total, the government received over 100 proposed changes to the draft legislation proposal. Over the summer and early fall of 2024, the government engaged with modern treaty partners to discuss the proposed changes and agree on a path forward. Partners who were engaged and consulted on the proposal shared a diverse range of views and perspectives. Generally, they showed strong support for the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. A news release from Nunavut, Tuankavik Incorporated stated, the creation of a Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation demonstrates a real step towards genuine collaboration for Canada. The Clicquot government stated, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty has been decades in the making. This is an exciting moment that our hard work together has paid off, and this important mechanism for accountability and oversight will be established. Modern treaty partners are pleased with the bill before us, which was co-developed with them. They have shared with us that the Commissioner could help strengthen the modern treaty relationships as well as contribute towards reconciliation. After sharing the draft proposal with partners, The government received a number of insights and proposed changes, many of which shared similar themes and ideas. The legislation before us is a product of the work of integrate as many of partners' proposed changes as possible from the engagement period in summer of 2024. For example, the government heeded the modern treaty partners' need to be involved in the Commissioner's work at the same level as Government of Canada institutions. We have made sure this is the case. We also heard the strong consultation requirements were needed throughout the legislation. We have added those, including new consultation requirements within the independent review process. We also heard that the Commissioner's scope needed to include agreements that support the implementation of modern treaties, like associated self-governments and fiscal agreement ties to the treaty. This is now strengthened. This important input was taken into consideration to create the proposed legislation before us today. The Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations held a meeting with modern treaty leadership on revisions made on the proposed legislation. They signaled their support for the proposal and urged Canada to move forward as quickly as possible to create the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, modern treaty partners strongly advocate for the reintroduction of the bill. They are pleased with the bill and they want it to move forward. The proposed legislation for the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation represents a significant achievement in co-development and a major milestone. It makes a transformative shift in the modern treaty relationship. Co-developing this legislation is an important step in the shared journey of reconciliation. The progress partners have made so far shows just how powerful the collaborative work together has been. It's clear that the dialogue and input from Indigenous partners strengthened the proposal for Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. Improving awareness, understanding, and action amongst the federal government related to modern treaty implementation is crucial to building strong relationships based on trust, transparency, and accountability with modern treaty partners. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to co-develop approaches and we will work with modern treaty partners to move past the painful legacy of colonialism and ensure Indigenous people have a voice in shaping their own future. Miigwech, merci, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her speech. I think what I've heard during the speech is nothing new in terms of the concerns that we have raised in this House. Specifically, this piece of legislation does not give this new commissioner, whoever that person might be, the ability to hold government departments to account. Now, we have a whole slew of reports from the Auditor General already pointing out the failings of governments over the past decades. We have numerous departments set up to monitor modern treaties, among other things, but yet the government departments don't seem to respond to any reports that are tabled. Why will this be different?
Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member opposite. The Commissioner's job is to check in the federal government fulfilling its promises under the modern treaties, working in good faith with the Indigenous partners and upholding the honor of the Crown. They will do reviews, audits, and briefings to see how government programs are working and share what they will find to the Minister of Indigenous Partners and Parliament. This is very important and crucial for the accountability, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. We in the Bloc Québécois commend this bill. We think it's a step in the right direction. But what I do hope is that it won't be the same thing as the Official Languages Commissioner, who receives complaint after complaint and has so for 5 years. But things go backwards instead of forwards. So I would like to ask my colleague in her opinion, why does she think that this role or this position would be more effective than any other parliamentary officer?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you. I am in support of this commission, Mr. Speaker, because this legislation marks an important step in advancing reconciliation by promoting transparency, fairness in implementation of modern treaties. And if this bill is able to move towards committee where they could really hash this out and finalize it, I think we would see a step forward in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder, one of the issues that I take with respect to the Conservatives is they don't recognize the true value of having a 7-year appointment of an agent of Parliament that is appointed based on the expertise and the intelligence that is brought to that actual position. Instead, they somewhat believe that the Auditor General, not to worry, can cover it all, marginalizing the actual desire of Indigenous leaders that are advocating for this. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide her thoughts in regards to how it is that at the end of the day, the community would like to see this, and we have other oppositions in support of it. It's only the Conservatives that seem to be in opposition to it.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. There are over 30 organizations that are in support. There are over 150 different groups and communities that have come together to support this commission. This is being done in partnership with any and all Indigenous communities. I am sure that this is the right step forward. The treaty strengthens and reinforces self-determination by ensuring the Indigenous peoples lead decisions that affect them in areas like land stewardship, cultural protection, resource development, and participation in land management decisions. And they are only strong as their implementation. And I think we could see to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The comments. We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the long and short of it is over 5 years, over 6 years, the Harper government signed 5 modern treaties. Over 10 years, the Liberals have signed 0. I can understand why Indigenous leaders are calling for this. It's because the government continues to fail. The member opposite talked about programs. Auditor General does that. Nothing's been acted upon. What's different?
For Pickering, Brooklyn, in under 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The treaties, the modern treaties that were introduced by Paul Martin, that was signed by Stephen Harper, I welcome those. And today there are up to 27 modern treaties covering over 40% of Canada's landmass. Major development infrastructure projects depend on partnerships with Indigenous modern treaty partners in compliance.
Debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues and fellow Canadians, I rise today to address a matter at the heart of our nation's identity, the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. The relationship is grounded not merely in history, but in honour. Its strength is proven not by grand speeches or new offices, but by actions, by the promises we keep and the commitments we fulfill. For many years, we have preached reconciliation, yet without accountability, reconciliation remains a hollow promise, an unfulfilled vow that betrays the trust of our Indigenous partners. The Liberal government's proposed Bill C-10, oh yes, and thanks for the reminder, my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, I will be splitting my time with that member.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, well said. I heard that whisper. Yeah, I'll continue. The Liberal government's proposed Bill C-10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, is little more than a distraction, a bureaucratic shield to obscure a decade of broken promises to Indigenous peoples. This new treaty commissioner will tell us nothing that the Auditor General and countless Indigenous leaders haven't already made clear. This government continues to fail Indigenous peoples. Today I will speak plainly about the state of modern treaty implementation in Canada, what progress we've seen, what failures persist, and how we can address these challenges without piling on more costly bureaucracy at a time when Canadians can scarcely afford it. Before we discuss implementation, let us clarify what we mean by modern treaties and self-government agreements. A modern treaty is a comprehensive land claims agreement negotiated between First Nation, Inuit, or Métis group and the Crown, federal and sometimes provincial governments. These agreements resolve long-standing disputes over land ownership, resource rights, and governance within a defined territory. The scope of a modern treaty includes land, resources, financial compensation, governance rights, and often incorporates self-government provisions. However, not all modern treaties are full self-government agreements. Once implemented, modern treaties carry the weight of federal law, typically replacing or clarifying rights under historic treaties. A self-government treaty, often embedded within a modern treaty, recognizes an Indigenous government's authority to make laws over areas such as education, health, culture, and local services, powers akin to those of municipal or provincial governments. The scope focuses on political authority and administrative powers rather than only land or resources. Legally, self-government provisions are binding and implemented under federal law. They can exist as part of a modern treaty or as a standalone self-government agreement. This distinction is vital, Mr. Speaker. Implementation is not about creating new offices or adding layers of bureaucracy. It is about ensuring the Crown and its departments respect the legal authority already established in these agreements. Consider, for example, the Whitecap Dakota Self-Government Agreement, which passed with our support in 2023. This is not a full modern treaty, and outstanding issues remain, issues which I understand this government continues to delay. I ask then, Mr. Speaker, exactly how will a future Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation magically motivate this government to resolve these matters? As you've heard before, we know progress is possible. Under our former Prime Minister, Harper, and our Conservative government, we negotiated 5 modern treaties in just 6 years. The Talicho First Nation Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement in 2006, the Manuth First Nations Final Agreement in 2009, the Tsawwassen First Nation Agreement in 2009, the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation Governance Agreement in 2013, and the Delaney Final Government Agreement in 2015. In contrast, over the past 10 years, over the past decade, the Liberals have not negotiated a single modern treaty, Mr. Speaker. But let me be clear. Conservatives wholeheartedly support modern treaties. We stand with Indigenous communities seeking to break free from the outdated Indian Act. What we cannot support is the misguided belief that spending more taxpayer dollars compensates for a lack of accountability within government bureaucracy. Who has been held responsible for these failures? How has the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations addressed this debacle internally? Will the report from a new Commissioner's office change anything when dozens of Auditor General reports on this government's mishandling of Indigenous affairs have been ignored? The Office of the Auditor General has conducted regular audits on treaty negotiations, modern treaties, self-government agreements, and treaty land entitlements. These include the 2005 report on meeting treaty land entitlement obligations, the 2006 report on federal participation in the British Columbia Treaty process, the comprehensive 2013 audit of the implementation of modern treaty obligations, and the 2016 report number 3 on implementing the Labrador Inuit Claims Agreement. Since 2015, the Auditor General has also produced 14 other reports on related issues facing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. Yet while this government continues to ignore the Office of the Attorney General reports and audits and continues to ignore treaty partners, they have the imperatives in 2023 to propose a collaborative modern treaty implementation policy. This might seem like progress, especially with 70 treaty negotiations currently stalled, but 2 years later, the policy remains unimplemented. The critical point is this: implementation is not about new policies, new offices, or new spending. It is about whether current officials fulfill their responsibilities, whether existing departments are held accountable, and whether existing laws and commitments are enforced. Now we hear of a new commissioner of for modern treaty implementation. which will be a multi-million-dollar bureaucracy tasked with monitoring, overseeing, and reporting on implementation. This will not be accountable department. The Commissioner, alongside the government and treaty partners, will decide when and how audits are conducted, leaving Parliament without the authority to initiate reviews of this government's handling of modern treaties. Reports will be tabled only weeks after the Minister receives them, further eroding accountability. With respect, Mr. Speaker, this is the wrong approach. To negotiate modern treaties, we do not need another Commissioner, we do not need another office, we do not need more bureaucrats. The Liberals should learn from their past mistakes. Between 2015 and 2017, they created several new entities to address land claim implementation, the Modern Treaties Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office, the Performance Management Framework, the Modern Treaty Management Environment, the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, and the Reconciliation Secretariat. Yet despite these 6 entities, no modern treaties have been finalized. These are 6 entities specifically designed to monitor, support, and ensure the implementation of treaties, Mr. Speaker. Are we to believe a 7th entity, the Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation, will be the solution? Perhaps the answer lies not in creating more agencies, but in holding accountable those who fail to fulfill their existing duties. It's time to start firing those who fall short, Mr. Speaker. What we need are ministers and officials who take their responsibility and obligations they already have, whether in modern treaties, self-government provisions, or historical agreements. Since the 1970s, Canada has pursued modern treaties to move beyond the numbered treaties of the past. These comprehensive agreements establish self-government, define resource rights, and confirm judicial authority. Today, over 24 modern treaties are enforced across Canada, from Yukon to Nunavut to British Columbia, Quebec, and Labrador. These agreements represent some of the most advanced models of Indigenous governments in the world. Yet the reality is uneven. Others remain mired in administrative barriers, forced to renegotiate and litigate rights they believe were secure. For many Indigenous governments, treaty implementation has meant delays. Departments apply treaty commitments inconsistently, and fiscal transfers are often structured to preserve federal control rather than empower Indigenous economy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think what Canadians and First Nations communities, Métis and Inuit, have seen for far too long is this government is great at building bureaucracy. It isn't really great at getting things done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have consistently heard the spreading of false information when you have opposition member after opposition member trying to give the impression that, for example, that the Whitecap Dakota Nation is not a treaty agreement. One takes take a look at the Manitoba Métis Federation. There's also other 3 treaties that are waiting for the consent in the province of British Columbia, the member's home province. When he talks about the Harper 5 agreements, 2006 is the year he became the Prime Minister. That was the first agreement. I can assure you Paul Martin had a lot more to do with it than Stephen Harper, not to mention the other 2 that were signed off just a couple of years later. The member knows full well it takes time to get these agreements in place, and we have another 6 agreements that are getting closer to being signed off. So my question is related to Bill C10. Why won't the Conservatives support an agent of Parliament, an independent agent of Parliament, to take care and advocate on behalf of these agreements?
Answer member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies to respond.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really comes down to building bureaucracy and building actually real things and getting real things done. I think we've had 10 years of examples of, even just recently, we see the supposed housing announcement that's in Ontario, and we all see it's a big facade. There's nothing really actually there. It's something that they've created. So this government is great at building facades and building bureaucracy. Again, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis communities are looking for them to actually get things done.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. From what I understand of the bill, reporting to the House and the obligation of federal audit organizations would be similar to the AG's office system. So it will be more and more difficult for the government to avoid its mistakes. What does my colleague think of this?
Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, again, I got part of his question. Interpretation was a little bit behind there, but all I would say is that similar to what I said before, there's already agencies that have been established. There's the Auditor General sent many reports, as I said in my speech. There's already mechanisms in the country, in our government for that matter, in the bureaucracy to actually get these things done. To establish a separate, a whole other bureaucracy, once again, only looks like you're doing something when you're really not doing anything.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I do appreciate the words from the member from Northern British Columbia. Amazing job and great pointing out some of the concerns that we have with this piece of legislation. I do want to take issue with the member opposite from Winnipeg North, who rose on his feet just a few minutes ago to talk about the treaties. He took issue with the number of modern treaties signed by Stephen Harper. Well, he either wants to call it 5 or 4. That's still 4 more than the Liberals have signed in 10 years. So I think we're doing a pretty good job. The member opposite also talked about the Manitoba Métis Federation Treaty. There's no treaty. There's no treaty on the order path. As the member brought legislation forward. So again, the Liberals are taking credit for things that still haven't happened, bringing to my colleague's point, everything's a facade here.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you. Thanks to the question from the Shadow Minister that we serve on INAN together, Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee. We've served there for several years now. We've seen this often, haven't we, through the Speaker, is where Liberals try and look like they're busy. Try and look like they're getting something done. And all what Indigenous communities have seen are hollow promises and really empty promises and no delivery. And then we hear them stand up today in the House, like, now we're going to finally get going on all these things that we're promising to get going. They've been in government for 10 years and still nothing, a big goose egg in terms of modern treaties. So, despite what that member says endlessly and talks endlessly in the chamber, there really isn't much there with what he says. And again, I think what Indigenous communities are looking forward to when a Conservative government takes office, so we actually get things done.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Nous avons le temps pour courtes questions.
We have time for a short question. The member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. My Conservative colleague says that ultimately this is a distraction. What would he be ready to do to make this more binding, this new position? What would he be willing to do to amend this bill to put more pressure on this?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, a short response.
Well, I agree with them on the distraction. I mean, we have a terrible economy. Our resources aren't getting developed. We just see in Northwest Territories, we had the Premier here today and some Grand Chiefs that are wanting to get development economically up in the territories, and all we see is a decline in the economy there. We need to get real things done. That's going to be with the future Conservative government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicashunag.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and to speak to C10. What this bill does is it creates a new agent of Parliament, a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. And the commissioner's role would be to assess how the terms of modern treaties are being met or not met, as the case may be, and report to Parliament on its findings. Now, I see that the agent does not really have the power to tell the government what to do or control in any way their response to their findings. And we already have Auditor Generals writing reports and highlighting, the gaps and the inadequacies of the Liberals' response in the area of modern treaties. So, really this is just another high-paid Liberal position that has no power to direct the government to do anything. And so I'm not in favor of creating additional bureaucracy. Now, that said, I want to start by laying out, the premises from which I'm speaking. First of all, treaty rights must be respected. This is absolute. And secondly, we must work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people to ensure that they are self-governing, prosperous, and to help address issues that need to be overcome. I think that is clear, and that is the path of reconciliation in our country. But, whenever the Liberals are failing to accomplish anything, which is what has happened over the last 10 years, they will create a bureaucracy. We see this pattern of behavior, for example, in the housing crisis. We know that far too many people were allowed into the country compared to the housing starts, and the former housing minister had said we had to build 550,000 units per year in order to catch up over the next 4 years, and housing starts are down. So not only did they create one housing bureaucracy, they're on their fourth bureaucracy, and still no progress in terms of actual results. Same problem in defense. You know, we've been trying to buy F-35s for since I got elected, to be fair, and you know, still nothing. And so instead of fixing the existing procurement process, they decided to create a new defense procurement bureaucracy. And there is no proof yet whether or not that will accomplish anything. Same thing with major projects. They've got all kinds of infrastructure departments, et cetera, that could be building in our country. They put together an infrastructure bank full of high-priced Liberals that have not built much of anything, and $35 billion out the window there. And so, again, a bureaucracy that accomplishes nothing, and that's not helpful for anything. Then we have the fentanyl czar. At a moment when the fentanyl crisis is an issue in terms of trade with our southern partners, it's definitely something that Canadians care about. It's killed 50,000 Canadians from fentanyl overdoses. We have 400 fentanyl super labs, according to the RCMP and CSIS. We have the Port of Vancouver receiving shipping containers from China that are not scanned, that are sent down to Washington State. And what has the fentanyl czar accomplished in the months that he has been in place? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And so that is the reason that I do not support adding additional bureaucracy to try to achieve something. And you know, when it comes to truth and reconciliation, let's look at the Conservative record versus the Liberal record. It was Stephen Harper that commissioned the Truth and Reconciliation report that brought to the House those 92 recommendations of how we could move towards reconciliation. And in 10 years, the Liberal government's implemented 14 of them. 14 out of 92. It's a failing grade, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to negotiating modern treaties, the Harper government finished 5. And there's 0 out of 70 for the Liberal government in 10 years. Again, Mr. Speaker, that is a failing grade. Now, it was the Conservatives that most recently, when the Liberals brought forward the Build Canada bill, it was the Conservatives that brought forward the need to consult with Indigenous peoples when they were ready to exempt every project that they wanted to go forward from everything. So it is the Conservatives that have a sincere support to ensure that we move towards reconciliation and that we turn our Indigenous peoples, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis into a prosperous, self-governing part of our Canadian entity. Now, in my riding, I happen to have 4 First Nations reserves, and I would tell you that they are not receiving a lot of assistance from the government. Kettle and Stony Point, these are very entrepreneurial individuals. In fact, their current latest project is to put in place a solar panel path. There's technology to do this that will power the entire reserve. This is green technology. This is an excellent initiative, and they're struggling to get support. And then we can talk about the Walpole Island folks. Bekeshwanong, which is the name that was added to the riding, they have the only ferry to the U.S. in my riding. There was another ferry, but the guy that's currently trying to negotiate with the U.S. is the guy that let the Coast Guard, while it was under his watch, break the existing ferry and lost $4 million a year revenue for the CBSA and got sued for more money than it would have taken to fix the thing and keep the border crossing in place. But that's another story, Mr. Speaker. The Walpole Island ferry now needs infrastructure upgrades in order to be able to take the heavier trucks to increase the economic trade that we're doing with the U.S. And again, the federal government is not there for them. And so I understand that that is the Conservative record and the Liberal record. I could add to that a couple of other things for the Liberals. I was here in 2015 when they pledged $8.4 billion to eliminate boiled water advisories on reserve. And here we are, I can tell you as a chemical engineer, if you gave me $8.4 billion for 129 boiled water advisories 10 years ago and asked me to get that fixed, that job would be done now. But in fact, after Jane Philpott left, we made next to no progress on this. And so still, we have Indigenous people that don't have clean water in this country. And I don't know how we can talk about trying to do anything positive if we don't give them basic rights to clean water. And Mr. Speaker, let's not forget, the Liberals did lawsuits against Indigenous children. They did lawsuits against Indigenous people trying to get dental care. That is the record of the Liberals, and so it's no wonder that Indigenous people in Canada are concerned. And because they're concerned, and the Liberals think we're approaching an election, it's the perfect time for them to virtue signal that they're going to do something. But, Mr. Speaker, they're not really going to do anything, okay? They are just going to introduce another bureaucracy. And it's not like they shouldn't know better, Mr. Speaker, honestly. Between 2015 and 2017, here are the bureaucracies that they created to try to deal with this modern treaty issue. The first one was called the Modern Treaties Implementation Office. The next one was called the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implications Office. The third one was the Performance Management Framework. And then they got the Modern Treaty Management Environment, and then the Deputy Minister's Oversight Committee, and then the Reconciliation Secretariat. And Mr. Speaker, after all of that bureaucracy, all of those people highly paid, I'm sure they created lots of paper reports, but nothing was accomplished. And so that, in fact, is the key issue when we look at C10, is that nothing is really going to be accomplished through this bill. And there are serious issues that need to be addressed. You know, treaties need to be modernized. I think we need to move forward at a faster pace on reconciliation. But it's not happening. And when I look even at the language that's in C10, it's so hypocritical. If we talk about the preamble, whereas the Government of Canada is committed to achieving reconciliation with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis. They're committed, but they've only done 14 out of 92 calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report. Whereas the recognition and implementation of Aboriginal and treaty rights are at the core of reconciliation. Well, what about the latest gun confiscation, where they want to take the hunting rights away from Indigenous people by removing their firearms? Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable. Whereas modern treaties are intended to strengthen the health, dignity, well-being, and resilience of Indigenous people. The health. Talk about boiled water advisories. Talk about taking them to court over dental care. How is that in any way lining up with what this bill is proposing? The resilience of Indigenous peoples to create enduring relationships between modern treaty partners and to advance national socio-economic objectives that will benefit all.
The time has elapsed. Questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her remarks here today. I will say, notwithstanding, I think we can all agree as parliamentarians that there's better ways we can find efficiency within the civil service. When I talk to Indigenous communities across this country, they noticed a marked difference from the Liberal government about how we approach the issues, how we've invested in these solutions versus where the Conservative Party was 10 years ago when they were in government. So there's more work to be done. But what I really picked up on is the member talked about energy and clean energy on reserve. And I found it refreshing because I have not heard much from the Conservative opposition benches about climate change, about doing things to actually reduce emissions. And I'm curious if she could opine a little bit on her view. We haven't heard a lot about what the Conservative Party would do on environment. I heard something about supporting, is the position that the Conservatives should spend more money than the government is currently on renewable energy? What is their position?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bickershawnock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members opposite for that question, because the Conservative Party has a great plan that will not just help reduce the global footprint by providing LNG, small modular nuclear reactors to supplant coal and heavy oils in China, India, and the emerging world, but also here at home to support green technology and to make Canada a leader in that we could export that and create jobs here in Canada. So certainly, I don't believe in subsidizing something that is not sustainable, but I absolutely believe that there are green energies that are going to be effective. And the one I talked about is one where the cost of the project is a very few $1 million, and it is actually sustainable to provide all the energy for the reserve, which costs, nearly $1 million a year. So this project has a payoff time that's very short, and that's the way we should go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. The role of the commissioner, well, there's no coercive authority, like she said. If modern treaties are not respected, the power is just limited to auditing and doing performance audits. Would the honourable member rather make this a more binding role or keep it as is?
For Sonia Lampton,
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Absolutely. I think we need someone who can have power over the government. They could write a report now with recommendations, but we already have that now. So the government really hasn't done anything. We need someone who can have coercive power over the government and require them to take action.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for saying her speech. Earlier today, our colleague from Haliburton, Karawatha Lakes mentioned that Conservatives support modern treaties. Bill C-10 will establish an independent commissioner in office. May my colleague from Sarnia Lambton Bekejonon please expand on if the commissioner will help resolve disputes over treaty interpretation. Thank you.
Honourable member for Sarnia Lambton Bekejonon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. The reality is this is an agent of Parliament, not an officer of Parliament. This person has no power to do anything other than write reports to the government, which the government has already shown that they're not going to act on. So certainly I'm sure this individual, whatever high-paid Liberal friend they choose, will have some expertise in modern treaties. But at the end of the day, the recommendations that come forward, I have no more confidence that they will be followed than any of the Auditor General and the officers of Parliament that have previously made recommendations that have not been acted on by the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. You have time for short, courte question. Le député de la Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. My colleague said that she would agree to amend this legislation so that this commissioner position would have more coercive power. Could she give an example of what this could look like? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Quick answer, please.
If this position has no power over the government, then it's just created bureaucracy. If this person is actually able to force the government to take action, or to act on the government's behalf to actually close the treaties and get agreement on the 70 that are still outstanding, I think that would be progress.
I have to interrupt the member's time has elapsed. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour today to rise in the House this afternoon about Bill C-10.
An honour to stop, especially given the content of this legislation, to recognize that we're all on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. To them, we say miigwech. We recognize that in this country, and it is quite a stunning thing when you start diving into it, to recognize how many nations, how many language groups, how many peoples whose lands we live on without noticing, without thinking, about the thousands of years in which they stewarded Turtle Island, took care and in many cases welcomed, protected, and allowed European settlers to survive. I say that today because it's critical that we not just recognize the need for reconciliation on the one statutory day a year that this Parliament created a couple of years ago that we just observed on September 30th, once known as Orange Shirt Day because of Phyllis Webstead's story that breaks our heart of her wonderful orange shirt that her grandmother bought for her being taken away from her that she never saw again. But on that day, and I know my colleagues on all sides of this House went to events in their own ridings, many of them here in Ottawa for the event that took place on Parliament Hill that was very moving. If we said it once, we said it a million times. Reconciliation isn't just one day a year. It's how we conduct ourselves. It's what we do. It's how we show that we understand the project of reconciliation. The
project of reconciliation. It's a societal project on all levels, Indigenous peoples and peoples like most of us here in this House as members.
Just about breaks my heart to have heard most of the debate in this place today as Bill C-10 comes forward. And people who've been watching, any of the viewing audience, likely at some later date, Insomniac and watching CPAC, I just want to tell you there's a story here that you're not hearing. Yes, it's taken a long time to negotiate the modern treaties. Yes, we now have 26 modern treaties, and that represents an enormous effort of the comprehensive nature of the modern treaties. In 2003, just to give us a sense of history, that's 22 years ago, obviously, in 2003, a group called the Land Claims Agreements Coalition came together. They recognized that they were different from the treaties that took place back in the 1700s, 1800s, and into the early part of this century. They recognized that modern land claims treaties were different, and despite the fact that we're talking about vastly different language groups, vastly different experiences on the land and relationship with the land, groups as different as the Carcross-Tegnesh First Nation, the Council of Yukon First Nations, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, way up on the border with Alaska, where the Gwich'in need and rely on the porcupine caribou for their sustenance, just as the Tsawwassen First Nation, a modern treaty, relies on salmon and a different ecosystem altogether with a completely different language group. Yet they came together. Significantly, of course, the Nunavut Tungavik Inc., which represents an enormous chunk of Canadian territory. So just to give a sense of what it means to have a modern treaties coalition, that work is not just some kind of stakeholder group, folks. That's people who've come together, chiefs from nations that are as vastly different as if the people of my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands sat down with folks from downtown Toronto to decide what were our priorities for grocery shopping for a potluck. We're different people from different places. And it's a tribute to these First Nations and peoples that they came together and formed this modern Land Claims Agreements Coalition. It's co-chaired by an extraordinarily gifted group of dedicated people. The current co-chairs, Jeremy Tunraluk is the president of the Nunavut Tungavik Inc., a huge land base. The other co-chair is the president of the Nisga'a government, Ava Clayton. They worked together. They came to Ottawa this week. I met with many of the people who are in the leadership of the Modern Treaties Agreements, the Land Claims Agreements Coalition. Now, what they came together to tell us about was how long they've worked to achieve what C-10 proposes. How long have they worked for that? Well, they worked first to get their land claims agreements put together, to have modern treaties established, to have them accepted by the Crown. And then, over a 20-year period, they consulted about how we're going to enact this, how we're going to make it happen. And these peoples, these First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, over a 20-year period, decided that what would work would be to have an independent auditing function embodied in the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. That's something First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people decided, and which they've been working to try to get the government to act upon. They felt they were finally making progress October 10th of 2024, when Bill C-77, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, was tabled in this place. Now, I'm not going to go back, because one thing that's been consistent through the day-to-day across the aisle is one party pointing at the other and saying, your fault, nothing's happened so far. I'm not going to go there. But I do remember why Bill C-77 didn't get past first reading. We were rather stuck for a while. Not going to discuss who was to blame for that. But C-77 died on the order paper January 6, 2025. This is for the peoples we're talking about and the nations we're talking about, what they are asking us to do. So if we're serious about reconciliation, we live up to the promise of 20 years of consultation that the Government of Canada, under many different prime ministers, or at least a few different prime ministers, said, we'll get this thing done. We'll bring in as a legislative priority the Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation. It was a co-developed tool over decades, and it was brought forward for first reading almost a year ago now, because Bill C-77, that died on the order paper when the House was prorogued by former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, along with 25 other bills that day, it's come back to us now, tabled for first reading September 25th, 2025, almost a full year after it started, as C-77. It's now back word for word, the same, Bill C-10. And the First Nations, the leadership from the Land Claims Agreements Coalition, all the different partners from all the different, the Delegate government, the Nacho-Nyack Dun First Nation, I've mentioned some of the First Nations, Kluane First Nation, Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation, the Tokwat, the Tislan Tingut Council, to all these people, if you've been watching Parliament today, all I could do is tell you how very sorry I am, because the last thing you expected to see was people, settler culture people, saying, this is just a waste of time. This will be a Liberal appointee. This must be a commissioner who has the trust and the faith of the Indigenous people of this country and of the modern land claim agreements, the modern treaties. The peoples who entered into these modern treaties are saying, if you're not serious about reconciliation, you might as well tell us now, because we've been patient. And what we're asked to do directly by the people in these land claims modern treaties, directly, they say to us, pass C-10, pass it quickly. It doesn't need amendments. So I beg my colleagues on all sides of the House, take this small step for reconciliation. Pass this bill quickly, and don't make it a political football. Be proud of yourselves when you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I did my part to make up for the horrors of abuse. This is what we do. We pass C-10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député de Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie.
Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill is definite progress for our relations, and it makes it's a certain mechanism. So I would like to ask my colleague why she thinks our colleagues across the way are opposed to this bill. I think that unfortunately we have bad habits in this place. And it's not just one party who is at fault. There are 5 parties represented here. And we are at our best when we work together. But right now, please, everyone, just ignore party stripes, set them aside, and think only about doing something for the well-being of everyone.
Do what's right.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Le député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It was the type of speech that presented a tone that we really need in this House. Bill C-10 is an important bill. It's an important milestone to be able to implement it and follow up on modern treaties. Recently, there was the Truth and Reconciliation Day, and I'm always a bit uncomfortable during that day because in my riding, there are situations, environmental situations, where the federal government is called upon the 364 other days of the year, and people are they undergo prejudice all the time. So I'd like my colleague to comment on that situation. The Honourable Member of Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you very much from my colleague from Mirabel, because he is absolutely right. There are other problems. For example, environmental justice, climate disruption, climate threats. But this bill, C-10, is not the answer to all of our problems, obviously, but it's an essential step forward. And please, everyone, take this step.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my kids, when they were younger, used to sing a song called Your Talk Talks and Your Walk Talks, but your walk talks louder than your talk talks. And it feels to me like this member has a lot of experience in this House, certainly a lot more than me. Does she feel truly confident that this is not just another talk bureaucracy, that it will do absolutely nothing to truly help create these treaties the way they should be?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for a very fair question. What I put my belief in is what the people who've asked for this think, who've co-created this proposal, this creation of a commissioner that would have audit powers, reporting powers, and push, and be able to push and report to Parliament. It might not be what I'd come up with, but who cares? I'm a settler deputy, a member of Parliament, and I work for First Nations in my own community. The modern treaty nations and the coalition that works on these issues day and night and who have been so patient, this is what they want.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide her thoughts on the idea that having a commissioner, someone that is appointed for 7 years, where when you take a look at the appointment process itself, I suspect we're going to see someone with an immense amount of real-life experience that brings a lot of knowledge to the table that even the Auditor General wouldn't be able to reflect on when it comes time to present a report. I'm wondering if she can just provide her thoughts in terms of the potential of the individual taking the position and the many attributes that he or she might actually be able to bring to the table in coming up with recommendations.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my friend from Winnipeg. Look, all I can say is it's not for me to imagine the attributes, but I did ask the leaders of the Land Claims Agreements Coalition whether they'd been thinking about what attributes this commissioner would have, what kind of person it would be. And yes, they are confident they will be consulted. And yes, they are confident this person will have the kind of wisdom and the attributes that come from an Indigenous worldview to bring forward, to hold any government, this government, the next government, to account through audit, through pressure, through transparency, and the first word, of course, in the commissioner work of the late Murray Sinclair, truth and reconciliation. The commissioner can get to the truth and report it back And that's an essential step in reconciliation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, what I'm looking at is the idea of an investment. One of the criticisms of the legislation from the Conservatives is the cost factor. And I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker, that the cost is easily justified by looking at what it is that the Commissioner is going to be able to do, not only from within Indigenous communities, but Canada as a whole, especially if you factor in the need for reconciliation. Reconciliation. Had a tough time, long day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I would again ask colleagues to consider what we have before us as an opportunity in this country to reimagine ourselves. Canada is the best country in the world, there's no question, but couldn't we be, as those of us who are members of the Order of Canada, the slogan is, they desire a better country. That doesn't mean somewhere else, that means here. And becoming a better country means facing a legacy of abuse and recognizing that this will cost some money, but it's pittance. It's crumbs off the table compared to what we owe Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island for taking their land, stealing their culture, banning them from speaking their own languages. Land back is an essential part. These modern treaties are progress, but if they stall, they're not progress. They're just another broken promise.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kiwatinook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question of my colleague across the way, and I appreciate her thoughts on this topic. I think one of the greatest frustrations I've had throughout the debate today, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that nothing is stopping the current government, this Liberal government, from moving forward on modern treaties today. So they are creating another officer of Parliament in this legislation to presumably hold them accountable, but we've seen time and time again the government not listening to reports from the Auditor General, whose job it is to hold the government to account and shed light on those areas and those gaps right now. So I'm wondering if the member shares my concern and the concern from this side of the aisle that this could turn into just another situation where the Liberal government is ignoring the recommendations and the information brought forward.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, and I think my friend from Kenora, again, a very fair question. No one in opposition parties is going to say that it's a good idea because it belongs to one party or another. If the Conservatives had formed government, I would say the same thing. It could just be something they're going to say they're going to do. If the Liberals, we have a track record. I don't want to make this partisan. All I know is that I'm humbled by the extraordinary patience of the people's, the chiefs, the Land Claims Agreements Coalition has worked for more than 20 years now to get to this point where they, through consultation and cooperation, came up with this proposal. It won't solve all the problems, and we'll have to hold it accountable too. But right now, if this dies, if it takes too long to pass, I don't know why First Nations, Métis, or Inuit people would believe a single word out of our mouths ever again. Any of us, from any party.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The Honourable Member for Kenora-Kiwatinook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to participate in the debate through questions and comments today, and an honor to finally be able to rise and deliver my remarks on this important topic. But before I get into the substance of that, Mr. Speaker, of course, I'd like to let you know that I'll be splitting my time today with the Honourable Member from Chatham, Ken Leamington, a great colleague, has a wealth of knowledge of a number of different subjects, and I'm looking forward to hearing his comments very shortly. But before that, you'll have to endure a few moments of my own comments, Mr. Speaker, so I apologize for that. Of course, we're here discussing C10, respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty implementation. And before addressing the substance of this of C10 directly, Mr. Speaker, I want to state unequivocally that for myself and for the Conservative Party of Canada, we support the treaty rights of all Indigenous peoples and the process of reconciliation. We also know that more needs to be done to support self-determination and support self-government for First Nations and for Indigenous communities across the country. There has certainly been progress and steps along the way, but there's much more that needs to be done when it comes to fostering that self-government, Mr. Speaker. And as well, it's been mentioned a few times in debate and in discussion on this piece of legislation. I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, that the last Conservative government got 5 modern treaties done within a 6-year time frame, Mr. Speaker, something that brings me great pride. Of course, I wasn't around for those governments. I was not voting yet, I can assure you. I was not of age to do that at that point, Mr. Speaker, but nonetheless something that brings me some pride. And we contrast that with the record we've seen from the Liberal government, who has had a decade in power and has achieved 0 of these modern treaties, not a one, Mr. Speaker. Definitely a cause for concern, and I think, which has been mentioned many times prior in the discussion today, is why there are so many people calling for change across the country, in particular Indigenous leaders. So a bit about the history, just briefly. I think it's important to note that this has been sort of a long process, this modern treaty process. It goes all the way back to 1973, Mr. Speaker, when the Supreme Court decision recognized Indigenous rights. In fact, the first time Indigenous land rights were recognized in Canadian law. So modern treaties were a result of that, and these treaties enable Indigenous people to build their nations and communities on their own terms, addressing matters from use of land, Mr. Speaker, to resources, economic development, environmental protections, and of course many more important aspects of their nations. But it's one thing to sign these treaties. Of course, it's another thing to actually honor them. I think that goes for the historical treaties as well. I come from northwestern Ontario, a district which includes 38 now with the redistribution, Mr. Speaker, 38 First Nation communities across Treaty Territories 3, 5, and 9. I live in Kenora, Ontario, which is part of Treaty 3, and I hear constantly from Indigenous leaders and non-Indigenous residents as well about the need to honor the treaty and honor the intent of the treaty, something that the government is still not living up to when it comes to those historical treaties, never mind the modern treaties as well, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put that out there because I think it's easy for politicians to talk, it's easy for government to say the right things, but it's that follow-through and actually honoring those treaties that is of the utmost importance. And that brings me to the Liberal record. We've seen lots of promises and very little action over this last 10 years. When it comes to drinking water, something that the government made big promises on. My memory serves me correctly, it was supposed to be 2019 was the year that all the drinking water advisories were supposed to have been eliminated, Mr. Speaker, but we know many persist today, and many in Northern Ontario. We've seen big promises on infrastructure, beyond that on First Nations and in Indigenous communities that the government does not live up to. We've had discussion today about the TRC calls to action, and the fact that the vast majority of these calls to action remain incomplete, and I believe within the scope of what the federal government can control, Mr. Speaker, by my count, only 10 of the federal calls to action have been completed. Another issue is that which we'll be getting into at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee shortly, and that is First Nations policing. By no doubt an essential service, but something that is not designated as such. And it was in the fall of 2022 when Marco Mendicino, I'm sure you remember him, Mr. Speaker, was the Minister of Public Safety. And he said it was just around the corner that there'd be legislation coming that fall. That was 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen nothing since. It's been crickets from this government in terms of recognizing the essential work the First Nation police services do. And I've heard so many stories from the police services in my riding, the First Nation police services, about the fact that they're hamstrung, they're stuck in a box where the federal government is dictating where dollars can go, sometimes towards things that they don't necessarily need, but it could be repurposed to something much more useful. But the bureaucrats in Ottawa are prescribing where those dollars should flow to, and it makes it much more difficult for them to be able to do their work effectively. Not to mention the restrictions placed on First Nation police officers in terms of what roles, responsibilities, and authorities they have, Mr. Speaker. And whenever we see these issues, it doesn't really seem to matter what the topic is. The government's plan is to throw money at it, to create a bureaucracy, to create more jobs in the government service in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, and walk away. And we've seen it in a lot of cases, even from members of the Liberal government today, speaking in the House. They talk about how much money they've spent, as if that's their measure of success. Well, we spent this much money, so look at us, we're doing great and we care. And that's nice, Mr. Speaker, but what are those dollars achieving? That's the most important thing. And what we're seeing right now is that the dollars are bloating the government bureaucracy, not getting to the communities and the folks that need it. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I fear that this legislation will be more of the same, because the Liberal government can agree to modern treaties now. They don't need this extra layer of accountability, as they call it. They don't need this commissioner to do any of that work, Mr. Speaker. They have that authority, and I believe that this is just a distraction from the fact that they have done nothing over the last 10 years. In extension of that, Mr. Speaker, this is a time where our deficit is soaring. Canadians are struggling. It's certainly not the time for more bureaucracy and more government spending. It is clearly time for action, Mr. Speaker. And on top of that, we already have accountability mechanisms within the government. The Auditor General has completed nearly 24 reports since 2005. The Auditor does this important work, holding the government accountable, shines lights on the issues that exist and the gaps that exist. But the Liberals have very rarely, if ever, I can't really think of a time that they've actually accepted the report and put it into action, Mr. Speaker. Report after report is going put up on the shelf and collecting dust. So we have this Auditor General doing this work already. We also have additional federal offices that were created to work on land claim implementation issues, like the Modern Treaty Implementation Office, Mr. Speaker, the Assessment of Modern Treaties Implications Office, the Deputy Minister Oversight Committee, the Reconciliation Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, there are many mechanisms and offices and bureaucrats in place to hold this government to account. Creating one more and expecting that this is the one that they're finally going to listen to, Mr. Speaker, does not give me a lot of hope. And I can assure you, when I talk to the First Nation leaders across northwestern Ontario, no one is saying that the answer to their problems and the concerns that they're facing is going to be more bureaucrats in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we do not need more bureaucracy and deficit spending from the Liberals. I suggest, if this Liberal government wanted to honour their commitments and to be accountable, they should consider actually doing the jobs that they can do right now, that they have the power to do. Another officer highlighting what the Liberals are doing wrong will not compel them to act. Only they have the power to act, Mr. Speaker, and First Nations across the country and Indigenous communities across the country, hoping to see that action from the government right now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I sit with him on the INAN committee, and I've appreciated his views and his questions. The member talked a little bit about some of the rights that the previous Conservative government were promoting, but he didn't once mention the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People, which Stephen Harper and the Conservatives voted against at the United Nations, where we as a federal government actually implemented it, turned it into action, and ensured that we're making sure that we're following up with the implementation of UNDRIP. And I know that that member just went through training yesterday with the Kairos exercise blanket, as did I, and we heard from youth in his riding. And I wondered if you could share a little bit he heard from the youth and what he learned during that Kairos exercise blanket that can help us with this debate that we're currently having.
The Honourable Member for Kenora, Kiwatinuk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate working with the member opposite as well on committee, and I think we've done some great work together. Of course, we don't agree on everything, as you'll know, Mr. Speaker, but I appreciate the opportunity to work with them. And yes, it was a great opportunity to have that blanket exercise yesterday. Youth from Mishkigoguming First Nation in my riding community, I've had the opportunity to visit quite often. Were there, and it was great to hear their perspective on issues that they want to see addressed, from education to supports for mental health and addictions. I think that there was an incredible opportunity to hear firsthand the concerns that they're facing, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that opportunity as our committee to have that local context as well, and then share a piece of my riding with the rest of the members.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Rimouski.
The member for Rimouski-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. The Conservatives talk a lot about accountability, but it seems like it's only when it's useful for them. It seems that reconciliation is a slogan for them. Now here, with C10, they're telling us that it's too bureaucratic. But real red tape, Mr. Speaker, it's when the federal government repeatedly repeats that it's going to do something, but never delivers the goods. That's red tape. We know this bill isn't perfect. We'd like the commissioner to have more powers. But this is something that's been asked for over 20 years, even when the Conservatives were in power under Stephen Harper. Will my bill support this bill today, or will he once again bury his head in the sand, saying that there's too much red tape?
The Honourable Member for Kenora, Kiwatinuk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think very clearly, like I said in my remarks, what we need to do as Parliament, and what I suggest this government do, is to move forward on modern treaties, to move forward on First Nations policing, on clean drinking water, on infrastructure, and all of these issues help support self-determination and self-government. We don't need more bureaucrats and more departments and offices to tell the government to do that. We have an Auditor General that has done great work holding this government to account. I hope the government listens to all of those reports and recommendations and puts them into action.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for saying a speech. As repeated throughout the day from my colleagues, Conservatives support modern treaties. There are concerns that with Bill C-10, the establishment of an independent commissioner in office will create additional government bureaucracy. May my colleague from Kenora Kawetanong please expand, will the commissioner duplicate work of the Auditor General? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kenora Kawetanong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my colleague and his great work here in this chamber. He's been a valuable addition to our team, and looking forward to serving with them over the course of this term and hopefully beyond as we get to work here. I think I agree completely with his assessment of things. This commissioner is going to duplicate work that's already being done by the Auditor General and other offices of Parliament, as I've already alluded to, Mr. Speaker. This is just more bureaucracy. It is not more accountability, and I believe it's a distraction of this Liberal government, trying to distract from their failed record, Mr. Speaker. I think it's time that they get to work and stop distracting.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
And the good looking guy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to bring the voices of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this place. I rise today to speak to C10, an act respecting the Commissioner for Modern-Day Treaty Implementation. While the Liberal government claims this bill will improve accountability and help with reconciliation, my Conservative colleagues and I must oppose it. Let me be very clear from the outset. Conservatives fully support treaty rights, negotiations, and the ongoing process of reconciliation with Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We recognize the importance of advancing self-determination and self-government. This is a priority we all share. However, this bill misses the mark. Instead of addressing the real issues, it proposes creating another layer of bureaucracy, an expensive new office here in Ottawa that will audit the government's performance and report to Parliament. But what does that really accomplish? The answer is very little, because the government already has the tools for oversight. The Office of the Auditor General conducts regular audits into treaty negotiations, modern treaties, self-government agreements, implementation, and treaty land entitlements, and has completed nearly 24 audit reports, including 6 audits on Indigenous treaty implementations since 2005. These reports clearly show where the federal government has fallen short. What this Liberal government is saying through the introduction of this bill is that they prefer to audit themselves as opposed to having the independent office of the Auditor General do the work. So why spend more taxpayer dollars at a time when Canadians are struggling with affordability, inflation, and growing inflationary deficits in order to create another bureaucracy, a new one, to tell us what we already know? We don't. We need action. This is not a structural failure of oversight. It is a failure of political will and leadership. The ministers and the departments that they lead are responsible for ensuring that treaty negotiations and implementation happens effectively and transparently. This is what Canadians deserve of their government. Mr. Speaker, on that note, under the Conservative government led by Stephen Harper, we negotiated 5 modern treaties within just 6 years. What about the Liberals? They've been in power for nearly 10 years and have negotiated how many? 0. For almost a decade, and you'll have your opportunity, sir, we've been bombarded with flashy announcements. They tell us they're in negotiations with 70 Indigenous groups, and we're supposed to believe they're just doing something substantial. But here's the truth. It's nothing but a public relations exercise. Announcements designed to impress the public with no real outcomes. 10 years and not a single modern treaty deal. And now they want to create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation presented to the Canadian public as a new office, a new title, a new bureaucracy. But don't be fooled. This isn't about achieving results. This is about avoiding scrutiny. This isn't about the heart of the problem. The government doesn't want transparency. They don't want accountability. They want to create another office that looks good on paper, but does nothing to ensure that the Indigenous communities see the benefits of real, concrete treaty implementation. It's all about appearance, not action. This is a failure, plain and simple, and it is the Indigenous peoples of Canada that pay the price. Now, I know reconciliation isn't easy, and we do not claim that it will ever be so, but it does require honest, transparent communication and mutual respect between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. It requires the government to stop standing in the way with secrecy and indecision. And let me elaborate. My riding includes the Caldwell First Nation, which incidentally is located within a kilometre of where I presently live, and I recently joined them for their first annual competitive powwow this past August. Caldwell First Nation concluded a settlement agreement which culminated a decades-long process. In 1998, the Liberal government reached a settlement agreement in principle with Caldwell, but never followed through. It was the Conservative government led by Prime Minister Stephen Harper that returned to the table in 2006 and finalized a $105 million settlement by 2010, which was then ratified by the community. The Caldwell First Nation officially secured reserve status in November of 2020. This settlement did not hand over land directly, but set a 30-year timeline for the community to purchase properties at market value from willing sellers and willing buyers, and then go through a federal additions to reserve process. This, too, is reconciliation in action. Willing buyers and willing sellers working together, not a top-down Ottawa mandate. But unfortunately, the current Liberal government is not living up to that standard of transparency or respect for local municipalities and First Nations. In July of this past year, a status report on claims by the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs was provided to a neighbouring municipality who had inquired about the status of a second claim made by the Caldwell First Nation. The information presented to the public regarding the status of that claim clearly stated that the second claim was not accepted for negotiations. However, behind closed doors, it's been revealed that this claim is considered open and is actively being used in land acquisition negotiations. It's this uncertainty that's caused tension and concern for both Caldwell First Nation and the neighboring municipality, who found themselves negotiating with the Government of Canada over the same piece of property. It is this type of inconsistent communication and lack of transparency that has caused First Nations and neighboring communities strained relationships due to misunderstandings. When information can't be trusted, relationships between First Nations and neighboring communities are broken, stopping the advancement of reconciliation for everyone involved. This secrecy does a disservice to all Canadians. It hinders reconciliation. It undermines the ability of Indigenous communities and their neighbours to work together on the basis of mutual respect. Both First Nations and non-Indigenous communities require clarity to plan their futures responsibly. This is a failing of government to do its due diligence of communicating to all parties in a treaty or settlement process. This is not something that will be fixed by adding another layer of bureaucracy within the information has another chance to be lost, confused, or misplaced from the public record. Reconciliation cannot be forced or imposed by Ottawa. It cannot be a one-sided declaration or a hidden agenda. It requires honest, open, and transparent communication by all parties, Indigenous, non-Indigenous communities, and the federal government itself. The current government seems more interested in creating new bureaucratic offices to audit and then report on themselves rather than rolling up sleeves and getting the job done. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation must be built on mutual respect, open communication, and transparency. It requires all sides to have a seat at the table, and most importantly, to know what's on the table in the first place. Bill C-10 would do nothing to fix these problems. It proposes yet another office, another layer, another report, all the while the government continues to withhold basic information about the status of existing claims. That's not reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, that's obstruction. And let me be clear, my comments are not about opposing oversight. They're about opposing wasteful and ineffective oversight when existing tools and offices and audits are being ignored or sidelined. Bill C-10 risks spending more taxpayer dollars on bureaucrats who will audit the government's own failures without addressing the underlying issues. Rather than demanding accountability from an Ottawa knows best bureaucrat, Liberals propose creating more new layers of bureaucracy and spending more money at a time when Canadians can ill afford it. What Canadians need is political will and action. They need ministers who take responsibility, provide direction, and then departments that follow through on commitments and the direction provided. If the Liberal government is serious about reconciliation, if it truly wants to honor the treaty process, then it must stop hiding behind additional bureaucracies and start doing the hard work, and it is hard work, that these audits have already identified and that reconciliation demands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I'm a little bit confused because I've been hearing the Conservatives talk a little bit about how many modern-day treaties that they signed under Stephen Harper. Yet, on the one hand, they'll brag about how many treaties they've signed, but on the other hand, they're saying we're not going to vote for oversight or someone to ensure that implementation and education of the modern treaties is in place. So I'm wondering, how is it that the Conservatives can brag about the treaties, but when it comes to actually implementing those treaties and having oversight and a commission to do so, they vote against, just like they voted against UNDRIP, and just like they voted against clean water for First Nations communities? How can they stand up with any credibility and talk about Indigenous issues?
Well, Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member. I know his heart is in the First Nations community and indeed for all of Canada, so I do thank him for the question. Conservatives support accountability. They support oversight. In fact, we go through an exercise here on a daily basis at 2 o'clock where we hold the government to account. That's part of our democratic process. The process of implementation, the process of holding government to account for the treaties negotiated should be done through the mandates instructed to the ministers. And then that account, this Parliament, this House, has the function and has the duty actually to hold the government to account for the implementations of the very treaties that the government negotiates. What we don't need is another bureaucratic process that actually where the government looks at itself. We have that opportunity right now through ministerial mandates and the accountability mechanism right in this chamber.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The député de la Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe-à-Lille. I'd like to thank my colleague for this nuanced speech. He said that he agrees with continuing the reconciliation process, the implementation of modern treaties. But he considers that the commissioner would represent more red tape. That leaves us with two options. Either give more powers to the commissioner so that then it wouldn't just be red tape, or otherwise, maybe my colleague would suggest some other method.
Leamington.
I'll expand on this. First of all, thank you for the question for my colleague. And I'll discount the first opportunity because that is another layer that's needed when the mechanisms do exist. As I outlined in my first response to my colleague across the way, the ministers have this authority. The Auditor General has already done the job. I can list the 6 audits that have been provided. Why can the minister not empower and direct the departments to implement? That accountability mechanism exists. And the oversight over the minister exists through the processes we go through here on a daily basis, 2 o'clock every day, 11 o'clock on Fridays. And so that I'll go on the expanded second option for my honourable colleague from the bloc.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent speech. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a bit of a theme emerging here with this government, and that theme is the expansion and creation of more and more government bureaucracy. So I'm wondering if my colleague could highlight one more time for the House that at a time where the Parliamentary Budget Officer has raised the alarm about the spending of this government, why we do not need any more government bureaucracy when the checks and balances already exist here in government.
Honourable member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
As I stated in my speech, I want to thank my colleague for the question. We are not opposed to oversight. We are not opposed to the effective functioning of government. But right now, as we'll see on October the 35th, what exactly the state of our nation's finances are in, additional spending that does not lead to meaningful outcomes for benefit of Canadians, both our Indigenous and our non-Indigenous communities, does not perform anything other than adding to our inflationary debt. What we don't need is another function that can audit without the authority to compel. Those two things, the combination of the Auditor General's office and the ministerial functions that have the authority to compel, are the two ingredients that we need to address these treaties, the shortcomings of these treaties. And we're not there yet. I acknowledge that, Mr. Speaker. But we have the tools. What we are missing is the political will to enact those tools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge, Public Safety. The member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley, Public Safety. The honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot, Housing. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member, le député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Yukon.
Hello et bonjour à toutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize that we are united today on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. It is with deep respect and a feeling of responsibility that I rise today to support this bill that intends to create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation, an essential initiative to move reconciliation forward in our country. This initiative is part of our commitment to advance reconciliation and to hold the government accountable for its obligations under modern treaties. We want to build a better future, but we need to first look back, to learn from the past, and to recognize the wrongs that marked our history. For all too long, our relationship with the Indigenous peoples has been marked by colonial and paternalistic policies that have led to damage and injustice. We need to recognize this truth. It's the first step towards reconciliation, but it also has to be followed by deliberate and supported measures. Governments and institutions need to work as a true partnership with Indigenous peoples to remedy the systemic inequalities and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. It's through significant change that we'll be able to start to reestablish a relationship of trust and move forward together. The Canadian government has committed to work in partnership with Indigenous peoples to advance common priorities such as health, lodging, education, prosperity, environmental protection, fight against climate change, and emergency management. The importance of a true partnership with Indigenous peoples is also recognized in the Unity of Canadian Economy Act, recently recognized in the House. Since Indigenous peoples are the caretakers of our lands since time immemorial, economic strategies based on partnerships and cooperation with them will be essential to ensure lasting prosperity for everyone. We are making real progress, but we still have a lot of work to be done to strengthen our partnership and to move forward on reconciliation. The 94 calls to action are at the basis of all of our work. These calls to action are a roadmap in the fight against systemic inequalities, and we have to meet our obligations under modern treaties, and we are committed to fulfilling these calls to action as well as respecting UNDRIP. So we owe it to Indigenous people to make decisions and consult them when their future and land is affected. This Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation will follow an action plan under UNDRIP, which recognizes an independent person that will follow the implementation of modern treaties. And this measure is part of a broader commitment to work in partnership with our Indigenous partners to strengthen the way treaties are respected. And they will obviously be respected and implemented through better surveillance and transparency and better cooperation. The Commissioner will not just be an observer, they will incarnate change to make sure the Canadian government keeps its word and puts its promises into action as a pillar of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, principles aside, allow me to give you some concrete examples of progress we've made. There was a treaty signed with the Whitecap Nation. That's one example. It was a decisive stage to respect the rights of Indigenous peoples, and it affirms the inherent rights of First Nations to governance so they can have a say over the decisions that concern their community. And this autonomy treaty is for a unique governance situation, and we continue to support its success and the well-being of their community in the future. It is a transformative treaty to improve the living conditions and the means of Indigenous peoples. It also allows for a guideline for reconciliation and ongoing relationships between the Crown and the Indigenous peoples. We all know that we have to do more to ensure the well-being of these peoples and respect our commitments. And that's why the creation of a position of commissioner is a decisive stage in reconciliation between the federal government and Indigenous peoples. It will help to progress reconciliation based on the three following bases. First, highlighting systemic issues in the implementation of modern treaties to ensure they are fully and quickly implemented. We want to establish better relationships with modern treaty signatories, and this will make the Commissioner's work impactful, particularly by improving awareness of the public with respect to modern treaties, and it will tackle systemic issues with respect to economic development. Nevertheless, this can't just be limited to policies or institutions. It has to involve the collective conscience of our country. Just like with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report, it says that too many Canadians do not recognize, or still haven't, the enormous contribution of Indigenous peoples to Canada and do not understand under modern treaties negotiated that we are all involved and therefore we all have the responsibility to take action to encourage reconciliation by providing public examples and reports to Parliament and making the implementation process for treaties more effective and transparent. The Commissioner can help the society to become more aware and to lead to broader reconciliation. But there will be limited scope, and the Canadian government, if it does not respect its its commitments for modern treaties, it will allow for targeted actions. If Indigenous peoples have a hard time accessing resources or lands promised under modern treaties, some communities have seen delays in the implementation with respect to health services and education. So we'll be actively monitoring the implementation of these treaties, and it will help to end these persistent inequalities and move things forward. Cultural practices also are essential to the spirituality and the identity of Indigenous peoples, and also important in preserving traditional knowledge. Canadian government recognizes and has already taken steps in this area, such as the official the Languages Act for Indigenous languages. However, like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said, it is the peoples and Indigenous communities that are in the best position to manage the preservation and the revitalization of their languages. Nevertheless, Canada must implement its keep the promises it has made under modern treaties, and the Commissioner will support growth and vitality for Indigenous languages, and there will be relationships with modern treaty signatories through better consultation and mobilization. And this is what we have the intention to do going forward. If this bill is adopted, the Commissioner will encourage ongoing consultation and cooperation through the implementation of modern treaties. It will help us to respect the real principles that make who we are. It will recognize the distinct nature of our time is up.
Tie, the member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I do have a question for him through you. Between 2013 and 2023, federal employment surged by 36%. By contrast, the private sector grew by 13%. My question is, how big is this new bureaucracy, this new office going to be? How many new public sector employees does this government plan to hire?
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To thank my colleague for her question. Once again, I think this is an important topic. We need then, it's not just limited to red tape, but this is a mechanism to make the government responsible. The commissioner will not create administrative red tape. Resources will be used efficiently and effectively. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals keep on repeating that they want to move forward on reconciliation. Yet, 4 months ago even, they supported C5 for national projects without consulting the First Nations, which was denounced by Inuit and Métis and First Nations communities. And now they're moving forward with C10. And they want to establish a commissioner for modern treatings without giving anyone really any coercive power. There'll just be recommendations, but they'll have their hands tied. Are the Liberals afraid of true accountability and perhaps face their lack of commitments that they have made or promises they have made to the Indigenous communities? The Honourable Member, I'd like to answer the last part of that question. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Are the Liberals afraid? No. On the contrary, we are implementing this position, and it is a transparent mechanism and also one of oversight. And by having this commissioner, and I hope the other side will vote for this position, on the contrary, I think the Liberals are taking their responsibility with respect to responsibility and seeking the confidence of all Canadians. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from the member. When I think of Bill C-10, I see it as a legislation that's definitely warranted. It's here before us today because of a great deal of effort from Indigenous community leaders in response to having modernized treaties which ultimately build a stronger and healthier social and economic economy, Mr. Speaker, or society, and having an agent of Parliament that reports to Parliament, I see as a positive thing. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts on just how important it is that we recognize the true value of these agreements, because it helps us build a stronger Canada.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Obviously, it's really important to recognize these agreements, and like I said, we have to move from these treaties to action. They need oversight, and obviously they need to be piloted. And it's not just an administrative step that we're implementing. It's a promise where reconciliation is not just talk. We need a strong economy and oversight from a commissioner, and I hope the House will support this process. Thank you.
For a short question, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. My question is, why did the government choose to not put the new commissioner under the surveillance of the new Auditor General's office, or have partners with First Nations and Inuit and give them greater trust in the commissioner? The Honourable Member for Bourassa, 20 seconds or less. Very good question. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I can just tell you that we are going to give allow this commissioner to have relationships between governments and regions. And with this type of process, we don't want to make things more complicated. We want to avoid that.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kwikwi, Ulukut, Udlukut, Tansi, hello, bonjour. I would like to start by acknowledging that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of Anishinaabe, Algonquin people. I am honored to be speaking here today about the critical role of the Commissioner of Modern Treaty implementation would play so that Canada lives up to the promises we have made in modern territories. By living up to our promises, we can help secure a better future for modern treaty partners and all Canadians. Modern treaties are a distinct expression of reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and the Crown. They create enduring intergovernmental relationships. They improve the lives and livelihoods of Indigenous peoples, and they advance national socio-economic objectives that benefits all people in Canada. In the 50 years since the first modern treaty was signed, the number of the modern treaties has continued to grow. Since 1975, the Government of Canada and Indigenous partners have worked together to negotiate 27 modern treaties that have positive and long-lasting impacts on socioeconomic outcomes for Indigenous peoples and for all people in Canada. Many more are being negotiated. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about positive impacts like economics and infrastructure development, sustainable land management, and more control over the affairs of Indigenous communities by Indigenous governments. The work overseen by the Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation would have the way to help future generations achieve the successes that today's generations are working towards. Modern treaties can drive greater economic development and encourage Indigenous businesses ownership. For example, the Wontut Gwich'in First Nations final agreement made it possible for the First Nation to acquire a significant stake in Air North Yokon's airline. The investment provides economic sustainability for the First Nation, jobs for its citizens, and a transportation lifeline for the Wontut Gwich'in people in Old Crow, which is Yokon's only fly-in community. This investment also benefits Air North's hundreds of employees and those who fly in and around the Yukon. In Nunavut, a landmark achievement through the Nunavut Agreement has recognized Inuit rights, granting Inuit ownership of about 350,000 square kilometers of land. It provides for the establishment of Nunavut as a territory which spans nearly 2 million square kilometers, 1/5 of Canada's total land mass. It has also granted mineral rights over 35,000 square kilometers. This empowers Inuit to participate in decision-making regarding land, water, and wildlife management, ensuring sustainable resource use. More importantly, it provides Inuit with the means of participating in economic opportunities in these areas. These are examples of how modern territories can strengthen the social, cultural, and economic fabric of Indigenous communities while providing benefits to surrounding communities. We know that a strong economy, more jobs, improved infrastructure, and support for clean energy can only be achieved through full partnership with Indigenous people. Economic prosperity won't come from participating in the process alone. It must include ownership and leadership. That's why we have doubled the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program from $5 billion to $10 billion. We recognize, however, that access to capital remains a challenge, especially for smaller and remote communities and for those seeking to fund initial stages of projects. That's why we are working to make equity pathways, procurement opportunities, and direct investments in community-led projects more accessible and transparent. Another example for a promising project is being led by Nisga'a Nation. They are seeing booming economic development, including taking on the role as a proponent for major projects. For example, Nisga'a Nation is co-developing, along with their partners, with the seismic LNG natural gas project, which is a proposed floating liquid natural gas export facility located on the site owned by the Nisga'a Nation near the community of Ginglots in British Columbia. The project will have a capacity of 12 million tons of LNG per year. The Nisga's Nation is also co-developing the Prince Rupert gas transmission pipeline. As a co-developer of these projects, the Nisga's Nation has meaningful input in all aspects of the project, reflecting Nisga's Nation's commitment to stewardship of their land and people. Along with driving economic development, many modern treaty partners have implemented training and education programs tailored to their community needs. For instance, Nisga's Lismis government has invested in vocational training programs leading to higher employment rates and more skilled labor within the community. Their bilateral agreement with Canada.
Le député de Pointe-de-L'Île. Je comprends que la traduction ne fonctionne pas.
The interpretation is not working at the moment.
Translation is going in, and the translation is good now. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre can restart. The translation wasn't working but just for a moment, but he's welcome to restart his time. He's got just under 4 minutes left.
Their bilateral agreement with Canada for the delivery of indigenous skills and employment training program for Nisga's citizens has resulted in the opening of the Nisga's employment skills and training program, which helped Nisga's citizens thrive and succeed in a rapidly developing economy by helping them find meaningful and demand-driven employment. Along with supporting training and skill development, modern treaties can also lead to more infrastructure development, which is critical to communities. Modern treaties also emphasize the importance of environmental management and stewardship, which can lead to greater stability and control over resources. One example of this is a Guiqing Renewable Resources Board. This board promotes sustainable use of land and resources while preserving traditional practices, and it plays a leadership role in ensuring that the fish, forests, and wildlife of the Guiqing area remain healthy and sustainable. Their mandate is to work in the public interest, representing all the parties to their modern treaty, the Guiqing, the people of the Northwest Territories, and all Canadians. This is an example of how modern treaties can support communities in finding new ways to protect, conserve, and manage renewable resources. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of modern treaties in Canada are evident in improved social outcomes, building infrastructure, and economic development for Indigenous peoples. It's clear these arrangements are making a real difference in people's lives. But while significant progress has been made, there's still more to be done in implementing the commitments made in modern treaties. These successes are the good news stories that show us what we can accomplish when we work together, but they occur against the backdrop of persistent and crucial issues. There is an ongoing lack of awareness, understanding, and action in the federal public services around modern treaty objectives, obligations, relationships. Sometimes we still get in wrong. When I say cost, Mr. Speaker, I don't just mean the significant financial expenses. The biggest cost is losing chances to work together, because when implementation fails, it leads to conflict instead of partnership. When this happens, opportunities to achieve the kind of success I spoke about earlier pass us by. This is why we need the Commissioner to give us a chance to take action today for a stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous Canada tomorrow. The proposed Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation would hold the federal government and future governments accountable for the implementation of modern treaties, so that modern treaty partners and all Canadians are not being made to bear the cost of opportunities missed because we did not live up to our promises. By living up to our promises, we can help secure a better future for modern treaty partners and all people in Canada. Modern treaties are already delivering results and making a difference. That's clear. But there's a room to do even better, and the Commissioner will help us to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we proceed to questions and comments, just a reminder to members, if on your desk you're leaving a device that is not in airplane mode, sometimes it will interfere with translation. It's better just to put it into airplane mode or move it away from your desk because it does sometimes interfere with the work of the interpreters. With that being said, questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Member, I just want to ask him about responsible and accountable government. And does he feel that this piece of legislation is trying to mask the issue that the Liberals over the last decade have failed to secure any modern treaties across this country and have failed to live up to the modern treaties that have been signed over the last number of years? When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, we signed 5 modern treaties, and we worked very hard to enable the relationship between Canada and the First Nations. Would the member not agree that this bill is an admission of failure on the part of the Liberal government?
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Sorry, I will disagree with the opposite member. This commissioner's main job is just to check if the federal government is fulfilling its promises under modern treaties, working in good faith with Indigenous partners and upholding the honor of the Crown. The commissioner will not settle disputes or give legal advice. Instead, they will do review, audits, and briefings to see how government programs are working and share what they find with ministers, Indigenous partners, and the Parliament.
Questions and comments? Le député de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Bloc Québécois, we here on this side are in favor of the bill. However, there's nothing binding, there's nothing coercive in this bill, so we're concerned that this might be the same case as the Official Languages Commissioner, because over the past 50 years, the Francophones have been assimilated more and more. And the Official Languages Act is rarely complied with. In the last version of the OLA, we think that if we compare it with that bill, then we think that C10 should bind the government, should compel the government to do certain things.
Centre.
Thank you, member of the opposition. Again, with the 27 modern treaties covering over 40% of Canada's landmass, major development and infrastructure projects depend on partnership with Indigenous modern treaty partners and compliance with modern treaty obligations. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I respect what it is that the member is saying and want to amplify. Having a commissioner to deal with modern treaties is something that has been desired for a number of years now. We have the legislation before us. It will have a very positive impact to have an agent of Parliament that reports to Parliament in terms of the whole modern treaties and how modern treaties benefit Canadian society. I see as a win-win-win. I wonder if my friend can just comment on why he believes that it's important as parliamentarians, no matter what side of the House, is to recognize the value of the legislation and at least support the legislation going to committee and beyond.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These treaties strengthen and reinforce self-determination by ensuring Indigenous people lead decisions that affect them in areas like land stewardship, cultural protection, resource development, and participation in land management decisions. But they are only as strong as their implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for answering my last question about accountable government and acknowledging that this is indeed needed. This commissioner is indeed needed because the Liberals have failed to live up to all of their hype, all of their rhetoric. So once again, will the minister or the member opposite just simple yes or no question, will he admit that this bill is merely an admission of failure on the Liberal government's part? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
not at all. This is not a failure, but this is even the progress like that have been doing last 10 years, even the Liberal government, or even before that was being done by Mr. Harper's government. So this is a continuity of that. It's not the failure of any government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to be up here today to talk about accountable government, a Bill C-10. The government has put forward this piece of legislation, and I think that it's a total admission of their failure to keep First Nations included in the Canadian economy, to ensure that the First Nations are a part of the Canadian conversation. And so therefore this is one of the trinkets that they're putting forward, is the Commissioner to acknowledge that they have been a failure over the last 10 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to just to talk a little bit about accountable government more broadly. People back home always say, well, Arnold, you're part of the government. And I say, so no, I'm part of the opposition. The government is generally the front bench, considered to be the front bench on the government side of the House. That is the government. It lives inside of our legislative chamber. Unlike the United States, where the administration lives outside of the legislative process, in Canada, in a parliamentary system, the government lives in the front bench, and that is the Prime Minister and his cabinet, and they direct the administration of our country, and they answer directly to the legislature in the fact that they are right in here, and one of the key functions of this place is to hold that government to account, principally through question period. That's probably the thing that people see the most. And so that is the government of Canada. Then it branches out from there to all the ministries and the ministry offices across the country, and the folks that work for those particular ministries would also be part of the government. So at this point, very soon, I hope to be part of the governing party of Canada, if not part of the government, Lord willing. Mr. Speaker, I also want to inform you that I'll be splitting my time. And so when we talk about accountable government, this is an important part of Canadian history. This is something that this particular place fought vehemently for at the founding of Canada in response to being a colony of Great Britain, and asking for and pushing for our own government and our responsible government. And Mr. Speaker, I would also point out that the responsible, accountable government that was fought for at that time was immediately put to the test in the Riot Reparations Act that the Canadian Parliament, the brand new Canadian Parliament, passed, and then ran out to ask the Governor General to not sign into law because they suddenly realized the ramifications of the Riot Reparations Act. And the Governor General at that time said, do you want a responsible government, a responsible, accountable government, or do you not? And so he signed that into law, and the negative implications of that came to fruition, and the Parliament then reversed itself on that particular bill. Now, I tell that little story just to point out that the things that happen in this place have an impact on our Canadian society. I hope that's the case, and I know that to be the case. But the point being is that the Liberal government is the government of this country, and they have duties that they have to implement. And now this Liberal government is classic as to causing a problem or failing to address a problem, and then rather than fix the problem, they come back here for another piece of legislation and say, this, Mr. Speaker, this will be the thing that fixes this particular problem. When in reality, they generally have the tools, they generally have the ability to fix the particular problem or manage the particular issue, or maintain the relationship around the world that they currently have. Now, Mr. Speaker, you will hear from the Liberals often. They say, "Oh, this particular UN document is demanding that we do this thing." Well, maintaining the relationship with First Nations across this country and ensuring that they are full participants in our economy and living up to the treaty obligations that this country has signed on to I think are just basic functions of the government. We don't need a UN document or a UN declaration to tell us to do these things. The government of Canada should be doing these things because we're upholding the honor of the crown. We are upholding the things that make us this country. We are, in the case of the current government, they are the government of Canada, and they should live up to their obligations. And this is treaty obligations. This is keeping the peace in this country. This is trying to work on maintaining our borders, trying to reduce the crime. And all of these things, Mr. Speaker, many of the times we see a total mismanagement of the particular issue, total mismanagement, and then the Liberals come here and say, oh, but it's this piece of legislation. If we only had this piece of legislation. So we see this right in front of us over and over again, C2, C8, C11. Over and over again, they're coming here trying to solve problems that they could already solve, that they are the cause of, and then they say, oh, but this piece of legislation. And now C10, the classic case of the Liberal mismanagement. We failed to sign new treaties across the country. We failed to manage the relationship. We see our resource industry stalling out because of our inability to build major projects across this country. And now they're bringing forward. The other thing I find very interesting, Mr. Speaker, is this quote-unquote new government. I would say it's the tired old Liberal government. But we have yet to see any major new pieces of legislation. This is not a new piece of legislation. This from a new government. This is a long sought after, the Liberal government has introduced this idea over and over again. This is not part of the new piece. We are looking forward to the removal of the Liberal bail. That would be a new piece of legislation. That would be part of the reversal of Liberal bail in this country would be an impressive thing to get our crime under control. That would be new, but this is not a new idea. This is something that the Liberals have talked about for a long time, and now because their legislative agenda is kind of empty, now suddenly they're going to put it in. Now, I'm going to just turn my attention a little bit to the bloc, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting that, I always find it interesting when I somewhat agree with the bloc, in that the bloc are saying that this commissioner won't achieve anything, won't do anything. And which is also kind of our position on this, is that it won't do anything. It's just a spending of money for the sake of spending money, which generally, I acknowledge that that's the Liberal test of success generally, is how much money they spend on a particular thing. I'll point to the border, Mr. Speaker, that the government generally says, when we say the border, you're failing to maintain our border, you're allowing people to run across our border and things like that. The Liberals' response isn't, no, we're doing a good job managing the border. No, the Liberals' response is, we're spending more money managing the border than the Conservatives did, so therefore we're being successful. But they're not. The problem is that the border is porous, the border is unmanaged by the Liberals, and it doesn't. If we could spend $0 to manage the border, I would be in favor of that as well. But the amount of money that they spend to manage the border is irrelevant if we're not getting the results that we're looking for. And that I guess, is fundamental to what is an accountable government. Who is responsible for this? And I think this commissioner is a distraction from the responsibilities of the government. The government is responsible for maintaining these relationships, and they can't outsource it to a commissioner. They can't outsource it. Mr. Chair, I guess the same goes with the parliamentary budget officer, for example, as well. Does his advice get followed by this Liberal government? No, not at all. Does it? Will this commissioner's advice be followed by the Liberal government? Maybe, maybe not. But the fundamental issue is the results that this government has caused. So we see it over and over again, whether it's their bail system that they've totally made a hatchet job of, whether it's the border security, whether it's our cyber security, whether over and over again the Liberals fail to be responsible for the issues that the government is supposed to be responsible for in this country, and then we see a failure, and then we see, we need this particular piece of legislation suddenly in order to fix it. And then when you look at that piece of legislation, it either it generally does something else other than what they say that it will do, or fails to change anything. So just want to put on the record that in some weird way, we agree with the bloc on this, that the commissioner won't do anything, and that I would just want to state right at the very end of this that this bill is an admission by the Liberal government that their inabilities over the last number of years are a failure.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to note that some Conservative members in the past have delayed Indigenous legislation. So seeing that there are certain modern treaty partners in Conservative ridings like the Manitoulin First Nations, Tassawasan First Nation, and White Dakota Nation, can the member opposite confirm if the relevant members have talked to or will talk to the modern treaty partners, and what assurance he could provide that his party will work to pass this bill quickly and without any unnecessary delays to help modern treaty partners in their respective ridings? Thank you.
The member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think that member listened to my speech, but however, I would remind her that the previous Conservative government signed 5 modern treaties over the course of the Conservative tenure governing this country. Our relationship with the First Nations was managed. Our relationship to get major energy projects built in this country was a success, and we look forward to the day when a Conservative government rules this country once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, throughout the day we've heard a lot of misrepresentation of reality, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker. They say, well, Harper, he signed 5 treaties. Well, he was elected Prime Minister in 2006, and one of the treaties was signed in 2006. Yeah, he does get the credit. Technically, he did sign it. And then they say, well, Liberals haven't done any. Well, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. We have had treaties signed. The Conservatives just haven't done their homework, or they're intentionally trying to mislead the House. I suspect they haven't done their homework. My question to the member is, would he not agree that having an independent agent of Parliament that is supported by Indigenous community leaders is something in which all members should be supporting when it appears just the Conservatives in the House that are opposing it?
Just before I recognize the member, the use of the term intentionally misleading the House in almost all situations is dangerously close to the line. So I just invite members to be careful when they respond, to not do indirectly what you cannot do directly. With that being said, I recognize the member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just point out that, again, this commissioner is estimated to be costing the Canadian government, or will cost the Canadian government, $2 million. That's deficit spending, I would point out, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is that our First Nations communities, along with all communities across this country, are struggling to put food on the table, are struggling to pay their heat bills. And to say that we should spend more deficit spending and deflate our money more, I don't think that helps anybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Le député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives claim that they are champions of reconciliation. But 4 months ago, they supported the Liberal C5 bill about the national interest projects that go against the interests of First Nations. And now they're saying that under Mr. Harper, they signed more treaties than the Liberals, so we're better. But they don't really seem to agree with C10. And yet they say that they are the champions of accountability, but only when it serves their interests. Aren't they concerned that the day that they come back into government, they'll have to face accountability with this new commissioner? Is that the issue?
Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, just after all those nice things I said about the bloc, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that particularly on C5, we made some significant amendments to that piece of legislation to ensure that, for example, the Lobbying Act is not undermined by that particular piece of legislation. I understand that the Conservative members on that committee for that bill made, we made sure that that bill those projects would still be subject to conflict of interest and lobbying, and I think a number of other acts that do apply, but it would exempt them from particularly bills C-69 and C-48, the anti-pipeline bill and the anti-tanker bill, because we think that those two pieces of legislation are standing in the way. And if the Liberals are willing to make an exemption to their own pieces of legislation, again, an admission of Liberal failure, we'd be happy to support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to acknowledge, first of all, with respect, that we're gathered on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, and these territories, unceded and unsurrendered, have been a place of meeting and exchange for centuries. I'm pleased to speak today on the proposed legislation to establish a Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation and what the next steps in this process are. This bill is a priority for each modern treaty nation in the Yukon, and I'm pleased to say that we have in the Yukon 11 self-governing nations with modern treaties. This proposed legislation is timely even on its reintroduction, because we should be reminded that this bill was introduced a year ago as Bill C-77 and died with prorogation. The need, though, is even more pressing now than before. The world is changing. Canada needs to be ready. And that means building an economy that can withstand whatever comes our way. We're doing that by creating more space and opportunities for Indigenous leadership, innovation, and economic inclusion. The rights and collaboration of modern treaty partners are top of mind in all of this work. So this bill represents a meaningful step forward in the Government of Canada's commitment to reconciliation and to the full and fair implementation of modern treaties. Modern treaties are not just legal documents. They're foundational agreements that affirm Indigenous rights, support self-government, and build the framework for respectful nation-to-nation relationships, and they must be honored with both word and action. Setting up and rolling out the Commissioner's Office and making sure it works well is key. The next steps in how we build this office will shape the trust, effectiveness, and lasting relationships needed to keep Canada's modern treaty promises. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues have highlighted the ways in which we've worked with modern treaty partners to co-develop both Canada's collaborative modern treaty implementation policy as well as an independent oversight body, and the role of a commissioner tasked with holding Canada accountable for the implementation of modern treaties, and will shine a light on how federal programs are and policies are or are not supporting their implementation. The bill is about more than oversight, though. It's about trust. It's about ensuring that the commitments made in modern treaties are not only respected but actively upheld, with transparency, with accountability, and with the full weight of Parliament behind them. This is especially important to the Yukon, where, as I've stated, 11 of the 14 First Nations are signed modern treaties and self-government agreements. Even in the Yukon, though, challenges persist when it comes to federal implementation. Too often progress is slowed, and this bill responds directly to those concerns. We've worked closely with Indigenous partners every step of the way to determine these next steps. Co-developing the proposal and legislation together was essential, not only to create a mutually agreed upon process, but also a reflection of what Yukon First Nations and others have long called for, a dedicated independent body to ensure Canada lives up to the spirit and intent of its treaty promises, and a meaningful part of our journey toward reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, as we go forward, this collaboration will continue. Given the importance of this new role, the appointed Commissioner must have the confidence of both Parliament and modern treaty partners. That's why the appointment process includes direct consultation with modern treaty partners, going beyond the usual steps for other agents of Parliament. After receiving the recommendation from the Minister following consultations, the Governor and Council would consult with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons. They would then seek the approval of the appointment by resolution of the Senate and House of Commons, and once this is complete, the Commissioner would be appointed under the Great Seal. The steps I've outlined today are extensive and robust, and this is by design. These steps are specifically requested by modern treaty partners to cement the credibility of the Commissioner. These steps are in line with the appointment process for all other agents of Parliament, with the addition of the consultation of modern treaty partners. Once the appointment process happens, the next step would be standing up the Commissioner's office. The Commissioner would have the discretion to design and operationalize their office as they see fit. The step in the process would include the designation of the location of the head office by the Governor and Council on the recommendation of the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. In engagement sessions, Modern Treaty partners asked for confirmation of funding to support the Commissioner. It's integral that the Commissioner is appropriately funded to carry out their work and mandate. And once fully operational, the Commissioner and their office would begin working to fulfill the mandate in this proposed bill by conducting reviews and/or performance audits of any activity carried out by the Government of Canada that relates to modern treaty implementation. The Commissioner would determine the procedures, terms, and methodology to be followed for each review or performance audit after engaging with the relevant modern treaty partners. Consistent with other agents of Parliament, all final reports of reviews and performance audits would be submitted directly to the Speakers of both Houses of Parliament for tabling. It is anticipated that the Commissioner would complete their first audit or review report in the third year of the Office's operation and would continue to complete reports of reviews or performance audits in subsequent years. Additionally, each calendar year, the Commissioner would be required to prepare an annual report to Parliament. The annual report would be provided to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, who would submit it to the Speakers of both Houses of Parliament for tabling. This is intended to give Parliament a direct line of sight into the operations of the Commissioner and their office in the same way as other agents of Parliament. The work of the Commissioner and the processes I've just shared have been specifically designed to first and foremost provide credibility, transparency, and independence for the Commissioner and their office. I hope this summary of the next steps, including the appointment of the Commissioner, the standing up of their office, and the completion of the first reports, has shed some light on our plan as we go forward. Before I conclude, I want to highlight how important co-development has been in working in moving this initiative forward. And I want to stress how vital it is to keep working closely with Indigenous partners as the legislation moves ahead. As former AFN Yukon Regional Chief Kluani Adamak has said, the creation of a Modern Treaty Commissioner marks a step forward in honouring the commitments Canada has made to First Nations and upholding the spirit and intent of these agreements. I commend the parties for this important work and strongly urge the Government of Canada to take all measures necessary to ensure this body is fully independent, adequately supported and resourced, and has the necessary powers to effectively fulfill its mandate." End of quote. This new role would create a significant shift in Crown Indigenous modern treaty relationships so that future governments are held accountable to Parliament for our modern treaty relationships, objectives, and obligations. It's essential to establish the Commissioner's Office with care and transparency, working closely alongside modern treaty partners. Doing this will help build trust so that the Office can effectively carry out its important mandate. Getting it right means honouring the promises made and strengthening relationships based on respect and partnership. We are hopeful that this important and transformative step will help Canada become a better modern treaty partner, one that is more trustworthy, accountable, and transparent in its modern treaty relationships. So thank you, Megwich, Koyanami, Ganoshish, Shomatan, Sogasin Lamasicho. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for saying his speech. As repeated throughout the day for myself and my colleagues, Conservatives support modern treaties. Bill C-10 will establish an independent commissioner in office. By the creation of this new office, this will add an extra layer of bureaucracy and cost with this government and not a guarantee of meaningful change. With regards to Bill C-10 and on behalf of the Indigenous people throughout Canada, my question is, what happens if the department continues to ignore treaty obligations? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
I appreciate the question from the member from London Fanshawe, and it's an important question because we modern treaty partners around the country are looking forward to seeing this bill passed. It is important that this is a way to ensure that there is accountability. They have been let down many times by many governments in implementation of modern treaties. We all stand to be accountable for implementation of modern treaties, including the signing of modern treaties as we go forward. So this is the role of the Modern Treaty Commissioner, and I thank the member for the question.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yes, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I know that he's from the Yukon, and I can't help but notice there are so many communities from the Yukon that are going to be helped by this legislation. I'm sure he's heard the advocacy from Yukon First Nations leaders over his time as being a member of Parliament. And I wonder if the member would share some of the information, some of the advocacy from the First Nations leaders of Yukon that have been for not only years, but maybe generations, asking for this kind of legislation moving forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations for his tireless work on this file, including from the last Parliament, and his advocacy. This is an incredibly important piece of legislation for Yukon First Nations. I have heard repeatedly in my 4+ years as holding this privileged position as a member of Parliament from every self-governing First Nation on how important it is, not just for this position, but for robust and timely implementation of treaties. This is an ongoing work in progress. It's often frustratingly slow from their point of view. We are, however, making progress, but we need to continue to be held accountable and commit to whatever government, as we look forward in the decades to come, is in power to ensure that that commitment is sustainable and sustained. Thank you.
Comments. Question.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-la-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. I'd like to hear from him today how we can trust the Liberal government and take it seriously when 4 months ago this government betrayed Indigenous communities because it did not consult them on the Bill on National Interest Projects, C5. There was a gag order with the support of the Conservative Party, which they're not mentioning today. It's really something, especially with this new government in place. So anyway, my question to my colleague, how can we trust a party that 4 months ago did not consult First Nations and today are saying they'll bring in a commissioner, but they would just be an observer with no binding powers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, which is an important one. And I think what's very clear is that an integral part of Bill C5 is the relationship and partnership with our Indigenous partners who are essential stakeholders in projects of national interest. That is an integral part of the bill. It is a commitment of this government, and it's something that I hope that all parties here in the House can agree on.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretaries of State for Labour, Seniors, Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Guelph. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that Canada's Parliament is located on the traditional, unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. I'm pleased to speak about the proposed Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. The creation of this new position represents a commitment to transparency, to accountability, to building trust with modern treaty partners and Canadians at large. As my colleagues have mentioned, the legislation before us today would establish an independent agent of Parliament charged with holding the Government of Canada accountable for living up to our modern treaty obligations, objectives, and most importantly, relationships. The agent's status is significant. The agents of Parliament each focus on protecting vital principles of our country. For example, the Auditor General conducts audits of government departments and agencies to check that public funds are used effectively. The Privacy Commissioner protects Canadians' personal information. The Information Commissioner upholds the public's right to access government information. And the Official Languages Commissioner protects the rights of Canadians to use either official language within federal institutions. There are currently 6 agents of parliaments in Canada, and each one plays a crucial role in upholding democratic principles, accountability, and protecting the rights of Canadians. I'll say that again, Mr. Speaker. Protecting the rights of Canadians. Despite the work these agents of parliaments do, we know that there is a gap. We know the rights of Indigenous peoples in this country are not always protected or respected. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government is trying to do better on this front. We have been working together with Indigenous peoples to build and strengthen nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown, and government-to-government relationships based on respect, the recognition of rights, and the creation of partnerships to build a better future for all people of Canada. Modern treaties recognize and protect the rights of Indigenous peoples to their lands, resources, and governance. What's more, modern treaties create the kind of meaningful relationships that are fundamental to advancing reconciliation and shared prosperity. It is fitting, then, that the next agent of Parliament should be dedicated to strengthening these vital constitutional relationships. This legislation puts us on a new pathway. We will be establishing a parliamentary institution focused on oversight and accountability for federal modern treaty implementation. The Commissioner would lend a critical eye to Canada's actions in this space with the aim of advancing systemic change to improve implementation effectiveness. In practical terms, this means it will create transparency. The Commissioner would shine a light on areas where the Government of Canada is not addressing persistent structural modern treaty implementation issues. And by doing this, it would make Canada's actions in implementing modern treaties visible to all people in Canada, helping to hold the government to account. In this way, the Commissioner will help reduce process inefficiencies, support effective modern treaty implementation, and the positive economic, social, and cultural impacts that it will have. The bottom line is that the Commissioner would help Canada become a better treaty partner. Let me explain. At its core, transparency is about clarity and openness. A Commissioner dedicated to oversight of modern treaty implementation would make sure that Indigenous partners, Parliament, and all people in Canada have access to essential information regarding modern treaties. This is not for us to point fingers at one another. It's to point us towards a better future for all treaty partners. The proposed legislation before us today includes the same statutory access power as granted to the Auditor General. This is the gold standard for access to information. This gives the Commissioner open access to the information they will need to do their job, including information that is necessary to fulfill their mandate and carry out their duties and functions. Giving the Commissioner this level of access of information will make the role more transparent, credible, and trusted. It will also go a long way to fostering an environment of trust and mutual respect with modern treaty partners. Imagine a scenario where all people in Canada, and Indigenous communities in particular, are actively informed about how Canada is implementing its treaty commitments. This visibility is crucial. It supports communities so that they can meaningfully participate in the process. Accountability goes hand in hand with transparency. The Commissioner will be responsible for providing oversight of government activities related to treaty implementation by reporting these findings to Parliament in the forms of reviews and performance audits. Reporting measures increase accountability by tracking performance and making government modern treaty processes more visible. Reporting also allows us to see where the government is excelling and, crucially, where we're coming up short. As an agent, the Commissioner would have a direct reporting relationship to Parliament. Parliament can then hold the government accountable, helping turn the promises made in modern treaties from words on paper into living commitments that reflect our dedication to reconciliation. In this context, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner is not an expense. It is an investment in Canada, in trust, in accountability, in efficiency, and a more just and prosperous future for all Canadians. Strong accountability measures promote responsible government. They promote credibility and results-oriented action. Together, they translate to trust, and trust is what will enable us to build a future that is not bound by the failures of the past. By prioritizing transparency and accountability, the Commissioner would help to build a foundation of trust between the government and modern treaty partners. In fact, a strong foundation of trust has already been established in the co-development process for this legislation. The proposal for the Commissioner was co-developed with modern treaty partners from the ground up. As my colleagues have mentioned, more than 130 partners engaged on this proposed legislation. This proactive engagement and collaboration not only demonstrates respect, but makes sure that government action is reflective of community priorities. When this legislation passes, we will continue to work hand in hand with modern treaty partners to support the success of the Commissioner. The trust we have built throughout this process will serve as a strong foundation for the future. By facilitating regular consultations with modern treaty partners, the Commissioner can make sure their voices are not just heard, but actively integrated into the decision-making process. This partnership approach means that the perspectives of modern treaty partners would be captured in the work of the Commissioner, and that their stories and experiences with federal implementation would be shared with all of us as parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, there is a long road ahead of us to live up to our commitments to modern treaty partners. And it is clear to me that we cannot get there without building and nurturing a relationship based on transparency, accountability, and trust. And that is what makes this legislation so important. Oversight, accountability, and transparency measures have upfront costs, but they are key to supporting effective implementation, the kind that reduces long-term risks and prevents disputes and litigation over the medium and long run. A Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation would promote transparency with access to information. They would hold the government accountable to Parliament and Indigenous partners by conducting investigations and publishing reports. They would also play a vital role in fostering trust with modern treaty partners through engagement so that our commitments to Indigenous peoples are honored with integrity. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask this House, let's pass this bill without delay. Miigwech, Kuyanamik, merci, thank you, merci.
Joint commentary, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. In regard to that speech, she said at one point that the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation will provide a critical eye and would help to hold the government to account. Well, first of all, I believe in Parliament it's the opposition's job to hold the government to account. But secondly, if this government doesn't even respond to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's critical eye, why should Canadians believe they will respond to this Commissioner's critical eye?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed the opposition's role to ensure that the government is held accountable. But these agents of Parliament actually help all parliamentarians to fulfill their role. They help the government, they help the opposition. They help us find non-partisan ways of sharing information within government. They hold governments across mandates to account and provide us with the kind of institutional knowledge that we should have as parliamentarians on the biggest issues of our day. When it comes to looking at our budgets, or when it comes to implementing modern treaties, when it comes to considering privacy and information, that's what our commissioners are for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech. 5 years ago, we learned about the tragic death of Joyce at Eshkashkwan, and since then, there have been protests, and we always remember her and what she went through. And we are with the Atikamekw Nation in the fight of racism in all its forms. And we have heard many people from First Nations testify to this. And now they're creating this position of commissioner. It's a step in the right direction, but we cannot forget that it needs binding power. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Joliette and share my concerns about many of the instances across our past where the safety, the rights, the protections that are owed to Indigenous peoples, where Canada has fallen short. And it's one of the reasons that our government has prioritized reconciliation and the journey that is over the course of years and decades. And I do think that, I thank the member for his comment that this legislation is a step in the right direction. I think it adds to work that continues to be done on UNDRIP, work that continues to be done around Indigenous languages and culture, around Indigenous health and education, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. These are all areas that we need to continue to build on our path.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and her commitment to seeing this legislation be supported and passed. I'm a little distressed by what I've heard from some of my Conservative friends calling this bill a distraction. Perhaps they don't realize how many years, really going back to the beginning of modern treaty nations, that this is being called for and that this is co-developed legislation. So I just wanted my colleague maybe to comment on whether she sees this bill as a distraction or whether she sees this as a key to economic development and linked to some of our other major pieces of legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I wholeheartedly agree that this legislation is fundamental to prosperity for all Canadians. We need to have stability, we need to have predictability, we need to understand the treaties that underpin the relationship that we have with Indigenous peoples. And when we do, when we have that transparency, when we have that predictability, it actually lets us all move forward towards greater prosperity and a stronger economy. And I think that the work that we are doing at the moment around building major projects, building affordable homes across Canada, these pieces not only touch Indigenous communities, but Indigenous communities are a central part of the work that we need to do together. Treaty implementation is a fundamental part of that, and we need to continue to prioritize it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kwe, Ulukut, Tanshi, hello, bonjour. Je reconnais.
I recognize that we are gathered here today on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Nishnawbe territory. I also recognize the writing of Guelph on traditional territory of Indigenous peoples of the First Nations. I have the honor to speak today to support Bill C-10, that is to create a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. Mr. Speaker, this act representing the commissioner for modern treaty implementation gives us an opportunity to strengthen ties and affirm the rights and approve the quality of this implementation. It's also essential to respect the commitments that Canada has made to Indigenous peoples by implementing UNDRIP. Our country is taking measures to fully incarnate nation-to-nation relationships based on recognition of Indigenous rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Also, in respecting our commitments and promises, modern treaties are part of Canada's constitutional framework and are a distinct part of reconciliation. The 27 modern treaties cover a large portion of Canadian territory. The Supreme Court of Canada has said on many occasions that modern treaties are essential to reconciliation between Indigenous peoples and the Crown. Modern treaty define specific Indigenous rights legally, and they were carefully negotiated and accepted between the Canadian government and Indigenous peoples. Therefore, they are a unique element of our distinct approach that includes First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Through the implementation of these treaties and through UNDRIP. Maintaining the Crown's honor through effective implementation of these treaties is an ongoing process that has to be supported, and through the implementation of UNDRIP and our action plan. Like many of you know, UNDRIP is one of the elements that guides our work, also through the full adoption of the law in 2021. We are going to work to have Indigenous rights respected and also continue their vision for self-determination. Together, we will enter into a new era of relations with Indigenous peoples, and we really want a true nation-to-nation relationship between the government, from government to government. Under Article 37 of UNDRIP, the Canadian government and Indigenous peoples have to work together to create processes, tools, and legislative and political mechanisms to guarantee recognition, respect, and application of modern treaties and implement them. The collaborative pod policy that was announced in February 2023 is an important step in the implementation of UNDRIP. This policy was elaborated under this declaration and reflects common priorities and the creation of an intergovernmental forum, and that sets out an independent control position, namely that of the Commissioner. Since then, nations have been asking for a modern treaty commissioner, given their obligations. So creating a control organization was also set out in the action plan under UNDRIP.
The Commissioner is directly linked to the people who sign modern treaties under the UNDRIP, which stipulates as a key priority, and I quote, to jointly develop recommendations aimed at putting in place an oversight mechanism that is efficient, sustainable, and independent in order for that the federal government should report to Parliament. That's the end of the quote, and that's exactly what we're proposing. The Commissioner must put in place progress indicators to show that compliance is being achieved with UNDRIP. This is an independent officer of Parliament who will ensure that the government will respect the commitments made. This commitment was put in place thanks to different commissioners. Today, we are able to continue our momentum and to materialize our action plan by making the Commissioner part of the bill. So this guarantees that the Government of Canada will respect Article 37 of the Declaration, as well as the pledges and responsibilities that stemming therefrom. Mr. Speaker, under Article 5 of UNDRIP, this bill was developed in partnership with Indigenous peoples in order to ensure consistency with UNDRIP. The respect of the government's legal obligations with regard to Indigenous partners who sign modern treaties and the cooperation among them is essential to overcome certain persistent and systemic injustices that Indigenous peoples in Canada suffer. The Commissioner's work will incur an important change in implementation, which means that Canada will be held responsible for putting in place objectives, relationships, and the implementation thereof. This also comes under UNDRIP by ensuring that the Government of Canada takes into account their pledges. The Commissioner will have to realize all the potential that is brought under this agreement. This will create the type of solid relationships with the modern treaty partners that we all need to further our joint priorities. Mr. Speaker, this bill can help Indigenous peoples to achieve their objectives and their aspirations by keeping Canada's promise to support their rights in compliance with UNDRIP. We know there is still a great deal of work to do in order to respect our commitments. The passing of this bill will contribute to guaranteeing and ensuring that these priorities reflect the needs and the current needs of Indigenous peoples. The Government of Canada will continue to work as a partner in order to further the prosperity and well-being of Indigenous communities, to advance reconciliation, and to renew our relationships. Mr. Speaker, this bill will contribute to reinforcing the relationship between Canada and Indigenous partners who signed these treaties. This bill will help us to continue building a solid future for Indigenous peoples across Canada. As I said earlier, the bill is developed jointly and complies with the cornerstone of our commitment, which is UNDRIP. It is in this spirit that I would urge the honourable members here to vote for this bill. We owe it to all of our Indigenous partners who sign modern treaties, who are counting on us to keep our promises and honor our commitments. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you. Merci, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's really fascinating to hear a bit of revisionist history going on from members across the way. You know, it's very clear what the record of the Conservative Party is. We signed 5 modern treaties in a 6-year period. I'm sure it's quite embarrassing for them that they've been in government for 10 years and been unable to get a single one completed. It is true. The member for Winnipeg North is leading this revisionist history, but those are the facts. One of them is in my constituency alone, Sioux Valley Dakota Nation. And so the question I have is, why do they prioritize a list of cycled through ministers in this file? They've failed upwards, some of them, others have left in disgrace. And meanwhile, nothing has been done on this file. Why then is their only solution that they need to add another bureaucracy in order to get anything done, which is a typical Liberal tradition? Why can't they just get the job done and get the treaty signed?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the language being used in this context, frankly, it's offensive. Because what we're trying to do is to show transparency and accountability on the treaty obligations. It's long overdue. Indigenous partners have been asking for this for 20 years. The consultations have been extensive. We're going to meet our responsibilities to the United Nations and to all our treaty partners.
Question et commentaire. The député de...
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I have the pleasure of sitting on the Industry Committee, and I'd like to commend her for her speech, but I'd like to raise an important issue. Obviously, we will support C10. It needs to be put in place, but if we take Bill C5 that was passed in the spring, a former Liberal member said that he is worried that this is a step backwards for Indigenous partners because the Indian Act hasn't yet been modernized. So what can a commissioner without coercive powers, what can this commissioner do if the government undermines Indigenous rights, for example? It's not an easy question, but I'm putting it to you. Thank you.
The
honourable member for Guelph. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, Bill C5 enshrines in its very wording the respect for Indigenous peoples, the fact that there will be a wide-ranging consultation with Indigenous people in these fields. So, as an officer of Parliament, this bill will be reviewed after 5 years and then after 7 years to be sure that this role of commissioner is working out. And so we need to be transparent enough for their satisfaction.
Mr. Speaker, the temptation is to challenge the Conservatives when they say zero, and I would, suggest with the White Cap Dakota Nation might be one of them that they might want to do a little bit of research on, not to mention things such as the Manitoba Métis Federation, which technically, you're right, Legislation has been here. It's signed off. Talk to President Chartrand. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to give you a full update on it. And the others that are there, in which the consultation from the Indigenous leadership in terms of the reserves and others being approved before it can be brought in. So I think the essence of what we should be talking about here is the fact that we have Indigenous community leaders from coast to coast to coast that recognize the value of Bill C-10, want it to be passed, and it's only the Conservative Party in Parliament that seems to not value the C-10.
The honourable member for Guelph in 45 seconds or less.
I really appreciate my colleague's clarification. Let's be really clear. The Commissioner can do reviews, audits, and briefings to see how government programs are working and share what they find with ministers, Indigenous partners, and Parliament, including the members opposite. Earlier in this conversation, Mr. Speaker, one of the members opposite said we can do that at question period. How many questions have we had in this session of Parliament on our obligations to our treaty partners?
I think zero.
So this is a critical, any audit in any government would have a follow-up like this to make sure that the organization was meeting its audit findings.
Resuming debate. Pleased to debate the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today as a member of Parliament for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and also as a proud Métis Canadian, one who wants to see First Nations thrive and prosper, Métis thrive and prosper, and all Canadians thrive and prosper. The opposite has in fact happened under 10 years of the Liberal government. Crime is up, cost of living is up, food bank usage is up, hopelessness is up, economy is down, opportunities are down, and the employment is down. The malaise that is felt in Canada from the Pacific to the Atlantic to the Arctic Oceans is felt in all our communities, and it's being experienced among Indigenous and non-Indigenous people alike. Bill C-10 is the latest example of what the government does best: announce, re-announce, repackage, and then do nothing. Exactly. It proposes a new bureaucracy, a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. Something that sounds nice, something that reads nice in a press release. But when you open the box, what do you see? Nothing. No real powers, no real accountability, no tangible outcomes, just more process and delay. And Canadians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike, are right to be frustrated, because this government has had 10 years to act, and yet it's delivered 0 new modern treaties. And that's a fact. In contrast, the Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper produced 5 modern treaties that were signed in 6 years. That's 5 treaties. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask, what exactly is this commissioner supposed to do that hasn't already been done, or that shouldn't have already been done? Will the commissioner build new homes? Will the commissioner provide clean drinking water? Will the commissioner hire police officers or ensure that Indigenous policing is treated as the essential service it is? No, Mr. Speaker, it won't. Because this commissioner has no power. Its mandate is to strengthen relationships and uphold the honor of the Crown. But it cannot compel action. It cannot enforce treaties. It cannot even table its own reports to Parliament without waiting for the minister's permission. In fact, Parliament itself cannot direct or review or audit. So who does this office report to? The very people it's meant to oversee. Mr. Speaker, this is not oversight. That's a public relations exercise. And let's be honest about what's really happening here. The government knows that it has failed Indigenous peoples again. It knows the Auditor General has issued dozens of reports, not just one or two, but over 14 just since 2015, detailing how the government has been failing Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit peoples in everything from housing to clean water to treaty implementation. And what has the government done with these reports? Ignored them. Now Indigenous peoples, many of them are rightfully frustrated, are calling for more oversight. Not because they believe that Ottawa will suddenly fix things, but because government has refused to deliver on its own obligations. And I don't blame these leaders for their frustration. I do not blame them for trying every option. What I do blame is the Liberal government that instead of fixing the real problem, its own departments not doing their jobs, decades to create another layer of bureaucracies to give the illusion of progress. Mr. Speaker, we already have systems in place. The courts, the Auditor General, parliamentary committees, deputy ministers, performance frameworks, oversight committees, secretariats, internal audits. The government doesn't need another reminder of that it's failing. It needs to start doing its job. The Auditor General has already laid out how to fix this, going back 2 decades. In 2005, the report on the treaty land entitlement obligations. 2006, report on the BC treaty process. 2013, audit on modern treaty implementation. 2016, report on the Labrador Inuit Agreement. The Liberals government has had a map, but instead of following it, they got lost in their own maze of offices, titles, and press conferences. And while they were doing that, the communities were suffering. Treaty rights weren't being honored, fiscal transfers were delayed, infrastructure was crumbling, police underfunded, housing inadequate. So, Mr. Speaker, why do you think one more office will suddenly change everything? You know what might actually change something? Is accountability. Ask yourself, who has been fired for all these failures? Who's been demoted? Which departments have been reorganized? What consequences have been imposed on those who have failed to implement the treaties that have already been signed? None. Zero. Mr. Speaker, as Ellis Ross, my colleague from Skeena Buckley Valley and former treaty negotiator himself said, why would anyone believe a powerless commissioner will get results when years of direct negotiation with the government hasn't? And he's right. The root isn't oversight. The issue is a government that refuses to be accountable, that prefers symbolic gestures over real results. Let's remember what these treaties mean. Modern treaties are a nation-to-nation agreement. They are not symbolic. They're legally binding. Indigenous governments negotiated hard for them. They traded undefined rights and titles for legal certainty under the laws of Canada. That's paramountcy. They came to the table in good faith. It's Canada that has not been holding up its end of the bargain. Now the Liberals are proposing a commissioner whose job is to watch the government break its own promises politely. Mr. Speaker, this is not reconciliation, this is theater. Under this government, and now under their new Prime Minister, we've seen more bureaucracy than ever. A defense investment agency, duplicating what the DND already does. A $13 billion housing bureaucracy, while no homes are built. Now this, a modern treaty commissioner with no teeth. And now for what? The parliamentary budget officer just called this government spending as unsustainable. Canada now spends more on interest payments than it does on health care. Our economy is the slowest growing in the G7 with the highest unemployment. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister who took office in March hasn't even tabled a budget in 7 months. 2/3 of the fiscal year is already gone and we have no budget. But somehow they're going to find money for another office, another round of talking points, another layer of bureaucracy that accomplishes nothing. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of it. Indigenous peoples are tired of it. And conservatives are tired of it. We don't need a commissioner to tell us the government is failing. We already know that. We don't need another office to report on reports that are already gathering dust in bureaucratic shelves. And we certainly don't need a prime minister who refuses to lead. Here's what we do need. We need a department to do their jobs. We need ministers who are accountable. We need Indigenous peoples to be respected as equal partners, not clients of the state. We need to uphold the honor of the Crown by fulfilling the promises that we've made, not creating new positions to tell us that we didn't. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is not measured in how many offices we open in Ottawa. It's measured in home built, water cleaned, treaties honored, safety delivered, and prosperity shared. Let's stop the charade. Let's scrap this hollow bill and get back to doing the hard work of government. Common sense Conservatives will continue to stand with Indigenous Canadians, with treaty partners, and with all Canadians believing in results, not reports, in leadership, not lip service, and in government that does its job, not just expands itself. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as we start to wind down the debate today, it's become apparently clear and somewhat sad that the Conservative Party has taken the position to vote against Bill C-10. This is a legislation that puts into place an independent agent of Parliament that will be a strong voice in dealing with modern treaties. And the Conservatives, for political partisanship reasons, has decided that only they know that this is or believe that this is a bad idea. When you have Indigenous leaders from coast to coast to coast that want to see the legislation passed, you have every other political entity inside the Parliament that wants to see legislation of this nature, but the Conservatives have made their decision. They don't like the legislation. Does the member feel any guilt at all in terms of rejecting what Indigenous leaders across Canada want to see made into law?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, I think that Indigenous leaders are responding to the lack of action and respect to them and to treaties. So that's what they're responding. They're grasping at straws. Like, let's do something. Because why? The Liberals are not doing their job. And what's their solution here again is just to build another bureaucracy. Let's just add another bureaucracy to do something, and also to report not to Parliament but to their minister. So that's not accountability. That's just another way to get plum jobs off to their friends.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. I'd like to thank my colleague. We were on the Official Languages Committee together for quite a while. When the Conservatives criticize this and say that it's a matter of bureaucracy, we may agree with the principle of the bill, but we see that there are no binding powers. It reminds me of something that we saw at Official Languages. As I said earlier, we've seen that despite the fact that official languages legislation has existed for over 50 years, official languages are doing worse and worse. Even though the commissioner constantly complains about it, the government doesn't do anything and things just get worse. So ultimately, if we're going to create this position for a commissioner, shouldn't that person have binding powers?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Merci, Omar.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc, my committee colleague. I don't think we need this new position. The powers, the reports are already there from the Auditor General and from the courts. We don't need more. We don't need more. It will just mix things up. It will just actually slow these processes down.
Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, for his wonderful speech. It was nice to hear his thoughts on Bill C-10. This bill will establish an independent commissioner and office And yes, Conservatives support modern treaties. Our concerns is the proposed legislation to establish an independent commissioner in office will add another layer of bureaucracy and cost to this government. Well, my fellow colleague, does your opposition for Bill C-10 reflect unwillingness and accountability and/or oversight? Thank you.
Again, remember to address questions through the chair. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And the Conservatives are not at all in opposition to accountability. We are for accountability and for oversight and respecting treaty rights. We just haven't seen this. We are just concerned about another level of the bureaucracy to slow things down. This is, like I mentioned earlier in my speech, this is one thing that the Liberals do great at, and that is gumming things up with red tape, and we're filling it with projects, and on that topic, with resource projects, this is in many of our First Nation communities. They need these resource projects to go on, and what are they doing? They're adding more and more. They're strangling the prosperity of First Nations. That would be something that they could do that would make a difference. Thank you.
Resuming debate, before I call on the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, I would just remind him he'll have slightly less than 8 minutes before we have to interrupt for adjournment proceedings. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening I'd like to share some of the thoughts on something that has been a lifelong passion for me, and that is ensuring the implementation of treaty rights and inherent rights in Canada. In fact, besides studying treaties in law school and being a professor of Aboriginal and treaty rights at Cape Breton University, I was honored to be given the opportunity to be the first ever treaty education lead for the province of Nova Scotia. While doing that job, I was honored and privileged to be able to do some work with some of the treaty commissions that are already set up in certain provinces across Canada. We have the Office of the Treaty Commission in Saskatchewan, we have the Office of Treaty Relations Commission in Manitoba, and we have the BC Treaty Commission. And I got the chance to meet with all of them and hear about the important work and the successes they're having across this country. In fact, last week or 2 weeks ago, I was in Treaty 4 territory in Manitoba, where Treaty Commissioner Loretta Ross told me one of the best things the treaty commissioners were able to do there was to ensure treaty education was offered in all schools across Manitoba. And largely with the championing with Premier Wab Kinew, we've been able to see treaty education becoming mandatory in the province of Manitoba. And these treaty commissioners are doing some amazing work that I would invite the Conservatives who have been saying that they're not going to support this legislation to reach out to and hear about that important work about advancing reconciliation through building trust, through ensuring collaboration as treaty partners, and educating the public on the importance of sharing that we are all treaty people in this country. The overall purpose and objective of this important piece of legislation is to ensure oversight and accountability to ensure that treaties that we have signed are implemented. There are more than 27 modern treaties in this country, covering more than 40% of the land mass across this country. Indeed, what we've heard from their stakeholders and their leaders is quite simply that we need to implement these treaties, that we've signed them, that we've made promises. All that we're asking in the most simplest terms, and they were asking in the most simplest terms, is that we honor, obey, and if we make a promise, that we keep it. I think if you asked any Indigenous nations across this great country about what was important to them, they would say, honor the treaties, implement the treaties. Be treaty partners. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm troubled. I'm troubled by what I'm hearing from the Conservatives and the narrative that we're creating some sort of bureaucracy, that it costs too much money to implement what we've signed onto in the treaties, the 27 modern-day treaties. And they talk bureaucracy. They talk about money. But what they aren't going to talk about is when they go home tonight to their children, they're going to quite simply ask them, if you make a promise, keep that promise. And that's what we're talking about. And this is not a surprise to me, though. I'm the son of one of the original drafters of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, who went to the United Nations for decades. And when they finally got a piece of a declaration that all nations could sign on to, that Canada, led by Stephen Harper then, rejected it and said, no, we're not going to vote for the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Thankfully, as a Liberal, as a member of Parliament for my riding, I was able to help and ensure that this Liberal government said that we believe that First Nations people should live without racism, that we're going to ensure that these rights are implemented, and that's why we passed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And when it came time for the Conservatives to decide whether they would support the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, they once again voted no. Twice last year, I got up in this House of Commons, and asked for unanimous consent to give First Nations clean water legislation, protecting their source waters. Twice I got up here, and twice I heard nays from the Conservative. Twice I was shouted down, not even allowing to get the words out of my mouth, protecting First Nations clean water legislation. Mr. Speaker, it would appear that the Conservatives are showing their true colors again in delaying, denying, and obstructing any legislation that benefits Indigenous people. In my riding currently, there are land protectors in the Highlands in Cape Breton who are protesting the decimation of the moose population and the moose habitat. And I went to see them. And while this matter is primarily one of provincial jurisdiction, what was required was a treaty partner that would show empathy, that would create education and awareness, and one that would look towards collaboration as how we resolve this. However, the Conservatives decided and believed that fines and jail were more appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand on this side of the House that believes in taking steps towards reconciliation, taking steps towards treaty implementation, towards education, empathy, and collaboration. Mr. Speaker, I've heard from other members in this House that they want to see this legislation passed. They said that we need to move forward on not only advancing reconciliation. Last week we celebrated the calls to action, the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, and I haven't heard much from the Conservatives on what we need to do to implement and advance the calls to action. I've heard in this House a number of times that the Conservatives, while they support treaties, modern-day treaties, and they support Indigenous reconciliation, they're going to vote no for this legislation once again. And I ask the Conservatives, quite simply, in the few minutes that I have here, to get on board and stop delaying this important legislation and allow us to move forward with unanimous consent on this important piece of legislation. We've seen from them over the years their intent on delaying, denying, and obstructing Indigenous legislation. I'm asking them tonight, the week after Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, to stand with us and say, let's implement the treaties, the modern-day treaties, let's support this legislation. Thank you.
Order. The honourable member will have 2 minutes and 21 seconds the next time the House takes up this matter. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to recently rise in this chamber and ask the Secretary of State for Combating Crime about the rampant crime on the streets of my community and across this country. At the time, Vaughan had seen 7 shootings in just 3 weeks. Since I asked my question, there have been 3 more shootings. One of them as recent as yesterday in the early morning hours in the area of Thornhill Woods. Just another day in Vaughan where gunshots rang out while families are asleep in their beds. We know that so much of the criminality that is rampant on our street is a direct consequence of weak, liberal, soft-on-crime laws, catch-and-release policies that keep repeat violent offenders out of jail and on our streets. People are afraid, they're scared, and they're frustrated. They're frustrated because of the lack of action by this Liberal government. And it's not just Conservatives who have been raising the alarm for years about Liberals' failed bail laws. It's the everyday person at the local bakery in my riding, the mother and father shopping at the grocery store. Even the mayor of Vaughan said about yesterday's shooting, and I quote, "These instances are a direct result of broken criminal justice system that catches and releases repeat violent offenders instead of keeping them behind bars. We need stronger and tougher laws and real bail reform from the federal government immediately." End quote. Everyone, and I mean everyone, wants the Liberal government to act. Police chiefs, police associations, provincial governments, victim groups, municipal governments, all of them are begging for action. And what do we keep hearing from this government? Don't worry, bail reform is coming. When? We have yet to hear a date for this bill. There is also zero details about what is actually in the bill. Will the government get rid of the principle of restraint from Bill C-75, which compels judges to release offenders under the least onerous conditions at the earliest opportunity? Will they finally admit that their ideological approach to criminal justice is flawed, that it prioritizes violent criminals over victims? If this truly was a priority for this government, they would have introduced bail reform in the spring, or at the very least, right at the start of the fall session. But they didn't. And we've seen their priorities. We've seen them prioritize banning people from buying cars from one another for $10,000 in cash or more, prioritize lowering the threshold for what constitutes hate speech, and prioritize confiscating firearms from law-abiding citizens, all in the name of combating gun crime, despite the fact that police tell us 90% of gun crime is committed from illegal guns coming over the border with the United States. Everyone seems to know what the problem is. Everyone except this Liberal government. That's why we introduced our Jail Not Bail Act, so we can end the principle of restraint, create a new category for major offenses, and bring in the bail reform this country so desperately needs. So given how important this fix is, how quickly we need to fix this mess, yesterday we tried to pass a motion to fast-track our Jail Not Bail Act, send it to committee. We committed to working extended hours. We do whatever it takes. Unfortunately, the Liberals voted against our motion, once again prioritizing criminals over victims. Just last week, we heard from the Prime Minister that they want to get tough on crime. Well, if that's the case, why are they standing in the way? Mr. Speaker, my question is this. Why does the government pretend to be tough on crime while standing in the way of our plan to prioritize victims over criminals and keep repeat offenders behind bars?
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in dealing with the issue of crime and safety in our communities, we have a new Prime Minister that has made a solemn commitment to Canadians. Along with the Prime Minister, we had 340 plus candidates canvassing the entire country, dealing with what are important issues to Canadians. And the issue of crime and safety was a priority. That is the reason why the Prime Minister of Canada made that solemn commitment in the last election to bring forward bail reform legislation. Now, you listen to what the member is saying, and he's of the impression that we should have brought forward the legislation the moment after the election. There is an obligation on the Prime Minister and this government to work with the different stakeholders that are out there to build the consensus in terms of how and what form that bail legislation should be presented. That's the way it was done previously, And that's the way it needs to be done, because the justice, our judicial system, is a shared responsibility. Ottawa has a role to play, the provinces have a role to play, municipalities have a role to play. And working with the other stakeholders along with those, the provinces and the municipalities in our territories and Indigenous communities is critically important before we can actually present the legislation. The Conservative Party knows full well that that legislation is coming this fall. Yes, there is no hard, fast date, because the commitment from the Prime Minister was to give that legislation and present that legislation this fall. And that means, Mr. Speaker, and we have to wait for the legislation to get here. And once it's here, hopefully we'll get the same enthusiasm that the Conservatives like to portray to Canadians on the issue. And we'll get that enthusiasm in the form that they'll want to see the legislation actually pass. Because when we have provided legislation such as Bill C-2, which makes communities safer in Canada, the Conservative response has been to filibuster, Mr. Speaker. We're still debating Bill C-2, and it was introduced weeks ago. And now we have the Conservatives jumping up saying they want the bail reform legislation, and the government and the Prime Minister is doing the background work to ensure that we have bail reform that is widely accepted and a consensus based on the feedback that we're getting from provinces, municipalities, and other stakeholders. Why? Because it is a shared responsibility. We will bring in the legislation to change the criminal code to ensure that we have the bail reform that is going to make our communities safer. This is something in which the Prime Minister, our newly elected Prime Minister, made in terms of a commitment, and I can assure the member that we will deliver on that commitment, and hopefully he and his caucus will get behind it and allow...
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I was on the member's website, and it reminded me of a simpler time in this country, one that made sense, one where criminals were kept behind bars, where repeat offenders were kept in prison. Now, we hear from the member nothing but excuses for the delays. Crime is not a new problem in this country. The rise in crime has been going on for years at this point, and we've heard, like I said in my remarks earlier, from police associations, we've heard from police chiefs, we've heard from municipal and provincial governments, we've heard from every stakeholder. The only stakeholder that's been committed to delays is the federal government. The only stakeholder that doesn't want to move and get this done so citizens can feel safe and secure in their own homes and their own communities seems to be this government. So enough with the delays, enough with the obstruction. If they don't want to introduce the legislation, get out of the way and we'll do it for them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the reality of the issue is that the Liberal Party, in particular this Prime Minister, sees the issue of crime and safety in our communities as an issue that we need to reflect the interests of Canadians. And we're putting Canadians first. That is our motivation. And we will bring forward that bail reform legislation. Unfortunately, it would appear, and I can clearly demonstrate it if the members would give me leave to be able to provide more detail, the Conservative Party of Canada is motivated for political partisan reasons. One of them is to generate funds. Another one is to be able to portray this false impression that the government of Canada, in particular this Prime Minister, is not doing anything, which nothing could be further from the truth. We will continue to pursue and present that legislation.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to be here for an adjournment debate. Some time ago, I asked the Minister of Housing about his, the terrible track record of his government, in that the cities that had all received significant funding from the so-called housing accelerator had collapsing housing starts. And the response that I had from the minister was quite astounding. He, in his answer, said that they're at near record housing starts, and questioned the whole premise, I guess, of my question, that there was anything wrong with the situation for housing. And I mean, it's quite astounding, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we have watched over the last 10 years as this government has presided over the collapse and evaporation of the dream of home ownership for Canadians, where young people despair over whether they will ever become homeowners. And we have seen in this country now that we have descended and become a country with two kinds of people. Two kinds of families, actually, Mr. Speaker. Families that already own real estate, wherein the parents can share the equity in their home one way or another, either through mortgages or by selling the home, or flat out just letting the kids live in the home, and families that do not own real estate. And the gap between the two is getting larger, and the despair among young Canadians is growing. So the answer that I got from the minister was extraordinarily tone deaf. But, Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we had a committee meeting at the Finance Committee, and we had experts testify at committee. And so I would bring to the minister's attention, or the parliamentary secretary that may debate me on this during this late show. We were told, just so that the Parliament now knows, Mr. Speaker, that in the GTA and Greater Horseshoe areas, pre-construction condo sales are down 89%, and ground-oriented home sales are down 70%. If buyers can't afford homes, they won't be built. So this is testimony from Mike Moffat of the Missing Middle Initiative. So hardly a conservative voice or go-to conservative witness, Mr. Speaker, but he has outlined just a brutal statistics on housing starts. Now, these are on pre-sales. So pre-sales today are the housing starts of 2 years from now. The testimony we heard also from Richard Lyle of the Residential Construction Council of Ontario corroborated this other testimony. Housing pre-sales down 90% in Toronto. This is a complete collapse of housing starts. The alarm bells are ringing loud and clear, and so this minister and this government are completely out of touch with reality when they take credit for the current housing starts. Housing sales and housing starts are in collapse amid a crisis over access to home ownership and affordability of rent, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how much time have I got left. Pardon me? 14 seconds. Well, I would invite the parliamentary secretary that's going to engage to familiarize himself with the testimony we heard at the Finance Committee if they're going to take credit for housing starts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that we recognize, as the government and this Prime Minister has, in regards to the needs that Canadians actually have, in a very real and tangible way. In fact, our Prime Minister that was just elected 6 months ago has taken a number of initiatives to support home ownership into the future, Mr. Speaker. We could talk about the legislation that enabled first-time home buyers to be exempt from having to pay the GST. We can talk about the Canada Home Build Agency that's going to be there to ensure that we are able to meet the future demands on housing, Mr. Speaker. And that's in a relatively short time span that we've seen initiatives of this nature. if we were to do a contrast in terms of what it is that not only this government and this Prime Minister, the actions to date, but include over the last 20 years, where we take a look whether it was Justin Trudeau or Stephen Harper. Actually, you can go even further back. You can talk about Jean Chrétien. You could talk even about Brian Mulroney. The worst government in the last 40 years, 50 years, dealing with the issue of housing was actually the government in which the leader of the Conservative Party served in. He sat around a cabinet when the Conservatives did absolutely nothing on the issue of housing. In fact, when the leader of the Conservative Party was the minister responsible for housing, get this, he built 6 houses. 6, Mr. Speaker. I would actually contrast the type of housing that we have been able to put together and work with municipalities, work with provinces to ensure that we could increase the housing stock, not to mention the many nonprofit housing organizations that are out there that we're trying to support. We have support towards housing co-ops and so much more, Mr. Speaker. We recognize, in particular, this Prime Minister recognizes that the federal government does have a role to play in encouraging and being in the housing sector. Contrast that to when the leader of the Conservative Party sat in government, sat around the cabinet table, in fact, when he was the Minister of Housing, where there was virtually nothing. And when I say virtually nothing, I'm being generous. At the end of the day, the member makes reference to the condos in Toronto. And if I would suggest to the member, take a look at the condos in the city of Winnipeg. Depending on the regions, depending in terms of the marketplace, if there is a surplus of condo development, which has been acknowledged in Toronto, I suspect that has something to do with the stats. In some areas, it might be weak. In other areas, it should be greater. If you talk about Toronto downtown versus what's happening in other communities around the city of Toronto, or even in Toronto, we have seen some downward direction of the price of homes taking place in Canada. There is a genuine concern. We are concerned. It's not to downplay it, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be on the top of this particular file of housing affordability.
The honourable member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member invited me to contrast this government with previous governments, and I'd be delighted to. It is this government that has been in power for 10 years that has presided over the collapse of homeownership and presided over the doubling of cost to rent. The crisis of access to affordable, to housing that Canadians can afford is entirely of this government's making. When the leader of the Conservative Party was minister, we had a healthy, functioning construction and home and real estate sector where private sector builders built and supply and demand were in balance and wages were rising. I know the Liberals love the New York Times. They said that Canada had the wealthiest middle class in the world that could afford homes during the tenure of the previous government. This government has blown it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is the Government House Leader.
Well, yeah, I'm glad the member wants to use the contrast. Contrast in terms of the last number of years, in particular the last 6 months, to when the leader of the Conservative Party had the hands and the ability to use tools to actually do more and chose to do absolutely nothing. And had the Conservatives done something back then, maybe we wouldn't have this current situation that we have today. And to try to say, you know, it was okay for the Harper government to do absolutely nothing and leave it up for the provinces and the municipalities to do all the work in terms of government assistance,
Contrast to a federal government today that recognizes that it's not just the cities and the provinces that have a role, but we also have a role. I'll use that contrast any day. At least we have a government that's concerned and cares about Canadians and the issue of affordability. And yes, we will do better.
Order. The honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands Kindersley, not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given. The notice is deemed withdrawn. Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.